Hello and welcome to Flat Earth News Talk. I am your host, Wesley Stace. For the most, I am here. No one else is here, but that's okay. I just sent them an invitation. All my Flat Earth friends that I got emails from had gotten an invitation. So maybe one, maybe two. Horry Sheets, the first one in the house.
Well, hello.
Buddy.
Oh man, you got me in the Tesla at the
Get that
perfect
beer
time.
popped open and start drinking, bud.
I gotta go get the beer right now. Excuse me while I float on.
So how you doing?
Past the, well, I didn't mean to go live, but if I'm gonna go live, I'm gonna chill with you for a couple of minutes. I was just about to hit the chat roulette for some flat smacking, but I can't do any kind of live stream without a beer. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna float on over, get me a beer. Hold on.
All right.
Hold on, Wes.
Go for it. And of course, Just Jack stopped in. I knew he would. He cannot resist.
I know. Why are you pulling me out, man? I was about to come back on Mark's show in a couple seconds.
Oh, screw that. It's a repeat, man.
I know. I feel like I'm abandoning Zulu, though, man.
Yeah, but this is what sucks. Okay. I go ahead and I called him
Horry.
yesterday.
Hey, Jack, what's up?
No, it's Just Jack.
Just Jack.
You got to do the jazz hands, Horry.
Just Jack.
Are you freaking kidding me?
So anyhow, yesterday I called Mark Sargent, talk about Jaron on his private line.
What happened? Why are you talking about Jaron? Oh, Jaron the
No, I was just wondering if he heard, if he was listening to the show at the time that I was calling him. So
I
he's
saw
like,
it in
yeah,
the chat
but
that you
I
called.
told him I had a great spiel today. I said, for your show tomorrow, I got a great one. It's going to get everybody on the floor just cracking up. And he's like, all right, cool. Talk to you then. All right, bye. Bastard. He did that on purpose. I just know it.
Well, it's okay. You got us, Wes. That's how it works.
Channel, man.
Okay, Horry, I think you're frozen.
Yeah, Wes is having some trouble. And he thinks it's me.
Yeah. Happened to me last week, and I had to restart my show.
Clearly.
Yeah, this happened last week, and I had to restart the show.
Yeah, your camera's not even showing for us much anymore. Yeah, it's all you, big
My
Wes.
Huda whata?
You're a Huda what? Your Camaola, your camera is El Blacko as the night sky. No, not anymore. But I'm getting freeze frames.
Okay, let me shut that off. Turn it back on. That is freaking weird because I could see myself.
Well, that's how it goes. We're not seeing you so hot. No, but we can hear you better, so it cleared up. That's cool. That's all good now.
Yeah, I don't understand. It just like glitches me all the time. I don't know why.
No, I can't
Let's
tell
see what
you.
we got.
But
We got nobody in the chat. Okay. We have one person viewing, but they're being silent. Silent mode.
Silent viewer, look out.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyhow, I went through all my flat earthers that I got emails to, and I sent them all an invitation. Granted, I'm probably going to have to physically send one to Fish by email because he never gets it when I send an invitation through Hangout. I don't know why.
You can't see my face, can you?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm
Your
mobile,
beard
so
is just grossly.
I got a
Your
floating
beard is
huh?
grossly ugly, so we don't care. We're okay.
Hey, don't trash the beard.
Ah.
Do it.
Uh-oh.
It's a hot beard.
You pissed off his woman.
You like that?
No.
You like that beard, huh?
Yes, I do.
I get lured. I love it.
Oh man,
That
I
was
won't touch
just
that.
Jack's.
Let it grow.
Let it
That
grow,
was
she
Miss
said.
Just Jack.
Carolyn. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, that was Caroline.
No,
Caroline.
no, no. Yeah, we already have.
Oh, you sound like a robot, Jack.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
couldn't understand.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
This is-
What I was saying is we already have a Caroline in the community, and mine is Carolyn. So you got to get that
Carolyn.
right.
Oh, I apologize, Carolyn.
That's all right.
Sorry.
It's all good.
You have any idea how many flat earthers' names I have to try to remember? I mean,
All of them.
yeah, pretty much all of them. There you go.
Everyone counts, man.
I mean, Horry, for instance, he told me his real name a long time ago. Fuck if I remember it.
Right. Yeah, forget it because I don't even use that name. I don't use my real name.
Oh,
My real name is just a pain in the ass.
that's okay. Nobody refers to you with your. It's
Yeah.
so good.
Right. Yeah, I used to type it in text messages and Google would correct it, and they were like, "Did you mean devil?" Like, no, Devin. Damn it! Did you mean devil? For like years, I'm like, no. I finally caught on that there's actually humans with the name of Devin, and it's a unisex names.
Okay, we got P. Mars is in the chat and Mr. Anderson, which I did, by the way, send him a link. I invited you, Mr. Anderson. So I don't know. Some people's email goes right through right away. Others, I have to physically send them an email with the link. I don't get that. Hey, CP30, he has no silver leg.
Ooh, somebody else mentioned that tonight. I was in Pancho Pete's channel, and they was like, "Oh, look, that's C3PO the way I remembered it from childhood." And I was like, "Oh, you mean pre-Mandela C3PO? Yeah, that's the one I got." Because I heard lately that he has a freaking silver leg. Well, obviously this one I didn't go freaking out of my way to find one that had 2 golden legs. Okay, so yeah, there's something to that, right? Mm-hmm.
You got the residual photo.
I don't know, man. Google image search. That's all I did.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I was about to do, Wes? I was about to get on some chat roulette or some Uno, and I was trying to figure out which one I was going to do and whether or not I would stream it just to my Flat Smackers live channel, or if I was going to hit up the Twitch, the Flat Smackers, all the other channels. And I'm not sure, man. A lot of people like what I'm doing.
Hey, Horry,
take a risk.
Horry, do me a favor. Log out and come back in, because it's just all robot-y.
I dig what you're doing, Horry.
Jack, did you hear me as a robot just now?
No, you sound clear to me.
It's you, Wes. I promise. I'm a nerd. Trust me.
All right. Well, now it sounds fine.
Yeah. If
I was kicked out for a minute.
I hear you coming as a robot, Wes, but you know you got to call your ISP and ask them to do a line test, and they'll tell you, oh yeah, we have a problem, and they'll come and they'll fix whatever's in your neighborhood that's given a problem. That's how it goes.
Well, I see what's happening. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Hold on.
Uh-oh, wait, I got the stormtrooper. Oh, let me blast the stormtrooper. There we go. There we go. Wrecked him.
There we go. Now we're going to have some clear stuff going on. Can you hear me now?
Well, a little glitchy, but not as bad.
We'll see.
Well, the thing is that I had when I'm away from the house, I can connect with Xfinity. Okay, as long as I'm getting a connection. And it was hooked up to Xfinity instead of the house Wi-Fi.
Oh, that'll
so
help.
It should start coming through better.
No, that'll help tremendously. Xfinity is like a Wi-Fi hotspot that's just about anywhere, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it used to be called Comcast.
Oh,
yep,
jeez. That's why Comcast was so bad. There you go.
Yeah, he was saying, P. Mars was saying that you were coming in clear, Horry. So it was on my end.
Thank you. Hey, Suzette. How you doing?
Suzette in the house.
How you doing, P. Mars?
All right. Hey, what are we going to talk about tonight, guys?
How about flat Earth in the workplace?
Oh, that's fun. But I work from home, so I'm not
I'm
sure.
dealing with a guy right now. Let's just call him Billy Bob, the rapping redneck. You've seen him, you know, big talker, you know, absolutely
I got to turn them
annoying
up.
to work with. I'm a cook, by the way, so he's cooking. And I flat smack him around during the whole shift, and he just starts laughing the whole time.
A little
Like, I never met anybody that's a flat earther before. I thought I was gonna kill him, but I flat smacked him around a bit. But every you know, the various utensils in the back, you know. Well, how does the sun and the moon work? And after all that, I realized every time I explained something, he just like, so total waste of time.
We could barely hear you guys. Very low volume. Those earbuds aren't working very well. Notice I shaved my head today.
I'll be right back, guys. Right back.
I had my interview today, so I buzzed my head.
All right, I'm getting off there, switching over to the PC.
No, now you're coming in. Nice and loud now.
I know, because I'm by the house and I'm at the Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm about to switch over to the computer. I'm on the phone right now. I was bringing my wife home,
Right.
so I'll be
Suzette.
on in a minute.
Suzette, the woman you heard was Just Jack's wife, and her name is not Caroline. God, what was it? Jeez. Someone refresh my memory in the chat. Who is listening? Nia never listened. There's Caroline, and then we got, maybe her name was Caroline. I can't remember. But that was the lady you were talking to or listening to. Oh, hey, yeah. While they're there doing their thing, I'll just go ahead and do some playing. Intermission. Okay, intermission's over.
That was beautiful, Wes. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Where'd everybody go?
Don't clap, throw money.
Don't clap, throw money.
We used to say that when I was playing with the band, we would always say that in between each song. It was getting a little old. It's like everyone's clapping and screaming and yelling, and we're like, don't clap, just throw money. Sometimes it worked.
Sometimes it worked.
Other times, not so.
Not so
Good.
much.
I feel naked having my head shaved. I got to put a hat on.
There you go.
I'm
Put that
going-
hat on.
Yeah. Go with my Raiders of the Lost Ark hat. There we go. But I always put it on the side. It looks a little better on the side. I mean, I could have it like this. Could have it down like this. But I like it, right?
I'm just setting up my my live stream here. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with myself tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Bear
Are you
with
going to do? You're probably going to do. No, you're not doing you now.
You now, I like you now. I can do you now. But it's it's getting increasingly harder to hop on a guest stream because now everybody knows me and they're like either, "Yay, Horry, come back, yeah," or it's like, "Oh, that guy." So
Yeah, I hear.
I don't feel like I have a terrible memory. So like I go in the chat room and I'm like, "Hey, do you want to guest stream?" And they're like, "Why do you keep coming back and asking me that?" And I'm like, so yeah, it's just annoying.
You fucking flat earther, get the fuck out of here, damn it.
That's what they want to say, right? I mean, they're idiots, I mean, if they're not looking into it, I'm sorry. I've talked to a lot of intelligent people, and I'm sorry. They're, twice as old as the people I try to talk to that think they know their ass from a hole in the ground. And,
Oh,
and
of course.
they just don't, they really just don't. They're just so
Yeah, but
indoctrinated.
you know what? You know what? We all say that as we get older, but you got to stop and think. Did you listen to a guy your age? No.
I'll give them that. Yeah. I'll give them that, but jeez.
Man, I thought I was I thought I knew everything when I was 19. I was just like, oh, shut up, Dad. You don't know what you're talking about. Years later, I look back at it and I'm like, God, why didn't I listen to my dad? This wouldn't have happened. This wouldn't have happened. Oh, it's too. My dad was very wise, and I just took him for granted. Too late now. He's up there going, see, told you. I told you.
It's the opposite for me. My dad is still alive, and I can't wait to piss on his grave. And when he dies, he's going to get to look down and say, oh my goodness, my son is so much more woke and intelligent than the rest of my children, and I wish I would not have wrote him out of my will. That's what he's going to say. Yeah, screw my dad, bro. I can't wait till he dies. I'm going to go piss on his grave, man.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, he kind of took off on you, didn't he?
I don't want to get into it.
Okay, never mind.
I could.
I don't want to get into it.
I could, but there's we have potential to actually gain an audience instead of make it a pity party about Horry's dad.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, did you hear? Did you hear Paul on the plane today?
No, what he did?
What's that?
What did he do?
No, I mean on TFR. He's on True Frequency before Mark started.
I didn't hear. No.
Anyhow, I called into the show. This is how I answered the phone after it unmuted. And he's like, "Hey, blah blah blah. What's on your mind or whatever?" And I come on, and I go, "Hi there, and welcome to the Big GC show here. Lots of big sounds coming up for you. We planned the big jolt between now and midnight. Time, temperature checks, hour bulletins when they happen. Hi, and welcome to Wesley, Stace, and the Flat Earth News Talk. We're here. Oh God, I just messed it up. Going to be playing the big hits from the bottom. I screwed it up. Anyhow, I did it flawless. I did it flawless. And at the end, it was all right here on the Nifty 850, Paul on the plane. And then I said, "How's that for an intro?" And him and Noxie were just cracking up. And Noxie's like, I thought we went to commercial or something.
That's great. That's funny.
He's like, "You got a really good radio voice." I said, No. It's a fake radio voice from the 70s. Back then when they were just crazy. Just check.
Right. That's awesome. No, you know what? I used to prank call people, and I used to have my radio voice. And what I would do is I get on the phone, and I would try to you remember those when you buy beef jerky or when you buy random other food products, they have these little do not eat packets with the little balls in them that they suck out the moisture, right? So I'd put on I would put on like a voice and I would call up like Walmart and well, first of all, no, that's a different one. Hold on, let me tell you. I would get on I would call up just random people through the phone book, or random numbers. I'd make it up, and then sometimes I'd get like a McDonald's or a dentist's office or something like that, and I'd say, "Hi, this is Ronald from KWCBY here in New York City, and you're on the Phrase That Pays. If you can name where this song came from, you'll win $5,000." And they're like, "What?" And so, and then I'm like, wait. But before you answer the question, you have to yell the answer. Make sure you yell the answer, or you're not going to win the prize. So they're like, oh my God. And they start telling people around them, oh, I'm on a radio show. And then, so we start playing, here's the song. Guess where the song came from. And it would play that oompa loompa doopa dee doo. Then so they would be yelling, Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka. And then as soon as I'd be like, all right, we've got a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a winner on the show for the Phrase That Pays. Now, all we need from you is your credit card information. MasterCard, it does not matter. Go ahead and read out the credit card number. And that's when they know something's wrong, right? But we'd already got a good laugh because they already screamed out Willy Wonka.
That's funny.
Can you hear me?
Too freaking.
I hear something. It's super low, so no, we couldn't really hear you, I guess.
How do I fix it? Help!
Shove the microphone halfway into your esophagus.
Hello.
Jiggle your cord. I don't know.
That's it. That's better. You have to go to your Windows settings in your microphone and boost it up. But for now, you have to pretty much get that close to it.
I have my test or my microphone test, but I can't see how to adjust the volume.
Yeah, you can't do it through there. You have to go to the start button. You got to go to control panel. You got to go to sounds, and in there, you're going to see recording, playback, and whatever else. And you got to go to recording, choose your microphone properties, and boost it. Usually, there's a way to boost it, but you got to go to control panel.
It says boost on it, and you just put a little checkbox in there.
Exactly.
I do know some stuff on the computer.
Oh, I'm a nerd. I guarantee you I told him the right instructions. Right
I know you did. I mean, I used to actually, almost 19 years ago, I was doing videos on YouTube showing you how to speed your computer up. Just doing your basic stuff on how to, where you go into your internet options and deleting files and then hitting the delete button and then there was a couple other things on going in putting in MS config, going into the start menu, getting rid of unchecking a bunch of shit that doesn't need to be working, doesn't need to be running unless you ask it to. And it speeded their computer up by maybe 15-20%.
Testing 1 2.
There you go.
Better, yeah, that's good.
Too high, or we're good?
We're good.
A lot better than it was.
All right.
I'm going to turn you up. I can turn you up here too.
All right, cool.
I'm not sure if that comes through for everyone else, but I would assume it does.
All right, so what I was saying when I came in here was just Jack. Even though you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, I threw it in there. Okay, so let me see what he had for dinner. Can you guess what's in Just Jack's beard?
That ain't right, man. I cleaned this beard.
Yeah.
I keep it clean. Every time I eat, I have to clean the beard, man. Have to.
They got these I get a lot of magic magic items through wish.com, and they got this one that has these little itty bitty hands, and you stick them on your fingers. What you got to do is you got to get that, and then just kind of have one stick the hand right through the freaking beard. That'd be great.
Help, let me out.
I have a little troll that lives in here. There he is, and he's waving.
All right. I think I got it all hooked up.
We got 5 people in the chat.
Yeah, I'm having my wife
Roll count.
come in. She's gonna come in on a different one of my channels because she doesn't have a Hangout. So I'll send you.
Okay.
I'll send you the name to look for in a moment when she gets ready. What was that?
And you could send her the link too. I have no idea what the. Oh, now he's got freaking
Fairies.
fairies.
Oh, what? What happened?
I saw an arrow, and then I saw the fairy, then I saw Cartman.
Oh yeah, Cartman.
Salted.
Cartman likes the tooth fairy, and he
Salted
arrows at her. Apparently.
just came in. Hello, and they just said hello to everybody in the panel.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm trying to figure out how to. Literally, I have no idea how to log into my own Flat Smackers YouTube account. So I'm trying to remember a name and password. I don't have to know that for what I'm trying to do. But if I want to restream it to that channel and all the other channels, I have to actually log into it. And for some reason, I can't even log into it. So I'm preoccupied right now.
No worries.
So have we figured out anything on how to be able to get that freaking gaming site?
And I was hoping that you'd ask Horry about it because maybe he'd know.
Who the hell's Corey?
Horry.
What gaming site?
Oh, Horry. No, that's who I was talking to.
Oh, dude! I mean, you guys have to download the software, make a free account, and we can all log in and go flat smack in the newest bar in Perfect World.
Horry.
No, I meant
if you delete something from
what
YouTube,
I meant
is it gone forever?
If you delete something from what?
If you delete something from YouTube, is it gone forever?
No, they still have it, but
No, it's
you
not.
can't access it.
It's not.
We can't. No one else can, but
No, it's
YouTube
still
still
there.
has it.
Yeah, all I have to do is it's just a regular. It's a nightmare to fucking try to get them to do it. They have you go through a lot of fucked up steps to try to get it back.
See,
but
Wesley's trying to get back last week's because last week we had a lot of good content providers in the chat and everything, including yourself. And if you remember, the first 15-minute streaming was really buffered and a lot of issues. So he stopped it and he started a new one. And I reminded him to erase the 15-minute one, and he accidentally erased the 5-hour one. So we're trying to get it back.
So the other option is I download, which I really hate this fucking browser. I download Firefox, and Firefox has these little attachments you can hook up to it. And there's a particular site out there that stores all video anywhere from any site ever. And you can literally, as long as you know the date and you know the name or the title of the video, you can actually get your video back and download it from their site and then re-upload it. Granted, we would lose all of our view counts and our thumbs up or down. Because I don't know if you knew it, Horry, but Just Jack went ahead and checked in and found that we only had 5 or 6. I think the top people we had was maybe 9 people that day. But in the view count right after it uploaded, said we had 160. What was it?
167.
160
within 10 hours.
So YouTube's kind of messing with us.
No, that's just how long it takes for them to refresh the numbers. You gotta understand if I put out a video and it's been 1 hour and within that hour, 100 and let's say 200 people watched it. If I'm looking at the stats at the hour mark, I might only see 125, and I'm not going to see that other 75 until they refresh it again about an hour later. So then I'll see that not only the 200, but I might see like 230 by then. But it still won't equal the 300 that might have been viewing it by then. But that's just how it just refreshes. A lot of people come up with this, oh, YouTube's squashing my view count, and I don't agree with that. I mean, maybe, sure, I could see why they could, but I think it's just a refresh rate problem. We see it in our Creator Studio more accurately than you would watch it from an incognito browser, the view count, in most cases. And if I'm wrong, I'd love to see that, because that's my case. When I'm looking at my view counts, I look at my video manager to see the true view count. If I'm looking at it from the web from an unknown account, I'm not going to see sometimes just half the view count. And that messes with my head, but it catches up to itself. You just got to give it a day.
Yeah. Holy crap. Who's yelling in the background? Little boy.
I'm sorry. That's my youngest one. Shemaya.
Yes.
Come here. Come here. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. I don't know, man. I don't know if you've been watching. I don't know if you've been watching the I don't know if you've been watching the Flat Earth debate, but they're looking to get as much information about children in the Flat Earth community, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I don't want.
Yeah, that's your choice. That's your choice.
Did you hear about that?
No, actually, I didn't.
Yeah, in the Flat Earth debate, there's somebody in the Ball Earth community who is trying to collect data on all the Flat Earth children, because they're trying to make a case that they're being taught, well, other than the status quo, of course.
Oh, yeah, that we're manipulating our children, yeah.
Right, so even though I would like for anyone who would accuse me of teaching them wrongly to prove their ball to me. Please give me some proof, and then I will teach it to my children.
Yeah, something that I brought up on Paul on the Plane is that why do we have to go out and frickin' do our test? Why aren't them globalists out there doing it? And of course, they're not doing it because they're just like, well, it's already been proven. Well, no, it hasn't been proven. That's just stuff they put in the textbooks that they tell you they did. But you yourself never got off your ass and go out and do it yourself. So it's like, if they want to fight, then they need to go out and they need to do their tests to prove their side. That's what I say to globalists.
I agree. It's just like, we say, show us the curve. And they think, well, we don't need to show you the curve. Show us the flat earth. And so we've been showing them the flat earth, and it's not enough. I don't care if you use lasers. I don't care if you use microwave. I don't care if you flew to 100,000 feet and took a shot of the edge. They still wouldn't buy it. But then again, I could say the same thing about them. They could say they're going to space to take another shot of the ball, and I would never believe them. So
very true.
But I mean, our tests are definitely proving that there's no curvature hiding distant objects, and that's the point. It's a physical proof. It's not a theoretical, mathematical, philosophical answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, if Earth is really a freaking ball, then please, by all means, destroy all of my points, because I will tell my children what I believe. And I put it to them like, Daddy thinks this, everyone else thinks this. And, as you watch your cartoons with your planets and all that, just keep this in mind. And that's it. That's all you can do. That's the most admirable way you can go about this right now.
And again, just to prove that point, I've learned more about the ball Earth, the heliocentric model, more since I came into Flat Earth.
Well, of course.
To debunk it. So my children probably know more about the heliocentric model than they do.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
And we're not even
Yeah,
talking about politics or, you know, the other stuff on top of that, but they know more about that stuff than most children do as well. I don't dumb things down for my children.
Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't have to. I don't really either. And that's what we need to be doing. They're really more intelligent than we give them credit for. Mine were both potty trained at least a year old, a year and a half tops. Like they were potty trained already. I mean, they're smarter than what we think.
You know? If I was, unfortunately, in my current situation, I just got a new job. Crazy off, it's coming. And I start Monday.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah, but at this moment, I'm in a situation where I don't have complete control of our living environment, so the potty training is taking longer. But my seven previous children were potty trained very quickly because we believe in, you know, we believe in the old-fashioned ways that work.
Yep.
And
why reinvent the wheel?
And by the way, Horry, I give you mad props for you putting your channel on hold for your children, man. It takes a real man to take care of children. That's what's up.
Yeah, let's hope it amounts to something, bro. I got one that just doesn't see what she's got in front of her. And all God's telling me is if she loses this support beam, her empire is going to crash. I hope that's not true, but I think it's going to be true. But all I know is that my kids are going to be fine if that does happen. I'm sitting here doing as much as I can to wake people up while I still have this studio. That's all. If you know the backstory behind me, you'd be like, what? But I ain't going to go into it right now. I'm just going to say that I'm flat smacking for the rest of my life, family or not.
I hear you.
Next week. And still not going to change.
Yep. Yeah, I've come from a very different background myself. I mean, the man that I am today, I would look at my old self and say, man, you got to get your crap together, you know? So I can relate. I mean, you know, I wasn't always the clean cut, you know, professional.
Clean cut? Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Oh,
Clean
dude,
cut.
I'm not talking about my beard, man, because that's not clean. That's cutting what's growing out of your face off with a sharpened piece of metal. That's unclean, man. No, I'm talking about, like, you know, I used to get in some major trouble, and I got right. And when I met my wife, she was in some trouble, and she got right. You know, so it's about, you know, moving forward regardless of your past. You know, and I think our past kind of builds up the character of how strong we are in our present. Like, we know how bad it can be, and we're not going back there. You know what I mean?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It's not the battle that I'm up against with mine in my current situation, but I've been there before.
Yeah, and as far as your significant other, I hope she realizes it too, man, because once me and my wife, like, got on the same page, the support system is unmeasurable. You know, I couldn't imagine trying to do any of this without my spouse.
I bet I know what you mean. And I'm coming to the realization of, either my chest and my heart chakra could hurt more and more every day, or I can just be done with all this and completely change my life. And it would mean I'm not sitting in the Tesla anymore while I'm flat smacking. But something's got to give, and something's gonna. And all I can do is give it to God and be like, yo, God, WTF, bro. That's all I'm doing right now.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you know, we always end up down these rabbit holes. So the thing for me is, like, when I started getting right, like, you know, putting my bad past away and everything, my whole focus was, I got to get a spouse, you know, or, you know, just somebody. Okay. I wasn't really thinking about spouse, but having somebody that was going to be right there with me, growing with me, and everything else like that. And the thing is that the harder I tried, the worse it got, you know. So then I focused on readying myself to be a better person and digging into what I thought was going to make me a better person. And the more I focused on that, the less I thought about that significant other coming along. But when you completely forget that you're looking for a significant other, that's when they're there. Sometimes the hunt makes it bad because you're hunting out of desperation rather than just waiting for the one that you're supposed to wait for.
Yeah, I get that in theory, but
my wife said women can smell desperation.
There you
I can
go.
see that. Yeah, I can totally see that. And then, you know, that's interesting. I can totally see that in my situation here, but it's just such a unique situation. You know, people go through different things in life, and you know, in some of these instances, you can really give yourself up. You can really give yourself all of your power, all of your independence. You can let everything in your life crash while you're trying to hold up something. And if that something is a family, and the other person ends up maybe coming out a little bit better and taking the power, and they can leave you in the dust and leave you with nothing. And if you've sort of gone away from that person, and you know, the love isn't there, and they don't really care about you anymore, what can end up happening is you can give everything to something, and it can end up crashing and burning, and you can lose it all and have nothing in the end. And then when that someone that now has the power wants to just be by themselves, then you have nothing but nothing. If you've really given up everything, then you've got nothing but nothing. And so
I understand that, yeah.
I'm sitting here literally with like no license, no car. My job actually just tanked. My Fiverr account was deleted because, like, get this, Wes. They told me that I was harassing and bullying people on the Fiverr platform. What the
Yeah, you know what? It seems like they're pushing that more and more. If you even mention something bad about NASA, you're a bully. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's just
I
crazy.
don't know. I'm not even trying. I didn't even try to fight it this time because I'm like, who? No, I actually had a cold sore throughout this like 2-week period on Fiverr, so I didn't even like log in. You know, I might have accepted 1 or 2 little $5 or $10 orders, but that's it. I wasn't sending messages or nothing. So whatever they did, whatever they looked at, was messages that had sent over 2 or 3 weeks ago. I didn't think that they were really even that competent, but apparently whatever they looked at, they deemed that I was harassing other members, when I bet you any money if I did say anything harassing, it was probably towards Fiverr for being a bunch of assholes. So but still, it had been like 3 weeks I hadn't done anything on the platform. So I mean, what the hell are they doing?
I don't know, man.
So anyway, yeah, I literally would have nothing if I didn't. If I got kicked out tomorrow, I got no family, no friends, no car, no license, no job. You think I really care anymore at this point? Like,
okay, look, I'm not trying to say we need to use the community, but we need to use the community. If you end up in a situation, you know, where nothing else is working out, I think we can get together enough that somebody, you know, a bunch of people throwing you a couple bucks here and there will get you through what you're going through until you get back on your feet. You know what I'm saying?
well, what I would think is, like, if I was going to say do something like that, I could probably finagle my way into getting a car, my license, and then it would be up to me to pay for like food and insurance and gas. And I could do my own stuff to like busk, and maybe I could make a second Fiverr account to do other things than green screen work, like mystery calls or reaction videos or whatever the case, other stuff people have been ordering from me. I might get away with making about half of my needs. But I would spend the rest of my time flat smacking or like digging up news and presenting a show that doesn't look anything like this. But would that work? I don't know. Would that make me happy? Would that be safe and comfortable for me? I don't know. I really don't know, man. I don't know where my life's going to be. Nobody really knows this, but every now and then I kind of open up about it on live streams. But
we need to get together and build a flat Earth studio.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
Well, I don't know about that, because 3 years ago, that was the thing where a lot of globalists or trolls were saying, "Oh, Patricia's here and Mark, they're in the same building. It's a psyop." And blah blah blah. So yeah, we want to do that.
That's a portion of the community that really they're just the over paranoid truthers of the community, and it's really sad. It really is. There's a lot of people right now. I mean, I heard from Zulu One. Mark, sent out a video. People were calling Uber Josh. Josh Uber. Remember that guy that was doing the Uber drivers and flat smacking people?
Yeah, I know where this is going. Yeah, he's been in here before.
Yeah,
I
bet he has. And I mean, seriously, people are Infinite Plane Society. That idiot is one of the people that are really championing this cause. You know what I'm trying to say. I have a couple too many beers, but he's like, oh yeah, he's faking it. Josh is faking it.
Yeah, because he got sick. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like if you don't believe he's sick, fine. Don't put anything into it. You're not going to be hurt by it.
No doubt. I agree with you there.
IPS is a retard.
Yeah. I just wanted to say a quick hello to, we got Flat Earth Subgenius Society. Daniel is in here. And we also have, let's see, where'd they go? Oh, shoot. I just lost them. Ginger Sugarbush 905. They is in the house as well. We got 9 people watching, people.
Good.
According to YouTube.
Hello,
All right.
audience.
K Super Jack is Carolyn.
All right. Hello, Carolyn. How are you, honey?
Super Jack. Where's my headset?
Yes, it's Carolyn, not Caroline.
They can hear
That's
all
what
the
I was trying to tell that to Suzette. Yeah, the person you heard was Carolyn, not Caroline. Carolyn.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I got to get her.
Yeah, I got to get her set up for audio.
You can have the screen
You
on.
sure that's getting her set up for audio?
I don't know.
Trying to find the actual YouTube channel right here. Oh, it's got me as the thumbnail in the Tesla right now for everybody. That's always a plus.
Now we got 10 people viewing. I went back to you. I went back to Zulu One's channel and threw my link in and say, "Hey, I'm on live." Try to steal some of his people.
What's he got going on? He's got a rebroadcast.
Oh, he's just playing a replay of Mark's show. It's like boring. It's like we already heard it last week. If you're not a fan, then I don't know. If you're a fan of Mark, you would have heard it. I stayed until I heard myself because I'm arrogant that way. I like hearing my voice. And then I decided to start my own show. Flat Earth Smackers. Flat Earth Smackers Live just popped in. Hello to you. And I know this person. I forgot to make them a mod.
Sorry, the other computer just disconnected. She'll be back in a minute.
Oh, sure, no problem.
So anyway, what is up?
I'm watching Wes's face after he just said, "Let's make Flat Smackers Live a mod." And why isn't Flat Smackers Live a mod yet, Wes?
And look, the light's on. Too dead to stay powered on.
I guess. No. Well, we can't trust that Flat Smackers mod guy. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I'm looking at his channel. I'm looking at his channel, man. He's got a lot of videos up.
Yeah, he
I don't know if he's beating on flat earthers or if he is a flat earther. I don't know. That I don't know. But he's even got Horry Sheets sitting up on one of his videos.
Wes, that's my substitute account.
It's his other channel, dude.
Yeah, go ahead and give me the link. It's me.
You bastard. I just figured it out.
I said, "Hey, Wes, oh, you're so sexy. Tell me what you're wearing."
I can't believe you did.
Best.
Oh man.
I just now caught it.
Oh
Sorry.
man, that's hilarious. That's good stuff.
Yeah, he was just like, yeah, like, I gotta mod him, and then I popped that in the chat, and then I was like, oh, he didn't give me the wrench. Oh,
Well, you're modded now, so.
there you go.
Donald Putman. Hello to you.
Wizlaw says it's some guy in a red car in space. I wouldn't trust it.
I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah. Funny.
Oh, come on, Wizlaws. You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
I don't understand why you guys don't trust a lot of the things that you see on a live stream or a Facebook stream or a YouTube video, because it doesn't take a whole lot of work to really make some of this stuff happen. That's all I'm gonna say, right? Drink to that. Drink if you got it.
Yeah. The when you were doing the flat smackers, the last
you
one,
could even do it drunk.
You kind of flew through the wall last time, and I was kind of caught there a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? That's fine, because I learned something right there. I learned that they can actually see the extreme left and right borders. So now that I know that, I can prepare. Exactly. So we're gonna prepare for that next time.
Gotcha. Cool.
Exactly.
Okay, I made some mods here. P Mars, your mod. Donald Putman, you are a mod. I forgot to mod him the last time he was in, because I checked his channel out. I subbed to him. Yeah. It's all good. We have 10 people viewing, and there's Ginger. What up?
How you doing, Wes?
Pretty good. So, how much money did you make dancing tonight?
Good to go with a free pizza and some e-juice.
Oh, there you go. I love it. Mark puts everything in people's heads. Like he says, I am totally computer literate. And then, of course, Ginger, he says he's a stripper. Carrying that stripper name. Too funny.
I'm not going to touch that one. Too many beers.
You're not going to touch that one?
Nope.
Yeah, I know it's a stupid name, but people remember it.
Yeah.
So
I would hope people remember the Horry Sheet Show just the same, but Ginger Sugarbush rolls off the tongue a little bit better, maybe.
Yeah.
There's an innuendo
No, P Mars,
sure.
you go. Yeah, I got to say something to P Mars. You go right ahead. If there's trolls in my fucking chat, you go right ahead and ban them motherfuckers. Totally cool with it. I mean, first time them out, give them a chance to, clean their shit up. But if they continue, get them the fuck out.
Yeah.
And it's that time. It's that time of the show, guys.
Uh-oh.
You know what I have
See
to
you
do.
later, Wes.
Here we go. Wes is going to twerk for us.
So go ahead and amuse yourselves.
Well,
I
you know
guess
what
that's not
happens,
too hard.
Wes? Every time you leave, Wes, you come back to a conversation you don't want to be in.
I know.
So be careful.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, Wes? I will entertain everybody, and I'm going to go ahead and invite the ladies in. They're still here for one more night, so you know how it is. You know how Horry does it with the ladies. So we're good to go. We're good to go, right? You take your break. I'll hold it down. We got this. Got Esmeralda on the left, my left, or whatever. I'm too drunk to know if that's my left or your left. I got Josephine right here.
What?
She drinks the blood of bats.
Not in yet.
And I got Zelda,
Please wait.
the belly dancer. Yeah. I'm gonna forget all of those names in about 5 minutes. Except for Esmeralda. I don't think Esmeralda wears panties though. I mean, I don't know. Look, she's trying to cover it up. So don't look at Esmeralda too hard, guys. You might have some trouble.
Hey, Horry.
What?
Does he need to allow somebody to join into the chat, into the hangout?
He has to give them the actual Hangout link.
Okay,
Or-
I got that. So it says it's waiting for something.
When your friend's trying to join it, it's waiting for something?
Yes, it says please wait.
Tell them to just close out the browser and try the link again. I don't know. It sounds like a glitch.
Yeah. I had to re-update my Gmail to get this to work.
What does that mean? Re-update your Gmail. You had to reload the page?
Oh no, it told me I had to download some sort of an update to Gmail itself to.
What?
That's weird.
Update to Gmail? What the hell is that?
I try not to update anything on my computer, so every now and again you just get kind of forced into it.
Yeah, like if you don't do our update, then you cannot use our services any longer.
But I don't have to update
Exactly.
Gmail. It's just a website you log into. What the hell? You got a Gmail program or something that I didn't know about?
I have no idea. I hate computers and I suck with them.
Oh, I'm good at them, and I've never in all this time ever had to like update my Gmail. Gmail doesn't update. Maybe you're thinking of a different something. Like,
Or I got a virus.
dude, look at that.
Update your Gmail and get our special virus.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, if your account suddenly drains, Horry told you so.
Yeah, it shows who.
Yeah, I gotta ask district if he's a spotter. I'm assuming he may be. I don't know.
Jack,
It
your,
says it's
your mic
clearly
is hot. You want to mute?
Oh, sorry.
What's up, Wes?
There we go. I made him a mod anyhow. He gets out of hand, he loses it. So, Ginger, what have you been up to lately? Were you on Poncho Pete's show lately?
Never been.
Never been.
Nope.
How many flat Earth hangouts have you been on?
I did a bunch of cat size back in the day, but
Okay.
that was before I really understood they were going with the whole Pac-Man thing.
Right.
But I still love to listen to everything that they talk about. So I don't completely throw it out the window, but I'm still an AE guy at heart.
Same.
But
Right.
yeah, I don't do hangouts very often. So
Well, I'm glad you popped in. I mean, I heard you on Mark's show all the time, and I'm like, yeah, I got to have him on.
yep, and I do Jaren's same thing than the TFR. I do a simulcast of his Monday Night Raw. So I call into that show all the time, but that's just calling in. It's not a hangout by any means.
Right. Let's see, Candy, did you find your link? If not, I can send it to you on Skype.
Oh, Candy, I Spy, Nasty Lies.
Yes.
That's correct. That is the candy.
Awesome.
Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker.
Candy, if Candy wants to talk about some of the astral projection stuff we wanted to talk about a while back, that would be fun.
That's always fun. I love that conversation. I love it. I don't know if any of my audience cares for it, but hey, we got 14 viewers in here. We're doing good now.
Okay. Wait, I want to get into this. I don't believe in astral projection. I just believe your spirit can leave your body and go other places. Oops.
I don't know. Was that facetious or I don't know?
No, it's just, people like using these terminologies, but astro projection, I think they're just trying to, cover it up with more of the fake space crap.
Okay, let's put it this way. Out of body experience. Is that better?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah,
Right, that's what he's talking about.
It's not astro, it's astral. So maybe that would help. But yeah, astral projection, not astro, like astronautic or
something
whatever.
that trolls the ass, or I don't understand.
Oh, tell me more. No, no.
All right, one second. I'm going to look this word up.
Astral. That's the word you need to look up. Astral. Astral. And all it is look. I mean, I'm just going to preface this by saying that I was an extreme skeptic on this topic, and I had to prove it to myself in several ways. And I found out that over the years you can, but it took freaking years, and so it's not easy. It's not something you can prove to your friend or your mom or your best friend or anybody in a day, a week, a month, or even a year, unless you're hell. I was dedicating every night of my life to it for at least 2 years. So that just is a testament to what kind of dedication you need to give. But the thing, what it amounted to for me was at least 4 different experiences where I've, gone somewhere out of my body, saw something that was happening, somebody was doing what they were wearing, and I told them about it. And I was confirmed. It was confirmed 100%. I didn't miss anything. I mean, and in some cases I might have not said enough, and then they told me other things that just filled in the blanks for me. And that was just further confirmation that I was correct. But in some cases, one case, I almost had the cops called on me. That was my best, testimonial, if you will. But, what it amounts to is that people, we can go out of our body, see what's going on somewhere else, and at least come back and talk about it. But you can't trust every single experience that you have like that. A lot of people end up doing that and having these wild, elaborate, lucid dreams or whatever, and they think it's real, and they come back and they talk about it on their YouTube channels and make videos. And you know what? That's cool. And that maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. But the only experiences, the only ones I was ever able to verify as truth, was ones that involved another actual human being, and that I find fascinating in its own right. There's been several times where I tried to go out of body, and I did, and was successful going out of body. And let me back up. Before I went out of body that night, I took a deck of cards and I shuffled these cards, and I flipped over one of the cards at random, and I didn't look at it, and I flipped it over, and I stuck it somewhere on a nightstand. Okay. And then I went to bed. So my whole goal was to go out of body and see what the card was and come back in my body and then see what see if I got it right. Well, I never got it right. It was like 3 or 4 times. I gave up. I got so frustrated. But every single time I'd gone out of body and went somewhere where another person was, I told them what they were doing, and I got it 100% right. So there's something to this. And I kind of think, what about this double slit experiment? Like, I don't know. That's a funny thing that kind of came to my mind here. But it does. I'm not going to say that it relates, as far as two people have to witness an event in order for it to even be true or stable or consistent. But the thing is, that's what it was for me, and I've stuck a whole 3 years into this every night almost. I was addicted to doing this throughout high school, from junior year to college, and I learned a lot. I could tell people how to do it. I can give several pieces of advice. Can I do it right now? It would take a lot of practice. It would take an alarm clock. It would take dedication. I got a family now. There's a whole lot of stuff that would get in the way. So probably no.
Yes, this world is a distraction from being able to do it.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. Once my life hit a critical mass where I had a lot more responsibilities, more serious responsibilities, I couldn't do this stuff anymore. I had too much crap I was thinking about when I would attempt to meditate or quiet my mind. Like, it became a real chore, and I just didn't want to do it.
Right. So because of, again, everybody who's talked to me knows this is where I always go, right? But everything you're talking about is the stuff that I've been trying to share with people that is actually relatable to the scripture, but people can't see it because they've heard what the scripture says through the religious eyeballs. But it talks about how we were these beings who were not covered in skin. Okay, this is why when whatever it is that caused us to lose our ability, it says he wrapped us in skin, these dying bodies. But we can return to the garden, so to speak, and be in a metaphysical state of being. And what you are talking about, with the 2 people experiencing the experience, making it true, this is scripture as well. It says, by 2 people may a matter be known, and by 2 witnesses may a matter be known. Because it doesn't matter how many wonderful experiences you have by yourself, if nobody else is involved in it, what good is it?
How valid is it? That's interesting.
Exactly.
That's very, 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 very interesting.
And my wife and I, we've had our own, like, you don't have to be on the other side of the country or on the other side of the house. I mean, you could be sitting right next to one another and sharing out about your experience. I've done that with my wife.
That's powerful. I can see that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I would assume it's easier if you're next to the person, but it doesn't matter. I've had experiences where I've healed headaches from people states away. I've had experience with sexual tantric energy with people states away, women that I've been with. I've, there's very, very interesting things you can do from a distance. I just can't explain it, and people think I'm freaking nuts, but if you look into it and you try it and you practice it, all I'm trying to say is I ain't special. Everyone has this ability, but if you don't know it and you don't know about how to do it and you don't really care, then you're never going to try it. But if you try it and you learn a little bit about how you do it and you just learn about it, man. This stuff is so real. I gave someone an orgasm in their elbow from Mississippi to Florida, Louisiana to Florida. That was weird. It was just a weird experience. I've healed a knee pain from someone that had trouble with their knee for 2 years, and they had massage therapists and everything massaging it for 2 years. And I healed it. I pulled it out in a 10-minute energy session and never really touched her leg until the very end of it, where I just laid my hands on her knee, and that was it. I didn't massage it at all. There's no more pain. Still to this day. I mean, yeah, man, it sounds totally bizarre, and I don't expect anybody to believe me. And in fact, if you think I'm crazy, well, I kind of feel bad for you, because you know what? I did the same thing. I thought the person that said they could do X, Y, and Z was a freaking nut job. Just the same as if you're a flat earther right now, you thought flat earth was crazy. Well, let me tell you something. They're hiding a lot more than just the shape of the earth from us. They're hiding the fact that we're very, very powerful beings. We're very energetic, etheric beings, whatever the hell you want to call it. We can do things. And you would not believe what we're capable of. And it doesn't take a college degree. It doesn't take a whole lot of time. I took it wasn't even 60 pages. It was about 40 pages long, maybe. And I only read about 25 or 30 pages of this document. And I was able to pull out headaches and nausea from people. That's pretty cool. I didn't even get into the very deep stuff. If I was doing all the other work, maybe I could do more, But the thing is, it just takes a little bit of knowledge, and you never know where your innate abilities are. You never know if you're a natural at it or what. I must be a natural at a lot of different things, but you never know what you're natural at unless you're exposed to it, unless you give it a chance. So there you go.
Yeah, I'd like to elaborate a little bit more on that. I don't know so much that it's something that you necessarily have to have somebody to teach you, because no one taught me. It's just something where you have to, when you start looking at the world and you see how much lies are put in front of your face, if you're actually seeking to, okay, what's the reality? And the reality is more than the physical, right? Obviously. That's great, baby. Good job. Sorry. When we look at, things like emotion, things like love, things like concern, things like, but I've learned to separate myself from a lot of emotions. But the thing is that, we know that there's an existence outside of just the physical seen world, right? And science, of course, has replaced all that with spinning balls, right? On the macro and the micro. They just come up with these philosophies and these theories that everything is put together without the spiritual. And it's just to distract us from the reality of it all. There's more invisible, unseen stuff around us than there is the physical seen stuff. Like if you look around the room you're in, see all the solid objects you have, and then look at how much space is in between everything. There's space.
All right, someone's got to put their headset on. Getting an echo. Anyhow, I wanted to say hello to Candy. She is in our panel here, and hopefully she did get my text. I asked you to send the link to Zulu 1, and I'm trying to get Shanna on, but Shanna on.
I'll send her a link too.
Jack, I think you were coming through fine. I got what you're saying. And you know what? There could be a lot said. Hey, Candy as well. We were talking A minute ago, I was saying, man, I wonder if you want to talk about some of the stuff that we meant to discuss a while back about outer body stuff. But if
Can you
you
believe
do,
how long that's been?
it was a while.
It's like a
And
year.
yeah, we haven't got the chance, and I think enough people in here might want to hear something about it. We didn't go too deep in it, but if you want to, let me know if you're up for that. You got questions? Ask them.
Yeah. But you know what? It's I didn't realize that. I don't know if I told you about my son or not. My youngest son, he's 14. I didn't even know that he's been looking into astral projection and outer body experiences and all that for a year. And one day he started talking. Well, no. He heard me and Ace McLeod. We were on the phone for a couple hours and we were talking about it. And he was like, Mom, you know about that? And I'm like, what are you talking about, son? And he's like, you know about astral projection? And I'm like, yes, of course I do. And I was like, you know about that? And he was like, yeah, Mom, I've been researching it for like a year trying to do it. And I'm like, really? I was like, me too. And he was like, oh, and then like the next morning he was, watching more videos and reading about it. And he's telling me all this stuff. And he's like, Mom, he's like, I want to go into the astral world. No, that he said the astral realm. And I'm like, oh yeah? I was like, wait, hold on. You want to go where? And he's like, you don't know what that is? I'm like, no. I want you to say it again. He's like, the astral realm. And I was like, well, how do you live on a planet then? How do you live on a sphere, on a ball, if you can go to another realm? And he was like, well, dang, I guess the Earth's flat then. He said, because I know this is real.
A lot of them say the astral plane as well,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's awesome. So Candy, like, reach out to me whenever you're with your son and he's got some questions, because look, there's some things. This is my take on it, and I know that there's a lot of people that say they can go out of body and go to all these other realms and planes, and they call it this and that and this and that. And one of them is the Akashic records, where supposedly everything anyone has ever thought or created or almost created, or any thought, anything that ever happened is like all recorded, and you can sort of like a library look into everything, everyone's past, everyone's potential past. I don't know much about it. I could be wrong. But the thing is, a wealth of knowledge is in this one section, this one place you can go when you leave your body. Well, there's I've heard of people going to
that gave me chill bumps. I have this weird thing. I'm not going to talk about it right now. But when some stuff gets said, like that's really true. Like I don't know how to explain it right now. Yeah, my whole entire body, my head to my toe, like it's so weird.
My goodness. Yeah, I said that. You know why I said that? Because 3 times, Candy, 3 times this week, my interaction with someone, something I brought to their table has given them goosebumps. And that is a spiritual sign for me as well. I've also had goosebumps again, like twice this week, from things that it's so rare for me. But this week and a half alone, not only has been me, but people around me have been getting goosebumps like crazy. So this knowledge that I'm telling you about, it's all that means is listen. All that means is listen, because this is my intake and my input. And I could be right. I could be partially right. Whatever the case, this is it. The difference between a fully conscious out-of-body experience or astral projection, same thing, and the difference between that and a lucid dream. Do you know the answer?
No, I was actually talking about that the other day. Like, how do you know that it's not just a dream?
Mm-hmm. All right. So I'm going to tell you right now, I made a video on this, and it's aptly named, what's the difference between an astral projection and lucid dream, or something like that. But so it's your level of awareness. Okay. So imagine if you lay down at night and you try to go out of body and you tell yourself, I have a goal. I'm going to go see my friend John and see what he's doing when I leave my body. And I'll call John tomorrow and tell him and see if I got it right. All right. So that's your goal, right? Okay, cool. Fair enough. So if you go lay down and go to sleep, or you try to go out of body, not go to sleep, you try to go out of body, and you're doing your technique and you make it, you go out of body, and then you say, wow, cool, woohoo, Let me just do some backflips. Let me fly in the air. Let me go see if Earth is flat or round. Guess what you've done? Whatever experience you had was amazing, and that's great. But you forgot what? You forgot your main goal, right? You forgot that you planned to go see John and what John was doing. So you weren't quite as aware as you could have been. Now, sometimes you get out of body and you are so still connected to your main goal, which also still means in a sense that you're connected to still the physical realm, just that much. And whatever the case, if you remember your original goal, you're not having a lucid dream. You're having a real, fully conscious astral experience. If you forgot your goal and you're flying around and doing stupid stuff, you're having a lucid dream. You have become...
Because you can't really control your dream and what you're going to go set out and do inside of your dream.
No, lucid dream, you can control it. But
really?
Yeah. The lucid dream is the dream where you wake up in a dream and realize you're dreaming, and then you can control it. But if you're laying down at night and then you go through the process of your body falling asleep and you're aware and you float out of your body and now you're controlling that experience and you're not doing your main goal, if you're not doing your main goal, you're having a lucid dream and something less. But if you're doing your main goal, then you're aware enough, you're focused enough to actually be doing what you originally intended. And that makes all the difference. It really does. So there's different levels of awareness. And once you can be on that level of awareness, then maybe you could go to some of these other places like the Akashic Records and stuff. But a lot of people get out of body, have an experience, and then they start creating their environment more in a lucid dream, unaware state. And you can have all kinds of cool experiences that way, but it doesn't mean that you can validate them with Nancy or John, you know? And that is, it means something to understand that. It really does. Did you have something to say, Ginger?
Yeah, you actually just answered my question.
Swing.
So, long story short, I was talking to a lady that claimed the astral projection thing. So, and I'm totally, I've been trying, but I just cannot do it. But either way, I asked her, so when you're flying around, is it a globe or is it flat? And she's like, oh yeah, it's totally a globe. But that's also her upbringing and not being aware of the whole flat stuff that we all have been learning about for the past number of years.
Oh,
so I mean, if your mind is already thinking it's going to be a globe, then odds are that's what you're going to see is what I'm.
But then are you really astral projecting then? Because you're not going to go into your friend's house and think that they're wearing purple pajamas, but they're really wearing nothing. So, I mean, are you really seeing what's there, or is you just imagining that you are, or are you lying?
Well, let me tell you this. I know the answer. So a lot of people will go out of body and have a lucid dream, and they realize that they can control this dream, and they're definitely. It depends. It depends on whether or not you realize you're out of body, or whether or not you've just woken up from a dream and you realize you're dreaming. That's just another layer of you're not fully aware, because you have to take the next step in that experience and say, well, not only are you controlling a dream, but guess what? Your body's physically sleeping. So you must be out of that shit. So now a little bit more awareness. Now you really know you're out of body. But a lot of people get stuck in a lesser state of awareness in the lucid dream state or lower. And what they can do is have elaborate experiences in that state. And all that they're doing is creating their environment with their intentions in their mind. So yeah, they can say in that state, wow, well, I'm gonna play around and now I'm gonna go see John. And then they go see John and John's in a woman's thong. Well, wow, they're gonna tell John tomorrow, hey John, were you in a woman's thong? John's gonna be like, no. But you created that because you were in a lesser state of awareness. Now, for some reason, it does make a difference to realize that where you really are. I mean, when I had an experience where I was flying around my tree in my front yard, and I thought, wow, this is hot shit, I'm flying around this tree. And then I was like, whoa, wait a second. I'm dreaming. Cool. Boom. And then it hit me. Well, I'm out of body. So now I can transcend this experience and really go somewhere. Now, what am I going to do with this? Oh, I want to prove it, because that was my main goal every time. I want to prove the experience. I want to have another experience under my belt where I just, freaked somebody out or proved it to myself that this was real. So I was so aware. That is my main goal whenever I would ever wake myself up in a lucid dream. It's always to prove it, to prove it, to prove it. So bam, I'm already that much aware of my original goal. So here I am. Now, what do I do to prove it? Well, I work with Jennifer tomorrow. So let me go see what Jennifer's doing right now. And now here's where I wasn't fully aware because it was sunny. I was flying around my tree. It was sunny. But in reality, it was nighttime. I was already sleeping. Okay. So what happened was when I went to go see Jennifer, what happened? Bam, I'm in her room. It's dark. I was like, oh, what the hell? And I was kind of confused. And I'm like, oh, there's Jennifer in a pink blanket that looks shiny, like a windsuit material. And she's curled up in a fetal position in a ball. And she's got these gray spandex, tight, stretchy looking pants all the way down to her ankles. I was like, and then I'm looking, I'm like, oh, wait, hold up. Oh my God, I'm in her bedroom. It's probably nighttime. This ain't cool. But at least I got this and it wasn't inappropriate. So let me wake up, right? Let me wake up. Let me go back to my body. And that's what I did. That was my experience. Well, guess what happened? Next day at work, I tell Jennifer at lunchtime. Jennifer goes, she turns like almost white as a ghost. She was really freaked out when I told her what I saw and what I did. And she asked me, I was her manager, she says, can I take a lunch break? And I'm like, yeah, sure. She goes out, take a lunch break. She calls my girlfriend at the time. She says, if your husband ever peeks into my windows at night, I'm going to call the cops. And it took a day or so before I got it out of her that, guess what? Old Horry hit the freaking nail on the head. Everything down to the pink, shiny blanket that she had on and the gray spandex pants and the fetal position she was curled up into, everything. Just like every other experience that I went somewhere and saw stuff. Like one of them was my girlfriend at the time in high school. I went and I said, I want to go see my girlfriend. And all of a sudden I'm in her room and I'm seeing this naked girl in the bed. And I was like, oh, this is inappropriate. And I woke up and I asked her about it. And guess what she said? Holy crap. That was the first time ever in my life that I slept naked on my own bed. So what am I supposed to do with that?
Hey, Ginger and Candy, if you're, I believe you're both listening by your speakers. If you mute your microphone when he's talking, we won't get that much of an echo.
Oh, it might be my headphones.
Oh yeah, there's a little feedback.
As far as I know, I'm got my headset working. When I take it off, I only hear it through there. But maybe the microphone's too close, and
I think it's Candy.
It's probably me.
Yeah, it's Candy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just watching the green bubbles pop up, showing that it's receiving something from Ginger and something from Candy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it is both. All right. Well, but yeah, that's two of my biggest stories where it's like, oh, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? I got two more, but it's just that's it. I did it enough times to say, okay, wow, this must be real. That's it.
Yes, I validate those experiences with my own. The thing is that like I think the thing that we're missing here is what are we supposed to do with this? I believe that's an important factor that we're going to get to that awareness that we can actually be in our spirit form and be able to do things. And I think eventually we'll actually to be able to physically change things in that state of being as well, and for the good, of course. You want to be without sounding too philosophical, you want to be pure of heart when you attempt these things, because our selfishness can lead to some major destruction. I mean, hint the NWO, I believe they practice that form. I believe that they work in the spiritual realm on a regular basis to try to manipulate people. And I think if you leave yourself open sometimes, because I've had experiences where I left myself open to receive anything that's out there, and they're looking for people to be open because they can just send their bullcrap agenda into your head, because I thought like they did for one period of my life simply because I was leaving myself open. And nobody ever told me these kind of thought processes, and I never read a book about the situation. I've never went to a group or an organization where they talked about these kinds of things, but it was just downloaded to me. So I think there's, again, without getting into the terminology too much, I think there's a good energy push, and I think there's a bad energy push. It's all about influence, right? You can have a positive influence or you can have a negative influence. And the same thing happens with astral projection, is that I think people that leave themselves open can actually be affected by the negative influence because they're not ready to be the positive influence themselves.
I don't get too deep with whether or not I don't get too deep with how we're affected by other entities, but I hear it's a positive. I mean, I hear it's a hot topic, like psychic vampirism or defending yourself from negative entities and all the things you can do, stones or whatever you could wear. And
no, I think it's just a self preparation thing. I don't believe in magic runes. I don't believe in special jumping through hoops type of thing. I don't believe that. But what I'm saying is that if you're open to any kind of influence, then that means any kind of influence can influence you. So, like, let's take it in the physical realm, right? You can have people that are bad influences in your life, and you have people that are good influences in your life. And if you constantly let the bad influence one be part of your life, then you become a bad influence. You become just as bad as them, if not worse. So the same thing is for, if you open yourself up spiritually, let's say, or metaphysically, whatever, that you can be influenced either way. So you have to be prepared, like, okay, when you go into this, where you stand as far as is my state of being for the betterment of mankind or for the control of mankind.
Yeah, it's important for me to pray to entities that are, here's what I say, because I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to pray to at this point. And I start off all my prayers as as I say, to God or to the Creator, to Yeshua, like now it's Yeshua, to my guides, to anyone, anything out there with a pure heart and good intentions. Please listen and help me now. So I hit all kinds of entities, but I say that at the end. So I guess they're locked into a contract of having to be good. But
Yes.
that's it. That's the importance of what we're saying.
So I mean, the thing is I don't know how everybody is in the chat room, and I'm sorry if I'm offending, but most of us have looked into the Catholic Church and how the origin of their beginning is not based in Scripture. It's not based on the betterment.
I don't think any flat earthers are Catholic. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah,
there's no way.
I'm just like I'm telling them by my research. I have a very strong standing. So they chose a deity to lead up their new religion. And by the way, if you go back to original versions, then this name was never in there except for the name of a specific deity. So the deity God is actually a prosperity deity of Babylonians. And it's spelled different. It's G-A-D. In the German, it's still spelled the same, G-A-W-D, but it's still pronounced the same as God. And God is the prosperity deity of Babylon. And so I definitely don't, because I'm not all about making myself a greater man through finances, which the Catholic Church obviously is a very wealthy religion. So I stay away from God, but I totally agree with Creator, because look, I believe there is the ultimate power of creation. Now, do I believe that he did it all by himself? No, because I believe the word Elohim, often translated as God singular, is a plural word, and I believe it's a collective consciousness of righteousness, which if you read in the chat, I kind of explain that. But what it is, I know the name of that creator, which they've taken out of the Bible over 6,800 times, but I'm not going to push that on people until they can get away from, like, being connected to this term God. Because if they're just using the term that they've heard from every other religion, knowing that religions are based on man-made production, right? I mean, most of us can agree with that. religion is a man-made construct to control people using scripture, even though they may not necessarily live by scripture.
I see the importance of cutting out God, and I think about it actually every time I do that. I think about that one thing. I'm like, well, yeah, I do kind of know that God was something that we've been kind of tricked into sending our energy to through prayer.
What's on our money? What's written on our money? In prosperity, deity, we trust. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. So yeah, sure. I'll cut God out of my next prayer. Let me write that down. Right. Whew.
I think that's a very interesting point you bring up, Jack.
It's also something that I've heard before, and I think about every single time, because every time when I heard it, it made sense and it clicked, and I think about it. So it's in my consciousness. So thanks, Jack, for bringing that up. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up.
It's very hard
guys.
though when you're speaking to normal individuals that are not on the journey that we're on to not use that term to let them know who you're talking about. You know what I mean?
Yes, but typically, regardless of what faith background they have, most people can understand Creator, and most people can understand Heavenly Father. Okay, so another generic
Father,
term.
Creator, yes. Those are the terms I like to use.
Okay, Wes was going to say something.
Let me jump in here for a minute. I went and I put the chat link in our chat in here. So please, everybody click on that so you can address the people in the chat. They've been asking a lot of questions. Some of the other people in the chat were trying to answer, but I also want your guys' views as well. And welcome, Shanna. Glad you showed up.
Hey, Wesley, thanks for the link, man. Always happy to chat with you guys.
Always nice to have you here.
Hi, Shanna.
Hi, Shanna. How are you?
Hi. I'm good.
Shanna.
I can't see. My phone's messing up on me. So, is that Candy? Or is that Cat Fast?
Oh my! No, you didn't. Of all people. God.
All people, free people.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
I'm gonna let that one slide.
I'm curious if Zulu 1's going to pop in here or not.
I sent him
Mr. Zulu, what about it?
Too.
Oh, he's coming. Watch, he's coming.
Oh, he's just chatting up a storm.
I feel it. Zulu 1's going to come and say hi. He's going to rant about something. Watch. I got it.
He's got to give us that sultry voice.
Yeah, give me a second to.
You guys, that's my best friend.
Me out.
That's my best friend. And do you know that I've had my phone numbers changed since July 29th? And he didn't even have my number until today. I just sent it to him. I'm a horrible friend. I'm horrible.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I get it. I get it. So you were slacking off is what you were saying.
I haven't talked to anybody really lately. I've been just, I don't know. I mean, I haven't even talked to Karen. But I felt like, I was like, why don't you have your best friend's phone number? This is weird. But he needs to get in here because I haven't talked to him in a long time.
He said that the link does not work.
Uh-oh.
And I don't know why.
I sent it to his phone.
Normal thing you do, Zulu. Copy it and put it in a browser.
Hold on. I can add him to the call.
Or add him to the call, either one.
I'll be right back. I got to go swim out the porthole here and go grab another beer. I'll be right back, guys.
So you about to go swimming?
Okay,
awesome.
Okay, Horry. It was good to talk to you for a bit, man. It was good to listen to you.
I'm going to be
back. I don't think he's leaving. He's going to get a beer.
So we have somebody on here that says there's way too much proof that the earth is spherical. So I'm trying to wonder, this Distrex guy, I don't know, I'm going to ask him. So Distrex, have you ever seen a physical experiment that shows the dimensions of the earth formulated by the philosophy, mathematic calculations of scientism?
To be a sphere.
To be spherical, yes.
Of course, the answer is no.
because
TikTok.
all he's doing, he's just running.
Book, right?
He's just running on other people's tails on what they say without actually going out and trying to prove it to yourself.
And the funny thing is, they think we never believed this.
Yeah. You got to remember, we were all globalists before we got into flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I was a super duper globalist.
Yeah, I know. You took a while. I remember last week when you were on, or maybe the week before, and you were saying that that you were hardcore and you were trying to get into it, but you just couldn't. And I can't remember what you said, what did it for you, but.
Well, I mean, my husband was watching lots of videos, and I could hear him listening to them in the background, you know, and I was just ignoring it kind of, but it really was, he just told me, babe, just because I'm a Bible believer. Okay, Candy. And so he just said, babe, just go read Genesis 1 all over again, not thinking about it with any of your preconceived notions, just read it. When I did that, it was a whole new world for me. Whole new world. Because I was like, how did I miss this my entire life? You know, because I'm kind of old, and I don't know how I missed reading it truthfully so long. Because the Bible is a flat earth book.
Easy now. The Bible's not a flat earth book.
Okay, it's definitely not a global book, Jack.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, I will definitely say that the scripture is a stationary earth book. It is a created book. It is a covered with a firmament of lights in the firmament book. Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's why I do try to not call myself a flat earther, but you know, it's kind of catchy.
It is. It's the simple answer, and sometimes I tell people I'm just an investigator, right? I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not even though I might actually start making myself some tin hats. I'm not a tin hat wearer, tinfoil hat. But the thing is that like all I'm doing is I'm questioning what I believe because other people have told me, right? It doesn't matter if it has to do with religion. It doesn't matter if it has to do with science. It doesn't matter if it has to do with the guy across the street, right? So
right.
we have to
It matters. It's why am I taking your answer for what's going on for truth when it doesn't really make sense?
Correct. Yeah, we need to be skeptical of everything because, you know, it's like when I hear, you know, I listen to a lot of, you know, flat earth evangelism, I guess you could call it, street activism. And the people, and I've run into this myself where they're like, well, you know, they can't be lying to us. Why would they lie to us? And the question is like, okay, so have you ever been lied to? Yeah. Okay, did you want to know the reason why they lied to you, or did you want them just not to lie to you? You know, what does it matter why they're lying? The fact is that they are. And if you can prove that it's a lie, you can't discount the lie just because you can't prove why they're lying to you. In reality, you would never do that. But it's been so built into us, the responses that we have through schooling, through television, through whatever. You know, it's like when we come up with the answer, gravity for everything, or, you know, oh, it's too big of a conspiracy. Why would they lie? You know, you would never say these kinds of things about your everyday situation, right? If you find out somebody lied to you, you're not like, oh, I need to know why they lied to me before I believe they lied to me. No, if you find somebody in a lie, you're like, stop lying to me. Just tell me the truth.
No, I mean, I totally agree with you, but then eventually you want to know, why did you lie to me? Like if my husband says, oh, I went to when I was with my buddies doing this or that, and then you find out he wasn't doing that, you'd want to know why. Where were you? What were you doing? Why'd you lie to me?
Right.
You-
No, I mean, like, if they can't even look at whether or not they are lying before they know the reason. That's what I'm saying. They're doing it in reverse. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. I agree with you. They're not wanting to investigate before they want to say, why are they lying to me? Because that's a hard question. And when you get to that question, and especially when you first hear of this idea and you go straight to why are they lying to me, you're not going to get it. You're just not going to get it. You got to go and look into it, because it's really pretty deep, and it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of freaking stuff. And there's a lot of people out there who don't want to see it. They really don't want to see it. It's just like, have you ever seen The Matrix?
I'm sure. I'm sure nobody in the flat Earth movement has ever seen the Matrix. No, yeah.
Okay.
I've definitely seen the Matrix.
Cypher.
And I had to rewatch it. I had to rewatch it as a flat earther. I had to rewatch it.
Okay, well, Cypher, he wants them to put him back in the Matrix. I think a lot of people, when they hear the truth, they're Cypher. They don't want to hear it. They want to just be plugged back in and ignore it.
So given special privileges, given whatever it takes to be shut up now that they know the truth and getting plugged back in. They might even be given incentive to go back and not say anything and just work for the system in the most pure level. Like, it could be that malicious, even if that's even a reality at all. What if we not only have people that want to be plugged into the Matrix, but they also want other people to be plugged in with them. They, like, they just don't want the truth to be out there because it's going to cause chaos. It's going to cause the end game. It's going to cause all the, so it's like, whatever, let's just enjoy what we have. What's your problem? They ask us, what's your problem? And we ask them, like, what's your problem? We need to start the revolution.
Yeah. Misery loves company, right?
Exactly.
It is going to be a system reboot completely.
Absolutely.
If we do break through, it is going to be a system reboot. I wanted to ask somebody a question tonight, but I wasn't able to do that. But I might ponder this question to y'all.
Go for it.
The government likes to put in the news, likes to put things out to us as they do. And questioning AI, artificial intelligence, they like to put out ideas about AI and the Facebook thing. Oh, they were writing their own codes and stuff. What if that's all a hoax as well? And they're only putting this out there so that when they are actually using some kind of different kind of algorithm to record what we're doing, they can say, oh, it's not us, but it's actually them doing it. But it's not really an AI system. It's just them.
So what you're saying is basically they could be just making up this whole AI system to make an excuse for them invading our privacy and our life. Yeah, it's a definite possibility, but they also talk about this transhumanism thing. So I think they actually think that AI is possible. And in fact, when you hear them talk about AIs, and I'm not exaggerating, they've actually talked about it's going to be like a deity to them, and they don't know if it's going to be a benevolent deity or an evil deity. It doesn't matter. We still have to make it happen. So
right.
I think
I see it from both ways. I see both things possible. I mean, I just wondered what you thought, if maybe they were just making it all up to spy on us and say, we're not doing it. It's just the AI, it's out of control kind of crap.
So, I mean, Horry's a nerd, so he could probably back me up on some of this. Regardless of, if it grows into the thing that they're talking about where AIs are talking to other AIs, and then they're trying to come up with their own language and make up their own control system. But the thing is that all computer systems are cause and effect. You tell it to do this specific thing, and then you tell this thing to react to that specific thing. So I don't know how it can. They say that they have taught it to learn. So I don't know if that's possible or not.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, and that's where I would stand with it. Is like one system would put out info, and the other system would base that info on its database. There's not, in my knowledge, no way to really learn from that. You end up with some conclusion of language that really doesn't make any sense to us. Might not even be anywhere close to how a normal human would react if put into action. I throw my hands up at that, because unless they know something I don't know, what you said makes a lot of sense to me, and that's kind of where I ended up with it. It's a cause and effect type of learning, and that doesn't tell me artificial intelligence. That doesn't tell me it's a self-learning system. That just tells me it's going to evolve into something.
It's just more programmed.
Yeah.
Programmed.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that we are being led down this street of saying, oh, AI, by our news and what we're being told, that it's something that they might not be able to control, but I think they may actually be in control of it. It's just their new way of spying on us and controlling us.
You know what? They have us so interested through video games, through this augmented reality of hearing aids and special glasses and all these things that we can now put into our body. Like we want to be, a lot of us want to be integrated into a Android body. We want to be augmented to have more enhanced, senses or whatever the hell we're interested in. The games
More
want us.
controlled. Yeah.
But all that is for them is to try to integrate this AI into us, or this cloud system is going to be in our glasses that we can now, every video we record is going to get sent to the cloud, and it's a way for them to monitor and spy on us. But the more we put it in our bodies, the easier it is for them to be all up in our business. And
exactly.
We got people that can hack anything. We got people that can take I think there's these remote scooters where people are riding on their scooters and they have a little controller and they're just doing their thing. We got hackers that have just been trolls that can hone in on these scooters and stop and control this other guy's scooter and completely throw him off his own scooter. I mean,
yeah, I've seen those drones too.
The drones, I'm sure it could be anything. I mean, we had universal TV remotes that could do that with your neighbor. If he's got a TV and he's blaring it through your walls, you could take your damn remote and you could probably turn his volume down. I did that in high school. It was hilarious. I hated some of the classes I was in, so I would turn on and off the TV and turn the volume on the static channel really loud. And I had the biology teacher convinced that it was the school's TV system getting wonky. So for a couple of days, I had free reign over this TV. We didn't do anything. But you know what? It's just this testament of what you can do, and it's worse and worse. Now we got cars that want to drive us. Well, what do you think some psychopathic hacker could do with that car in camo alongside the highway, just waiting for some guy to come in his range and drive another car into another car? I mean, come on, this is not a pipe dream. This is a reality. And
right. Boy, who wants this society? I mean, I don't. I know y'all don't want this society.
No.
I mean.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's they're pushing the sci-fi thing to be this beautiful thing where we are all integrated with technology, because technology is the new deity of this age, I believe. It's I've seen commercials that drive me crazy. Like the one I saw the other day says you literally cannot live without Wi-Fi. I'm like, what? What? Do you know what the word literally means? I mean,
I've never had Wi-Fi. So I can totally live without it.
Same here, Shanna. No Wi-Fi in my house.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. I'm not sure who that is talking. My pictures are
That is Ginger.
weird.
Hey, guys,
Do it.
I'm gonna pop off a little bit. I'm gonna do some streaming on chat roulette. So I'm gonna try to stream to like Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, Periscope, all these channels, and see if I can flat smack from the Tesla on my sub account.
Make sure
Oh, cool.
that you link us to those things so that we can check it out later.
Sure thing. I'll pop it in the chat here if you guys want. But yeah, just
Horry, it
before
was
it gets
very
too late.
nice speaking with you.
It was Shanna, always a pleasure. Candy, Ginger Sugar Bush, Jack, just Jack, and we got Matt in there, and of course Wesley. Thanks for this awesome hangout, Wes.
Hey, you bet.
See you, Horry.
See you guys later.
Good luck, Horry.
All right, bye.
Guys, I also have to take off, so thank you very much for having me.
Hey, Ginger Sugar Bush. Very good to see you too.
Yep, it's great to see you, Shanna. And Wes and Jack, this is the first time we've talked, so.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Ginger.
Yep, you as well. How do I get out of this without, like, there's that red hang up button? If I hit that.
Yep.
That's all you do. Hit that red
That's it.
hang up button.
Okay, because I thought somebody out there at one point hit that and it ended the whole stream for everybody else.
Only if the person.
No, that would only be the one who started it. That's the one who started it.
Okay, just wanted to be sure because I didn't want to screw it up for you guys.
You're
Because
good, man.
I've always been paranoid about that button. I've always just like left it running and hope for the best. All right,
I've
guys.
had that feeling as well. I've done that before too.
All right, guys. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, good night.
Bye.
Well, sorry I brought up a strange subject about the AI. I just.
It's not strange. It's very prevalent in everybody's investigations right now.
Stopped you if I didn't want you to say anything.
I know you would, Wesley. You'd be like, "Shut the hell up, Shanna."
It's just like when Just Jack jumps into a lot of scripture, and if I see a lot of people in the chat that are, oh, not this again, I may say something, but I have. Yeah, but I've never said anything because I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me.
That's cool.
Shauna, how come you're always up in the chat? You never want to come in here and talk with us.
Yeah, I keep sending her a link.
What do you mean, Jack?
Not Shanna, Shauna. I was talking about Shauna. Shauna's in the chat. She's always, chatting with us, but she doesn't want to come on in.
Oh yeah, I can't see the chat right now, but I saw her in there, and
if you look, you can't because you're on the mobile, right?
yeah, I can't. But I saw. I went to the chat. I went to y'all's your YouTube channel first, Wesley. And I was on there, and I was talking, and yeah, why don't you come on in, Shauna?
Okay, somebody refresh my memory. I am trying my darndest to set up my chat at slow chat, and I went to my back office, clicked on settings, and I'll be damned if I can find it.
Well, Wesley, I've never been live, and I've never had a chat, so
yeah, ditto. I have no clue.
I have no idea how to set that crap. So.
I know I've done it before, but I just can't find it.
To pop up whenever you first started a show. I haven't done a show in so long.
Oh, hey Matt, how you doing? I didn't even see you pop in.
You don't listen very well because everybody else has already said I was here.
Yeah, when I'm doing something on the other side, I am totally oblivious to everything.
I think it was Matt that was talking earlier, and I was like, "Who is that?"
No.
Anyhow, this is Matt Ford. He's one of my best buddies. I've known him for over 20 years. He is a globalist, so
Well,
beat
sweet.
him up, all you.
Nice to meet you, Matt. You were talking to me earlier, and I was like,
It wasn't me that was talking to you earlier. That was one of the other guys. But
"Oh, it wasn't you."
nope.
Hey, y'all. Carolyn needs convincing. Tell her that she should get her phone and get into this chat.
Do it.
Well, Wesley's got to send her a link.
No,
I did.
it's not the link that's the problem. We've been trying to get it on the other laptop, and the laptop is crap. And I told her just get on the phone, and she's like, "No, I give up." And I'm like, "No, they want you in here. Come on in."
Okay, so where did you see this again? Do I click on enhancements, Matt?
It used to whenever you first started the Hangout, it would ask you if you wanted slow chat on. It's been forever.
No, but you could go back in and you can edit it while you're doing your show.
I don't know. I've never messed
So
with it.
that's why I'm where it is. That's not it. Definitely not.
I'm at work, so I can't mess with it right now. Needs to
I
hurry up
don't know.
before
It
I
was in
go
here.
home.
Okay, maybe I have to click on advanced settings.
Oh, maybe advanced. Yeah.
Show all users can blah blah blah. Allow chat, replay, licensing, category, video language, community, record date, video statics. No. Net duration. This video contains paid no. Allow embedding. Yeah, I'm lost. It's not here. I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat knows and they text me already. Let's see.
Google's your friend. Why don't you just do a Google search? How do I put
She
slow
said
chat on?
no. Well, yeah, Shanna says that it's in my advance, which I just.
Oh, I don't know, Wesley, but that's probably where it is. If
No,
I
no,
don't know,
not you.
'cause
I'm sorry.
I've never done it.
Shanna is what I meant. I'm sorry. Shanna put that in the text. She said
Oh,
it's in
okay.
your
I was like,
advance.
I didn't say that.
Man, Shanna and Shauna, it's just screwing my head up.
Yeah, and now you got Caroline and Carolyn.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if you were in real time. Yes, I'm in real time, but where in advance is it? That's my question. Well, I'm just going to leave it. Screw it. This thing slows. Every time I open up a browser, it slows everything down. So, yeah, Matt is a security guard, and he is working right now.
Oh, yeah? Matt, you're on security duty?
Yeah.
Shows you he doesn't do his job.
My job's easy. Can't say what it is, but it's simple. The only fun I've had tonight is I called PD on a place next door from where I'm at. The teenagers messing with vacuums.
Vacuums?
Yeah, there's teenagers messing with vacuums. Breaking into the dirt container, which was hilarious because the vacuums are free. And I called PD on them. And I think PD actually finally caught one of them tonight. Amazingly.
Why would they care if they were breaking into free dirt?
Because it's on a business. And what they're more than likely looking for is they're trying to break in to get money. But they don't realize that those vacuums are free. So when they break into the container, they're breaking actually into the dirt container, which is kind of funny.
In other words, they're looking for the coins that people have been paying for the vacuums, but there isn't the coins because they're free vacuums.
Well, I understand that point of view, but I also do know a scavenger person that will go to the local car washes and
Hey, Wes.
Yeah.
You see Shauna's reply on the chat?
Yeah, I'm reading,
Okay.
I'm reading
All
it right now. I was thinking about doing a screen share, and then she can see exactly what I'm seeing. And I know for a fact, nowhere did it say select in bed slow mode. It doesn't say that. I didn't see it. I'll try it again. But every time I try it, it slows my computer down, which in turn slows my show down. All right, let's try it again. I wish I could do that shit on my phone. Go ahead,
Anyway,
talk in
Matt,
the background, guys.
I want to tell you this real quick, Matt. This lady I knew, she would go break into the local car wash vacuums, and she would lock them back up. She would just take out all the filth. She would empty their vacuums, basically. She didn't try to take their money. She just took all their crap out of there, and she put it in bags and looked for like loose change and jewelry or whatever got vacuumed up out of their cars, And she scavenged quite a bit of stuff that way. Interesting. But she didn't tear anything up. She locked it back up. Very, very strange. Very strange.
Yeah. These knuckleheads don't shut it back up. They leave them wide open, and then they have to fix them the next day.
I know. No, yeah. I can understand if they're breaking crap and stuff, but no, this lady I knew, she actually, did it in a very strange manner. I mean, she was methodical about it. She picked the locks and she shut them back, and she wasn't trying to even steal the quarter. She could have, but she didn't. She just wanted to get the dirt out of it. She cleaned out the vacuum cleaners, basically.
That's what I did wrong. I got it. Never mind. Oh, I'm so stupid. I clicked on like 2 weeks ago video. Yeah, it's not going to show it there, dumbass. I got to click on live stream. Oops.
Yeah, it's really hard to adjust a live stream that's not happening.
Yep.
I was
You are
just getting ready
correct,
to tell
sir.
you it's under live stream. I go.
Yeah, Wes, you probably have to do it right. You have to probably do it before you start the stream.
Yeah, Matt, why didn't you tell him to do it on the live stream? Come on, man.
Really? You should know all this stuff. I'm sorry, not a geek. You're a nerd.
Yeah, we know you are. Can't leave it up very long, but there you go. There's what
All right. I found it. I did it, and we're all good. I'm going to put age restriction on here, too. I keep forgetting to do that every time I start a show. Okay, it is done.
Because people are talking shit.
Now we are on slow mode. I don't know why. We only got 10 people in here. But I know it was getting kind of heavy.
I was telling you about how well this phone's camera is. I'm in the dark, and you can still see my face.
I know, it's great. We wish we couldn't see your face, but okay.
Yeah.
I can't see your face.
Because she's on a mobile.
You're good.
She's on a mobile, so you can't expect her to see anything.
I can see yours. I can see Wes. I'm on my mobile.
Funny.
Oh, I see somebody.
Around.
Yeah. Yeah, I see you, Jack. You're wearing a blue shirt.
And Wes is over there smoking his cigarette like he always does. With his little cowboy on.
Looks can be deceiving. It's actually a reflection of the screen on my shirt that makes it look blue, but it's actually a gray.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks gray.
So, what do y'all think about letters and words?
Like reading letters or writing letters or?
Well, you know, I'm going to sound super stoned, but
okay, I guess.
You know,
sorry, I have to.
The word letters is made out of letters.
I have to hang on for a minute.
Write the word letters and write the word letters.
Shush. Shush for just a second. People in the chat were asking who Matt is. They've never heard of him. Matt is one of my oldest friends. I've known him for almost 20 years. And we met online.
For 30 years. Try again.
Is it 30? No, it is not.
It's almost 30.
1995, I think. Wasn't it? 95?
92. That's when we
It
first
was
met.
not 92.
Yes, it was.
My son was 6 years old when I met you. And he was born in 93.
We first met in 92, though.
There's no way. I didn't even have a computer in 92. Dude, I didn't have a computer in 92. First computer I got was from...
I don't know anymore. Thanks.
Trust me.
But yeah,
y'all known each other a long time.
Yeah, too much.
It's a long time. And Matt is not a flat earther, but he doesn't mind my downfall, I guess he might call it. I don't know.
Mike, you don't mind putting up with their flat earth stuff?
What's the holdup?
I don't know.
Really,
she
what's
keeps
the holdup?
No, Matt, I'm just wondering why do you believe
he's
the ball?
He has never I don't know where he went, but he has never researched it, mainly because he works so goddamn much.
That sucks.
Okay.
That happens.
So
I was gonna give him 200 proofs, man. Dang it! I was just about to say all 200 just now, but oh well. We'll have to wait till he comes back.
Oh, Matt left. You know.
Yeah.
That's the big game. We get distracted. We have to work to just stay afloat, and there's no time for looking for crap like this. I mean, who looks for this? Who looks for truth and flat earth? And
well, we got a Just Jack lookalike.
Hi.
Brothers.
I am trying to set this up for my wife. I'm hearing my own echo. It's causing me to pause.
So anyhow, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Who?
Yeah, you. Talking to you. Here, I'll
This
even
guy?
put your face up. There.
Oh my gosh. Sorry,
We're
guys.
presenting you now. So, and now he's gone. He didn't like that.
Oh, fish.
Oh, God. Trouble.
Hello.
Hey, fish.
We got the drunken hillbilly is in the house. How you doing there, Fish?
Trying to get a cigarette lit. There I go. There I go. I'm doing fine. How's everyone else? Oh, and by the way, as long as I'm here, I've got to say,
Oh, who was that? Somebody just popped in. I've seen a female. I think I know who it is. I think she finally showed up.
Do you now?
There she is.
Hello.
She's here.
I was here the whole time.
Why is it echoing like that?
there's an echo loop.
Oh, hell.
Nice.
That's on me.
Well,
Sorry.
I know you've been here all.
Jack.
That's one thing I like about having her in my chat. She always comes to my chat, and I appreciate that.
Like 50 million messages. I warned you. You're going off on like.
Hey, when are you and Zulu going to do another show
I
together?
can't see her name.
Shauna. It's Shauna.
Oh, Shanna. Hey, Shanna.
We got Shanna and Shanna.
I'm glad you
Shanna
right
joined
next
us,
to you.
son. It's very nice to meet you.
Hello. Very nice to meet you. Are you going to be there in November?
No.
Oh, you should be.
Yay, we got 3 females in the chat. Woohoo!
Where's my candy?
Yeah, where the hell is Candy? Come on, Candy.
She dropped out some.
She's the one that sent me the thing. She said her phone was freezing.
She's in the Hangouts chat.
Guys, here.
She was trying to get
Yeah,
in.
I'm having some pretty super bad understanding of y'all, but I'm trying to hang with you and listen. Pretty rough on my phone, though.
Is it the connection
Right.
or is it the like all of everybody like talking over each other, or is it the conversation? Because you brought up a really good topic.
You know, I can hear you super good, but like I think it might be an overlap of some people talking.
Well, you got a big.
There we go. We got a new person. We have a new person in the room. We'd like you to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Jack's wife.
Hi.
And
Carolyn.
Shauna, what was the really good topic you think I brought up?
The artificial intelligence and really how that rolled into what Horry was talking about earlier. I was in the chat just typing like mad because that's the connection between the two, the idea of the singularity and the synchronicity concepts are so entwined with AI and what's going on in technology right now. It's just
Yeah, they want to have all the AIs come together and become a singularity themselves. It's insane.
You're an echo.
I hear an echo so bad.
You're an echo.
Talking through 2 microphones at once. That's why.
that's what it is. Because it keeps bouncing. That's
Because
awesome.
my wife is too close to me.
Your wife
Well-
can never be too close to you.
So what do we call her? Just wife?
Carolyn.
Carolyn, hi.
Carolyn is.
See, I'm not the only one who has an old brain. It's
old soul. Just go with
Well-
that, Wes. It's okay.
Shauna,
Fish, where's
what
your
I was
hat?
actually bringing up about
Yeah,
AI is
let's get the
it
hats on.
fake?
Is the idea of a computer becoming self-aware fake? In my opinion, no. Based on the way that technology has grown exponentially. And I included, there's a book called The Bad Seed. There's a movie that went with the Matrix series called The Animatrix. And there's a Nickelodeon movie with the mom from Married with Children and the mom from Sons of Anarchy, Peggy, right?
Yeah.
She is part of a smart house, and that was a Nickelodeon movie from, I want to say, the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. And all of these actually build on the concept of technology becoming self-aware. The Animatrix obviously goes into the background, how we got there.
Right, and I'm very well aware of all of this, but I wonder if this is something that they're pushing on us to put it into our minds that this is actually a thing when it's actually just the government running a program to spy on us and not being actually AI.
Oh, without a doubt, but that's what they do. I mean, they're doing the same thing with concepts like disclosure. Again, look at the entertainment that's happening. They're giving you seeds of thought form that is meant to grow into your brain.
In other words,
no, it's cool. It's totally fine. Just like, okay, guns.
I'm looking at it as like,
you're
you
muted.
know, them saying we went to the moon kind of thing. And then they're telling us, oh, we're developing AI. Well, I know we didn't go to the moon, but a lot of people still think we did. And I wonder if it's a very similar, a new, like, kind of diversion.
It could be, yes, it could be a diversion, but also because of the way that they think, because they're, again, that negative projection thing, they also believe that they can manifest things by getting enough people to believe in it too.
I don't know that that's not possible.
Nor do I. I'm just saying that could be another possibility. There could be real AI. There could be real AI. It could be a false psyop, or it could be they're trying to make it actually happen.
Well, I'm sure they're trying to actually make it happen, but I don't. Okay, my whole idea is that maybe if we didn't put stock into it and really believe into it, maybe it wouldn't give it that power. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you.
I know I'm
100%
sounding nuts.
Not at all. Don't even give it a second. Look at who you are talking to, a group of people that have very open minds. So you're safe.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Fish, I don't know you. Are you an asshole?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
He is.
But he's an open-minded one, so it's all good. So,
but he's an open-minded drunk asshole. So you have to excuse him.
I try to look at anything that's coming out of the news and anything that's coming out of my government's mind and look at it backwards, because more than likely, whatever they're telling me is probably the opposite, and they don't know
God,
shit.
I swear to
about
God,
what they're
that guy
telling you.
that guy looks just like frickin' Jack, man. I'm assuming that's her boyfriend or husband. Looks just like Jack. Just Jack.
I can't see him, Wesley. All I can see is Jack, Wesley, and me. Because my phone will not update when new people come in.
Here we go. I'll click on him. See, you can see him. There he is.
Oh, now I see.
Tell me he doesn't look like Jack. It's like a twin.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Pretty close. You're muted, guy. We can't hear you. Sorry. She has to unmute.
Who, what, huh?
And there's love something.
are you?
Yeah,
are
that's
you
the
talking to
person
me
I'm
again?
talking about. No, not you. No.
You said something that looks just
Talking
like
about
me.
Yeah, the love of looks just like you, man.
that was me.
Yeah.
Yes.
He
I'm
put on
trying
his
to-
picture after he put on his hat, and I went in the other room with his wife. You guys didn't realize
Oh,
that?
geez.
That is
I
Jack.
never caught that.
Yes.
I'm losing it.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
There we
good
go.
Lord.
There we go.
Jack, you suck.
There we go. Look, now you got multi-angle. Check that out. All right. No, it's weird because the headphones are plugged into the phone, but the sound's still coming out of the speaker, and she can't figure it out, and neither can I.
Did you check your settings? I guess I'm the resident nerd today.
It says that it's the call volume that's up. Like
I
it's
think-
showing headphone volume and call volume.
I think
Weird.
She said it's the AI altogether.
Right?
It's the AI
it shuts
algorithm.
off on its own several times.
Oh, my wife has been flagged before for searching stuff on Google.
Yeah, they flagged me, bastards.
If you're not on a list, you're not doing something right.
Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
can't
know
even
who
imagine.
you
Why
are.
that's the idea.
No.
I'm gonna run this by you, ladies, since you might have this kind of struggle.
Here, just do it. Open.
You know, perhaps you have a man that is obsessed with flat Earth.
Yes.
Maybe flat smacking anonymous. I don't know. Well, I had an idea to make these little.
We can't hear you. You're muted, and he's walking away.
You're muted in the phone.
No, wait. I want to hear this.
She's getting there. Hold on. Plug it in.
Well, you
Yes,
just don't want to be in the room.
Get close to the microphone. I can't hear you.
Why is it not working? Okay. So
Much better.
my idea to get attention from him was to get some flat Earth on.
Nice.
Right? you know, your
Too
man's
funny.
on podcast all the time. You're like, I'm gonna walk in with some flat Earth underwear, maybe a bra, iron something on that too, and just be
Go.
like,
Good.
I was just gonna say. Put the.
I'm
I was
probably
just
gonna
gonna
have to do
put
something
the,
like that with
flat Earth-
Overwatch, so I'm with you there.
Put the flat Earth map on your belly.
Something.
Let him work from there. He can go
It
up
can
or
be
down.
an adventure of discovery.
Exactly.
My husband's so far beyond like doing the whole research on the internet. He don't have to. He's not engulfed by it anymore. So I don't need to worry about that.
Well, you
we're-
can blame Wes for my flat Earth addiction.
We're having a great time tonight.
He went there, went beyond, and he's done with it. He's like, he don't even watch hardly flat Earth videos anymore. He's like, I know flat.
When did I lose
whatever, you know,
control?
it's not a globe, and I know I'm being lied to. He's
Yeah, my wife got that for a little while.
I was gonna say, where's the love?
I had a teenager that wanted to give me a hug goodnight.
Aw. You gotta take
Even-
those, man.
I
Yeah,
know
keep
that
in
it's so
mind,
rare when they're
they-
teenagers.
Mhm.
They got 9 kids, right? Or is it 8 or 9
Is
kids?
it 8 or 9?
fish is quiet. Hello, fish.
Oh,
We're
I
down
don't
to
know.
we're down to 5 living with us, but we have 8 children.
Holy crap.
8?
Yeah, all ball
Did you say you
team,
have
dude.
8 children?
That's
That's
like
correct.
a system. You guys have some hardcore, like, basic
No.
instruction.
They got
Three by
busy.
marriage, 3 by marriage, 3 with each other, and 2 adopted.
That's beautiful. You've got like a freaking trail mix house.
That's too fucking much. I raised 3 and that were a nightmare.
We've raised probably 11, though, if you think about it. When we first got married, Jack was the oldest of 9. And,
They can't hear you. You got to get closer.
A little bit.
I can hear my voice when I'm talking.
We can hear her just fine.
You're
Leave her alone. We can hear her.
Oh my god. Oh, I need to. Okay, so Candy cannot fix this.
See what I now isn't Candy and Karen B living together?
Yes.
Because I could never. I don't understand Karen B on here. Tell me, Candy, why? Why?
She's not on. That's the problem. I'm trying to connect her.
Yeah, but
Oh,
he's
yeah.
saying
No.
he's saying once she gets in here, he's gonna grill her about Karen.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good lord. I'm going to warn her.
I've been Karen B on my show for months. She'll come into my chat, yip yap, and then
Clickety clack.
I asked her to come in. I asked her to come in, and
Oh,
then
yeah,
she's
I
like,
put that in the
"Oh,
wrong
I got this to do," or "I'm going to bed." Kids, this and that. I get it. Life gets in the way. But come on, make time once.
Well, we do this pretty late at night for some people. Oh, and Jack,
Well, then.
Horry said he
Yeah.
wanted a walkthrough of that blue ball zip that you sent. He wanted to know the origin picture and that. And he was saying maybe the next time that Wesley goes live, but he's live on Flat Smackers right now. So if that was going to message him already.
Yeah, yeah, Horry. I was watching him when he was going live and talking to me about the blue ball thing, and I actually emailed him and gave him a rundown of it.
Oh, okay. So he's good then.
Oh, good Lord. All right, so I resent. Okay, Candy sent me the link, and I just resent it to her. I don't know if she's having technical difficulties or what. But
Well, Shanna typed to her,
Yeah, I
you
don't-
get, so I don't know.
do what?
Shauna typed to her, "You get," so I don't know.
That's me. I
Yeah,
said
you get.
Yeah, because
You
I
get.
said messaging you.
Hey, you get. You get now.
You go.
You get.
Oh no, come on now. She knows. Get in here.
Go fetch her.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can be a bitch, but not quite that.
She's pretty scary. I wouldn't try to fetch her.
I don't know. I love Candy. I got to meet her in North Carolina, and she was just so much bubbly. It was awesome. Just
Which
very
one?
cool people.
You talking about Candy?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's quite bubbly.
Yeah.
I got to meet Candy, and I met Zulu, and hung out with Shannon, Michelle. She's awesome.
Yeah, part of the plan for getting my wife into these chats is getting her to realize we need to hook up together at conferences and whatnot.
And hang out with the people. It's the most amazing recharge of just feel good that there can be when you have that many like-minded people coming together in a celebration. It's okay. You may not like this, but it's church.
She's expensive.
I've never met a flat earth. Only online. I have never won. Hello.
We've experienced things like that, you know, where you get together. We do Sako, which is awesome. A lot of
Hey,
like-minded
guys.
people.
I apologize. I'm gonna have to get off here. I enjoyed y'all's
Shannon
wonderful
dips every time I come
conversation.
around. Every time I get on Poncho Pete's chat,
That's okay.
Shannon dips.
It's because you're here. It's all because of you.
Oh, Candy, just come on,
Every
Candy.
single time.
Dang it, Candy.
Every
time.
single time.
You're not out, girl. I gotta go to
swear.
sleep.
It's almost funny. I mean, it's every single time, y'all. It's so funny because she doesn't even realize it, I don't think, half the time. I'm like, dude, what? Did you leave because I come on for that again?
Dang it, Candy. I just saw you came on.
Like, I'll be popping in as she's leaving. Like, it's so funny.
I just love. I just
Candy, baby girl, I love you, Candy. I'm not leaving because you came on. I got to go to sleep.
I know, it's just funny because it always happens that way.
Get a different sleep pattern so we can hang out.
Okay, Shannon.
My sleep pattern is the worst of the worst.
I love you all. I hope y'all have a great night.
Ditto.
It was very nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you too, Shauna.
Bye.
And Katie, I love you, girl. I'm sorry I'm leaving.
Ditto. No, it's okay.
Wesley,
I had to mess with you though.
so much for the invite. I thank you,
You
so
bet.
much.
Not a problem, honey.
I'm grateful to join you.
Good
It's
talking
always
to you.
a pleasure
See
to
you next
have you.
time.
Good night, you guys.
Boy,
Good night.
night.
Night,
Boy,
night.
my computer is really running freaking slow. This thing is ridiculous.
Mine's a lump.
Parents or whatever, be all cute. They're like, don't let the bed bugs bite. Bitch, there better not be bed bugs in my bed.
Well, it's about time, Uber.
Hey,
What's
Josh.
up? How's it going?
Josh, I miss you.
Cute cat.
I haven't talked to Josh in too long. Like, it's been so long.
I know, Candy. And hey, by the way, I don't use Snapchat at all, really. Like, I was completely oblivious.
I was like going down my list, and I was like, "What is this pending shit?" And I was like, "Oh my god, did you see the picture that I made with Einstein?" It says, "Bruh, no." Or no, I don't know. It says, I don't know what the fuck it says, but it has Einstein on it and the astronaut on the moon.
Yeah, dude. So I totally missed Mark's show tonight because I was in the middle of.
It wasn't live.
You missed nothing, man. It was a repeat.
Oh, that's right. He's on his way to Canada or whatever, right?
Yeah, he was at a meet today. He's in Canada, right?
Yeah. One of the guys
So
from.
what were you doing?
One of the guys from the Salton Sea stuff that's in our research group here in LA. Last time we went out to the Salton Sea, he was talking to me and the guy that he brought, because the guy that he brought was from his church, and he was saying that he was going to do a flat Earth presentation for his men's group.
Awesome.
And Blake wanted to show up, and that he told me that somebody else in our group was going to go, and then he turns around and he goes, "You want to go?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" So we go over there, and the guy, Wendell, puts on like this presentation for them. Dude, there was like probably, I don't know, a dozen guys.
Mr. Wendell, yeah. Sorry.
Dude, these guys, you want to talk about some major like cognitive dissonance and some major swapping shit around? Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like, these guys were bad. But turns out one of the guys in the group was a flat earther. And while they were all arguing with us, this guy just raises his hand and he was just like, "Well, the book says it's flat, and that's why I think it's flat."
Bold.
Turns out that Wendell has known this guy for a while and didn't even know that the dude was a flat earther because it never came up in conversation.
Yeah,
How did
and
that happen? It comes up in conversation with me every time I talk.
well, that's the thing, Fish. You're one of the good ones, like that's what I keep talking to people every time I get on the chats and stuff. It's like we have got to be bold, because if you don't even talk about it because you're afraid of the reaction, how are people even going to hear about it? Some people don't ever hear about it.
Well,
And
even if I don't talk about it, my T-shirt says the Earth is flat.
word,
I tell everybody.
yeah, I don't shut up, obviously.
Me too.
Hey, Candy, let me ask you a question. Do you have Zulu One on your Skype?
Mm-hmm.
Can you please send him a link? It just takes me
He's
forever
added
to
to the
do
call. He doesn't need a link. He just needs to open
I
his
don't
damn
know.
hangout.
All I know is that he sent me a message saying,
I'll be right
"Did
back. I'm
you?"
gonna call him.
Oh, okay. Never mind. He wasn't talking about himself. He was just wondering if I sent it to Shanna. So never mind.
You mean
Well-
Shauna?
Donna, sorry. Shanna. The shiz.
Well, because Shauna was in here too.
Man, would you just legally change your name?
Hell no.
So how long
You know, call
have you been on? I
call
just
you
got on.
Kate or something. Or what's your middle name?
You can call me Seg. Seg Detroit's my Twitter, so. And I used to go by Saganka.
Nah, I wouldn't.
And
be
I'm
able
always
to.
smoking a cigarette, so there's that.
Shauna's easier for me.
I kind of like Sig.
Thank you, Fish.
I just got home. Well, I'm a chain smoker. Sig is great.
You and me both.
There's
Man,
something about the ritual that I like
Yeah.
when I write, when I have a cup of coffee, when I smoke. There's just an aspect that requires a cigarette afterwards.
Yep.
Sure, there are other
Same thing with
things.
eating. Yep. Eating, having sex. Yep. I got 5 cigarettes left.
I smoke before, during, and after everything.
Yeah, and during, yeah. That'd be funny. Hang on, honey. I got a cramp, but I got my cigarette.
Sometimes,
damn it, you hurt my nose.
Sometimes right in the middle of it, I get up and change the channel on the TV.
When you're smoking?
I don't watch.
When he's having sex.
We were talking about it.
He watches episodes. He watches episodes of Friends.
No, that was awesome. No, we don't have. Well, we didn't actually. We recently got a cable package because it made the internet faster, and I have a house with 2 gamers.
Yeah,
so.
isn't that bull crap? Where if you want faster internet, you have to get cable. It's insane.
Especially with the smart TVs, and we're back to AI.
Well, and it makes. I don't even own a TV, but I do have the TV cable service through MediaCom because with the package, my internet is cheaper. So I have television service I don't use.
Right.
That's the same for a lot of us.
Bundle packages and all that fun stuff. Because, go back to sleep. You don't want to be paying attention to what's going on in the world out there. Watch Friends for 5 hours a day.
We'll give you internet, but we don't want you to get too stimulated, so we'll give you cable as well.
Well, it's like that old Bill Hicks. Go back to America. Your government is in control again. Just watch TV. Watch fucking American Gladiator. 56 fucking channels of it. Watch while these pituitary retards bash their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of the free.
Bill Hicks was an amazing person. I'm sorry that I did not live in a time that allowed much of his presence, but we did get to keep George Carlin for a while.
Well, you've still got Alex Jones, so Bill Hicks ain't far away.
Exactly. I was wondering when somebody was going to say that.
Had to be said.
Bill Hicks, Alex Jones, whatever. He went a little less comedian, a little more psycho, but that's cool.
It's a shtick. He's already admitted it. This is what he does.
Well, he's still with which company is that? Warner Brothers or what the fuck ever.
Yeah.
Well, that came to a screeching halt.
Well, Shanna, I'm glad you're paying attention to the chat because I'm not.
Is there a chat still? I turned that page off.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, but it's still Shauna.
And it's still Shauna, not Shanna.
Damn it.
It's all right. I got it. Okay. So think Sean like Connery, but with an A. That is how I have to explain it to anybody that tries to spell my name. And anybody that tries to say it generally gets it wrong. So don't feel bad. I am going to give you a ration of shit for it.
Sean Connery. Sean Connery.
Sean.
Go to the rock.
Money Powder.
Or Seana, right?
A lot. Yeah, it's Gaelic. I don't like the S and the E is sh. So.
Right.
I'm I'll tell you straight out. I'm a terrible speller, terrible reader. I really am.
Gaelic. Wouldn't that
you are a beautiful mind.
Wouldn't that be Doric rather than Gaelic?
But now that she said Sean Connery, I'm going to picture that, and I'll always say Sean.
I'm pretty sure it's Gaelic.
Well, because you said Sean Connery, I mean he's Scottish.
He is. I'm not.
Oh, okay. I was going to say ancient Scottish is Doric and ancient Irish is Gaelic.
Fish, you should have been here earlier. Shanna was okay. So is it Shanna?
Yeah.
Yes.
Shauna?
No, that's Shanna.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no, I know I'm Shauna.
Are you sure?
Today at this moment, I am very much embodying Shauna. Yes.
There you
However, that's another part of the conversation from earlier that I hadn't been able to join. But Fish, you missed the bringing up of letters. And I asked about spelling, and Shauna had said, what do you think about that? And you bringing up the Old Scottish, I find to be very interesting. So letters and spelling and how words have power, etc. Maybe discuss.
Oh yeah, words have.
So, go ahead.
I find we have a real problem with newspeak because the meanings of words keep changing. So when you try to talk to the younger generation, they can't understand you. Or did you mean spelling in the way of like casting spells, which all has to do with words as well?
Wordplay, yeah.
Funny thing, when I first met Candy, I constantly kept calling her Cindy. So if you ever hear me joke
off by a letter,
Yeah, I know. I'm just doing, it was just a glance because she doesn't spell her name like the Candy. And that's why it just kind of threw me off. And I don't know why I said Cindy. It's not
That's
even
what you saw. Have you ever? I mean, I'm gonna. I guess
I am
deep here, but
dyslexic.
yeah.
I am dyslexic.
Okay, so you know that. So that is a completely understandable response to that.
But the problem is that it was never diagnosed, so I never got training on how to rethink my brain.
Right. No,
So-
actually, I thank you for that because I remember in high school I used to love trying to decipher the letters that my best friend at the time would write me, and she was severely dyslexic and had only started to learn how to cope with that. And it's one of those things that I think helps to elevate us to a higher level of consciousness, to be aware of it and like embrace it.
Well, there you go.
So,
No one can get my name straight. Everybody calls me asshole all the time.
Well, that is just redundant. I mean, that comes with the territory. I think it comes with the hat.
that it very well could.
I have been called an asshole many times.
So talking about letters, like the further back you go, things were
The more
written.
fucked up it gets.
No. It's just the opposite. Like the further we get away from the source, the worse stuff gets, right? So, you talk about being dyslexic, if you looked at the way that people wrote in the beginning languages, everyone was dyslexic. We are all being taught to write backwards.
There's got to be some bad juju with that.
Well, you just got to remember that, and I brought this up on a previous show, that Spanish is much more smarter the way they do it because everything is spelt the way it sounds. But the English language is comprised of so many other languages all mashed together.
Well, and there's no rule that isn't broken. They tell you like I before E except after C except for words. They break all their own rules. It's ridiculous. I think
and that's the thing is they cause confusion on purpose.
I know the whole, Aleister Crowley angle and everything on it, but I think that it's good that we write from left to right because I'm right-handed, and that way my hand doesn't smear through the ink.
I'm with you there. Yeah.
There you go. Never thought of it that way.
As far as it being a reverse of something that it originally was, that speaks to something of de-evolution and that effort being made to keep us dumbed down. I mean, okay, so in the West, we also have this ridiculous mathematics system. And for those of you with kids in the school system, I use that term very specifically, system.
Common Core curriculum will make you insane. I'm glad mine are grown and out of the house now because some of the freaking, we were homeschooling, but it was online school. They were doing school on the computer. And some of this shit, when you look over their shoulder or try to help them out, it's like, what the fuck are they filling your head with? Holy crap, you go through that many steps? You go through that many steps to multiply numbers? That's fucked.
No,
The best
thank
stuff
you.
is
Hey, love, we can't hear you.
Not only that,
Give her
you
a
got to
second.
think about the there were a lot of kids that either I don't know if they have photographic memories, but they just see numbers and they'll go ahead and do a problem and they can solve it within seconds, and they'll write it down and they will get marked badly because they didn't do it out
Doing
long.
their work, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. That makes no sense. If you got the fucking question or the answer, shouldn't matter.
Well, they want you to show your work, and it's insane. I could understand it when the work made sense. But they want you to show your work, but you have to go through 99 steps. Like, say, it's 2 by 2. You got 2 by 2, right? Well, they want you to do an estimate and then work from your estimate and then work back the problem from there. And it's like, what in the fuck are they even talking about? It's 4.
sorry, you guys. I basically was having technical issues all night. Haven't been able to say anything. Whenever I started talking, I realized I don't have a mic, so not really good with tech stuff. I'm old school. What I wanted to say about the homeschool is that if you know anybody that's looking to get away from Common Core and they need options, I've found that the old Mennonite books kind of keep all the extra garbage out of it.
Well, there's a problem, though, because I was doing homeschool and they made us go with the online curriculum. And we had to take them up to the local university for their testing, their SAT scores, or whatever the fucking hell they call that shit now. And they had to enroll in the Common Core curriculum in order to pass on through the grades.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like they want to make sure that you're at least getting some programming in you.
Well, if there's a way around that, it's called an umbrella school. And it's basically the idea that you have a private school, but well, they consider it a private school, so you don't have to register or keep the regulations and rules of a regular homeschool. And what I do is unschooling. So I don't legally have to do any of the testing.
Well, that's a good way of doing it, I think.
I definitely
remember that.
I will definitely make use of that. My nephew is only going to be 2, so he's not quite there yet. But they have moved to Florida, and I know my sister really wants to do the homeschool thing, and I would appreciate being able to get a hold of you and ask you about that.
Oh, hell.
We start.
Florida's one of the best places for
Yeah,
that.
Florida's really good for
Florida's great.
homeschooling. And as far as like 2 years old is not too young to start learning real education, reading, writing, arithmetic, without getting into the
Freaking sponge at this point.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
going to be down there in January. I'll be in Cocoa Beach for an astrology symposium. Scientific, by the way. It looks into the scientific quantitative results, which is what we all like. And she's out there, oh gosh, like an hour out of Tampa. So I'm going to be.
Oh, yeah? Which way out of Tampa?
I would have to find something that I was probably supposed to send her like a month ago in order to get her address. But it's right off the crap. I want to say 401, but I don't think that's right.
You're going to be passing right by me if you're heading to Florida, because I'm right at I-75.
You're getting really robot-y.
I-70. It's a really, really bad corner. I know that because the light, there's always a freaking accident right there, but it's like a community, you know, like tiki-taki houses. They're all the same.
Well, let me know if my mic's working or not. But I'm right at I-75 on your way into Florida, and that's the way into Florida.
If I was driving that 22-hour trip, I would totally come see you, but I am flying. We will have to figure out a meetup someday.
Fish.
You must be near Lake City or Valdosta.
I'm in Valdosta.
All
We
right.
drive by there frequently.
So,
there
we
you go.
actually lived. When we were down in Florida, we lived there most of our life. We lived an hour south of Tampa.
Yeah.
They just moved there, I want to say it was after Christmas. I know that because they told everybody, and my sister's boyfriend proposed. It was awesome. Headed on down to work for a friend from the Navy. I don't know.
I hope they're ready for some stupid hurricanes.
Some stupid fake hurricanes.
Honestly, I don't like how they're able to manipulate the hurricanes to just stay and stick there for longer than it had to. We lost everything in Hurricane Charlie. And I'm talking about I was barefoot pregnant, 6 months pregnant. It was hot. We lost everything. I didn't even have clothing.
100 degrees. It was 100 degrees outside.
I was grabbing my clothes out of trees, wringing them out, and they kept getting mold. Like it was horrible.
Oh, ain't geoengineering wonderful?
Yeah, screw those bastards. I was looking through some of the old photos of Hurricane Charlie, and it showed people there helping with Illuminati t-shirts on. How about it?
Wow.
Yeah, they have to have a good presence because you find that the people that do the most tend to be hiding the most as well. So that always scares me when I see like big groups and like they're doing something for the kids or they're doing something for the schools or they're what have you, you know, they're helping out in those situations or creating the food banks. Like what kind of karma do you need to clear for you to be doing such good things?
Yeah, because they have to do. See, this is the thing we were talking about earlier. You know, they have to do that duality, right? They have to do. They have to do good, and they have to do evil, and they think that they actually have to do evil for more good to produce. So,
I want to hear your
children and rape them so that we can bring about a new world order. You know, it's insane.
Let me please get your take on this, Jack and Love, because you guys seem to be I'm sorry, Wes, I am totally hijacking your show, but hijacking my show, so I can do that. So
hey, let me tell you something. You probably haven't watched enough of my shows, but my format is based around getting people on here, starting a conversation, and I sit back and listen. It's a great show for me.
He shuts up all the time.
So and actually, Josh, if you're still there, I would love to hear your take on it and give you a moment to collect your thought because I know how that works. With all of these terrible, just soul-crushing, vile things that are coming out in the news today. All right, just everything. I don't even want to give it the presence of thought and word, but if you think about all that's going on and the people that are kind of taking the fall for it and what our job is as a community, as the public, and
community,
the collective, right? Yeah. So how do you even begin to grow the idea of forgiveness for these people and recognize that there's something even further above them that is pulling the strings? Like, where do you even start that conversation?
Well, for me, now see, you're going to get two different answers right here. Okay, nice. I guarantee you. Okay,
we frequent that different answers.
So here's the thing about this. For me, it's like once they submit to the authority that are pulling those strings, like it's a conscious choice on their part. So I don't think forgiveness is necessary for them. Do I think that repentance is a possibility? And by the way, the word repent means to turn. It doesn't mean to say, oh, I'm sorry. It means to turn from what you're doing and fix it, right? So do I think there's a possibility for repentance, for turning around and going the right way? Yes. If they're voluntarily staying within that control, because that's they think if we stay under their control, we can get control. Then I say there's no forgiveness for them. They get what's coming to them.
I find it impossible to forgive them, but I feel sorry for them.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Seriously, they went for the fucking trinkets and signed on the line, and they've got the worst deal possible.
Exactly. But, you know, again, it's all about, it goes back to free will. We have a choice, right? And yes, I think they have a possibility to turn it around and yeah, I'll let it be. But the thing is my wife, she's very forgiving and caring, so let me let her say something.
Well, my family is getting messed with. My children are getting messed with. The future generations, innocent, are getting messed with. Do I have room for forgiveness in my heart right now? Absolutely not. I'm pissed off. I'm an angry mama bear, and they better be thankful that I don't have knowledge to do something about it in certain areas, because I would tear stuff up.
Well, good for you. You know, they piss me off in all the same ways. You know, a beautiful new baby is shot up with toxic vaccines, goes on to eat all GMO and bullshit and chemicals and drinking from BPA plastics and fucking hell. I got no forgiveness whatsoever. And then they force you to ship them off to these indoctrination stations where they warp their fucking mind around backwards. Yeah, forgiveness, fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a price to pay for the choices that they make.
Sorry, Shanna, if that's not the answer you were looking for.
No, I'm not going to sit here and say, no, it's the right answer, or yes, it's the wrong answer. It's not my place to say. I really wanted to hear your opinion on it. So,
and listen, knowing my wife, that was a strange response for me.
well,
she tends to be the more
understand. You can't understand the horror stories that she's heard and known that those are people that came from her body that could potentially be abused. And so understanding that mama bear mentality, 100% with you. My
teeth and nails are out.
Yeah, no, you have to, because those are your children. There's no question. And if, the things that are happening, even outside of just the fact of what Fish was saying in the schooling and the vaccines and the GMOs, the overall abuse that's happening, the singular abuse is also out there. For the people that are committing these crimes, I feel there is something of them that is also a part of me. And for me to be able to forgive them is then to be able to forgive a part of myself and recognize that, yes, there is free will, but there was also free will when the Nazis stormed in the ways that they did or they didn't do, depending on, the version of history you believe. So
yeah, we're not going to get into that.
I believe war is ugly. And both sides will rape and pillage, and that's just how war is. It's how it always has been.
Well,
so they might both point the fingers at each other on both sides and be like, they were horrible, and they might be like, they were horrible, but the truth is, it was just a mess, period. It was war.
War is another thing. In the context of what we were just talking about, people that want to vaccinate and indoctrinate and inculcate children, they're nothing of me. I see nothing of myself in them. They've made a decision and I've made a decision, and we're on opposite sides of the fence. And it's not like a war where we've got guilt on both sides. It's more like they're completely fucked up, and I'm just recognizing that and not being a part to it.
Again, they've sold themselves into this belief system that they're in. Let me get into Naruto's comment. So Naruto, you're gonna probably gonna get some different responses here. Number one, 16 is pretty young. You might want to hang out for a minute. For us in the lifestyle that my wife and I live, we believe that dating is something that has been invented for us to be just flippant about physical intimacy, and that the only reason that you would need to date a girl is to find out whether or not she would be a good life partner. Anybody else can say their comment now.
Well, I was a whore dog at 16, but I wouldn't advise it on anyone else.
Well,
Bless
for
you, Fish.
some
I
reason,
saw you sneezed.
for some reason, all the women that I've been with, there was never any dating. Just bam, we got one pregnant, got married, then got divorced, met a gal. It was supposed to be a one night stand. She just didn't leave for 18 years. So, story of my life.
I think if I can speak to the other part of that comment, if your surroundings include toxicity or violent people, the best option that I can suggest to you because of your age would be to try to shield yourself from that and recognize that you're working towards a situation where you won't be oppressed by mental abuse.
Naruto, my advice would be to kind of see a way out of your situation. Not a simple one, but one you have to work towards. Imagine a ladder, and in order to get to the top, each step, you have to do something. You need to figure out what you need to do, what the steps are that you need to take. Only you know how abusive the situation is that you're in. But I will tell you that you're not that far off from being 18. And there are things you can do to get out of the house, like working. I would definitely, I would work. I would save up money and prepare for my future. And if you still like each other, it everything.
Love away.
Yeah, it'll all work out, but you have to do your best to tough it out.
And also, Naruto, when you talk about the physical and mental ailments that you deal with, I would say try to find time to get alone, to get away from everything, to just quiet yourself and focus on the higher place. And you know what I mean by that. Focus on the higher place. Get out of here. Remember that the higher place is more of a reality than what you're dealing with here. This is temporary. Whatever you're dealing with here, it'll be over soon.
That is valuable advice. I like that. I feel sorry for the youth today. Hell, I even felt sorry for my own generation, and I'm 62, because my parents' generation, the mindset were you'd marry and you'd stick it out through thick and thin. You didn't divorce. That was shameful. You just didn't do that. You worked it out together. And then my generation, it was like, we were divorcing one another left and right. You couldn't find anyone you could have a long-term lasting relationship with anymore because of the mindset. And it's gotten so much worse now. I feel sorry for the people growing up now. They're going to have shitty lives, shitty relationships, unless they can find someone who can completely break free of the mindset of the society.
On a good start to know a lot of the truth about what's going on. We all, not all of us, probably came from families that were fully loving and supportive of us when we were younger. My mom was an alcoholic, and she was married 5 times, so I got 5 series of different beatings and everything else. You know, I know what it's like to feel not wanted and ignored and everything, but I want you to know that if you can work on yourself, love yourself. One of my biggest motivations was to prove everybody wrong, that they weren't right about me. I wasn't the black sheep. I wasn't a piece of garbage, and I was going to make it out of the crap life that I was in.
Oh, I'd advise you to look into a friend of mine, Carol. She's got Kafka Winston World, but now her channel is Never Lose Truth. She's not a flat earther, but she grew up with a narcissist for a mother, and she speaks a lot on coping with that sort of a situation, and she's great. Carol's a beautiful person. I'm gonna get her on board with flat earth one of these days, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, to hit up Flat Earth Alaska, I agree with you on the way that these people are doing these bad things. Some of them were sold out, some of them were blackmailed, and some of them are narcissists. And the thing is the ones that are blackmailed, I don't think they're held to the same accountability as those who sold out or, you know, took the bait, so to speak. Again, it's going to be hard for people to turn when they're in a part of it. But the blackmail ones, I think, you know, they may be going through the motions to save their neck or their family's neck or whatever. I don't hold them to the same accountability. That's slavery. It's the same as what we are getting. The people who are working as slaves to make more slaves, I mean, it's not, I don't hold that accountable to them.
So what about the narcissist of that point? Sorry, it's late here. Those people that are doing the rites and the rituals that think they are able to bring about, you know, everything from something good to the demonics to do their bidding, right? These circles that they hold and things that they're up to that include vile behavior. The people that are doing it because they think they're doing the right thing or because they think they're bettering the world. Yeah, I would think that would be the narcissist group. I don't know.
Well, yeah, the narcissist doesn't care what they do to the world. The narcissist has no empathy, period, whatsoever, at all.
Right. So they couldn't be possibly doing it for the greater good because they don't know what the they don't care about anybody else for the greater good. So I don't know. That's a tough one for me.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be for the greater good. They're looking at it from a very egocentric place where it's look at what I can do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, FEA. Consciousness. Yeah. That's, you know, so.
What's going on?
I accidentally clicked enter. I didn't know enter could click the mouse. Anyway, what I was saying is like Flat Earth Alaska says narcissists have no conscience. And the thing is like, that's another tough one for me because people would say that I have a form of Asperger's. Like, I don't feel pain necessarily for anybody unless I know them directly.
It's a conscious effort.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to like try to empathize, but you know, I know right from wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I know, you know, doing evil things for a greater good it never sounds good to me, ever.
You can't do evil for good. There's no correlation. You just can't do
exactly
good.
Just a disclaimer to everybody in the chat. We are not psychoanalysts, just to let you know. This is going life, more or less life experience.
Well, we're better than psychoanalysts because we haven't been indoctrinated to screw your fucking head up.
And you need like a standard boilerplate disclaimer here, Wes. Do not use the information.
These are the opinions of the individuals. These are the opinions of the individuals.
You should do a disclaimer that says, "Don't listen to that fucking fish guy." Right?
But yeah,
but I think
looking for professional answers. None of us here are professionals in this department. Naruto. It sounds.
Yeah, I would like to know how this person. I'd like to. This is what I'm trying to think. This poor kid, 16 years old, or barely 16, goes on the internet just to find out what's up, and runs into Wesley, Stace, and Flat Earth News Talk. Comes in and talks about, you know what? I need help. Hey, can you guys help me? He just needs somebody to talk to, I think.
Shouldn't you make this 18 plus or something? I mean, we're pretty fucked up in here.
I actually thought that you had set the rating to adults. I'm not saying,
They can make an account that says they're 18 easily,
Yeah.
Oh.
That gives the gold foot.
So rolling kind of back a little bit, I wanted to bring this up. This was, I believe, something we mentioned. It might have to do with Naruto and what he's talking about. But the 4 types of personalities or control dramas. Have you guys heard of this? Have you?
Yeah, I have. I've heard of it. I don't necessarily. I don't like people trying to categorize so much. Like, it's a big problem for me.
Amen. I'm on board with that.
Because in some incidences, I'm not outspoken at all, which you guys know me. I like to talk a lot, but there are some incidences where I will not say a word, and I look like one of those shy people. So to categorize, I don't know. I have a problem with.
Can't stuff people into boxes. We're all individuals. I always have a problem with that. You can't find a nice, neat box to fit me. I'm out of the box.
Well, sorry, I'm responding to Naruto, and it comes from the Celestine prophecy. What I'm talking about, the 4 control dramas.
Okay.
And it has to do with this generational thing. So we all have a tendency to behave a certain way when we are young that gains attention, recognition, acknowledgement, what have you. As we get older, that has to evolve. And because of the way that we're living right now, there's kind of a black hole happening in a lot of people in different places and heart and mind. And in order to try to fill that, they use these 4 tools. Control dramas, because they remember when they were kids how good it made them feel when they were like acknowledged and loved and appreciated. And Fish, it sounds like maybe you've read it.
I haven't read it, but I'm familiar with many similar things. My mother's a psychiatric RN, runs the local house where I live, and I hear a lot of what's going on in that world. But as far as a prophecy, I'm not sure exactly where you're getting that from.
The Celestine Prophecy was a book that was written, the 10th Insight. It's kind of a fictional-based story to explain certain energetic processes, I guess would be the best way to put it. And theoretically, it was originally written because of some lost writing found in Peru. And it goes into some of the astral projection and OB and whatnot that we were talking about. Well, you guys were talking, I was typing.
Oh, you have Horry sheet here. This is right up his alley.
No, yeah, we were talking with Horry earlier about this.
Yeah, he's doing his own live stream right now. I wish I was going to message him. I wish I could get him on here, but he's busy doing his own thing. He'd love the conversation.
Well, he was in here before you, Fish.
Oh, I didn't even know. See, I just got home. I was asking earlier, but no one could hear me. We had so many people, and how long you've been on because I just got home.
I have no idea.
A long time.
Sure, there's a timestamp. It's 2 a.m. here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the 2 a.m. show.
I don't know why I do these 6-hour shows. I don't get it.
Wow, you gotta let it flourish. Give it plenty of time.
It was like 3 hours ago, Fish.
Okay, yeah. Fucking hell. I should.
Yeah, they make a good point in the chat when they were talking about being, if you could go back, if you could be 18 again and know what you know now.
Yeah.
Oh
man, I would take so many right turns when I took left turns. I'll tell you that.
No doubt.
I wouldn't go back. The times were bad enough when I was 18. I wouldn't want to be 18 today. Bless you. Yeah, because times are so much worse now than what I had to go through. I mean, come on. When I was 18, we'd smoke a little weed, drink some alcohol and that. Nowadays, they're on Molly and Flocka and crack.
Well, it's nice that you haven't changed.
Yeah.
But what if you could go back to that time, Fish? What if you could go back to the time that you were 18 and be 18, but have the knowledge that you have today?
Yeah, that's where I was going with that.
Nice.
I don't think I'd change anything because.
Well, that's good. Then you were fulfilled throughout your life.
Well,
it's kind of a. Go ahead.
I haven't been fulfilled exactly, but I've come to all the realizations that I've come to, and if my paths were altered, I don't know if I'd have come to the same realizations in life. And
I was just about to say the same thing, Fish. Is that
that's true because you wouldn't be who you are today.
Exactly. I mean, I had to go through the dark spiritual realm to find the light spiritual realm, if you want to talk about stuff like that, I had to dabble in wickedness to see that righteousness is so much better.
Oh, all right. Yeah, well, we all go through that. I mean, there's a balance to things, not to go all Illuminati on you or anything, but, you do need to cry to the depth of your tears in order to appreciate the top of your joy, because if you never had a bad day, how would you appreciate what a good day is?
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I would be a bit more forthright early on and just wash my hands of things quickly.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I get that point that, yeah, we are who we are, and our experiences is what made us who we are. But gosh, there's so many things I would love to have changed back then.
I don't know. I've been through a lot of hell, but I don't know if I'd trade it in for anything because I learned more going through hell than I've ever learned feeling contented.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just like what, okay, I'm going to get her name wrong. Shanna. Yeah, Shanna.
Try Sig.
No, when Shanna was here, she was talking about the Matrix. And what was my
Her name was Shanna Fish.
Well, I know that.
Yeah, Shanna was here.
Oh, it's Donna.
We're talking about Shanna. No.
Fucking hell. I'm getting...
So
The Matrix.
The Matrix, yeah. Shit. Man, it just sucked right out of my brain. I hate that.
We were talking about the Animatrix, which is the movie that comes off of the Matrix that goes into the story of how we got to that point with AI and singularity. Find it.
Man, I was trying to make a point about the about being who you are, and if you could go back and change whatever. And then something popped in my head about that they had said in the Matrix, and it was so profound. And damn it, I cannot think of it. It'll
With
come
the
to me.
architect?
No.
I think
It'll
you'd
come.
fuck it all up. If you went back and changed anything, you'd fuck it all up. I saw an episode of The Simpsons like that. They kept going back and changing different things, and they get back to the present, and it's all fucked up. So they kept going back to try to correct it and fucking it up different ways.
Yeah, that is the thing. It's like if we went back and told ourselves everything that we know now, maybe we wouldn't be as effective as we are right now. Because I feel that I am effective right now. Like my whole life, I was like, I wish I could be used more. I wish I had more purpose. I wish I could, reach people and show them that they don't have to live in a scum life, et cetera, et cetera. But if I didn't go through the scum life experience myself to see that there was a way out, could I really relate to them to tell them that there's a way out?
Nah.
It goes full circle.
If I went back in time and told my past self everything I knew right now, my past self would tell me, fuck off.
I'm sure that would be true too. I actually talk to people about this analogy all the time. Like if the me today was talking to the me 5 years ago, I would call myself a moron, So
Look, that's exactly it. If I went back 5 years to talk to myself, I'd call myself a crazy fuck. You've lost your fucking mind. I hope I don't really turn out to be you.
Yeah, you'd be like Biff. You'd be like Biff in Back to the Future. What are you doing, old man?
Take that and multiply it by eons of life or existence and knowledge, and think about how just ridiculous we seem. Absolutely, just everything about human nature. If you knew what you knew before you got here, the amount of face palming would be epic.
Oh yeah.
But it would
no
be
doubt.
boring. It would be boring if you knew what you knew before you got there.
Yeah, which is why you have to have the challenges in life, because you have to learn.
Yeah, how would you grow? If you knew it all to start with, you'd be bored shitless. You have to have room to grow.
Keep it interesting. Learn something different than, you thought you would, because you're in this exact time. And think about that, the time that we're in. What a gift to be alive today. I know it's fucked up, but everything else, if you kind of tilt your head and squint your eyes, is pretty cool. If you look at the world today and the things that we're learning and the science that's coming out, everything.
It's only coming back, and in a small way. I'd have loved to live in ancient times because we've gotten further from the source. We knew so much more back then. I mean, we can't even.
I agree 100%, Fish.
We can't even fucking think back then. We're like, oh, they were stupid Stone Age assholes, but we can't figure out how they built.
Were smart.
Yeah, they knew shit we don't know. We've gotten so much further from the source. We're starting to regain some knowledge, but we're only at the beginning of that, and it's very slow, and it's a very small few of us, and we're so far from it. I'd have loved to be way back, like before the flood. Before the flood, when we're walking around with the fucking Nephilim. And all the fucking ancient knowledge is on the earth with us. Those were higher technology times. We're only getting back toward it.
I was actually
Jack. Sorry, Jack. Can you go ahead and take this comment in the chat, because I think you probably have something to say about I'd rather die. I won't say any more about it.
Oh, geez, what we got going on? I don't know the setup.
That's what I was sensing, is the spirit of suicide. Unfortunately, it's coming after a lot of the youth. And I think that
Ask them if they're on any antidepressants or
are
SSRI.
you on any pharmaceuticals, Naruto?
And again, we are not professionals. We just have experience.
Yeah, we're better than professionals. We haven't been indoctrinated to fuck your head up.
So if you guys are going to take that in chat, do you mind if I kind of segue?
Sure.
Yeah,
I'll mute the chat and I'll start typing.
All right. So it's funny that we bring up, the past communities and cultures that existed before, because Zulu and I were actually talking earlier about precious metals and about a particular story of the time in the desert and the creation of manna and being able to make it through, all of this time. And our understanding of time as it was explained then might not even be right. So that was provided for, that was created, that was manifested, and we had the ability to, in my belief, we had the ability to create the pyramids and everything else and move things with sound and use electrogravitics and all of this other stuff that we had the knowledge of, we lost the knowledge of, and we've been going on this kind of parallel path of our own making and technology to understand that.
Well, we've lost all that knowledge, but with greater knowledge, you have the ability to go greater wrong. I mean, look at how bad they'd fuck up left and right. I mean, in the time period that you're talking about, it's like, oh, Moses disappears up the mountain a while, right? Aaron's his priest, his right hand man. He's like, I don't know, he's been up the mountain quite a while. To hell with it, let's make a golden calf and have an orgy and fucking worship other gods and shit. I mean, because where the fuck is he, right? Oh, man. We had the ability to fuck up so bad. And see, we don't even know what a lot of that's about, because, I mean, they made the golden calf and all that, but what's that really speaking of? Because they had technologies in that time. I mean, what is this really about? It's not some ancient fucking caveman like shit like they try to convince you now. What were they really doing?
What is in the Ark of the Covenant?
Oh God, that was the most powerful fucking invention ever.
Don't even get me started.
I was waiting for him to chime in.
Yeah, the power of that thing. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, if you, who can say?
Just watch Raiders of the Lost Ark, okay?
Yeah, that'll get you up to speed.
Actually, I did some study with Graham Hancock, and he actually spent some time in, oh God, I'm gonna get it wrong. 1970s and 80s. He was in Middle East area. I want to say it was Ethiopia, but I know it's not. Anyway, he was a journalist, and he went to these temples, and there was a guy that he'd met, like 3 or 4 different guys that were in charge of guarding this temple, that they said they had it. And every single guard has like gone blind. They've had, just stuff. And they have to do it for their life.
Disagree.
The only way that they'd have it is if the government couldn't get their hands on it, because it would destroy them itself. Because otherwise, why would it be left in the hands of some temple? Why wouldn't they just break in and take it and harness it for themselves? Unless that's impossible.
Look up a guy by the name of Ron Wyatt.
WYATT?
That's not what I'm not gonna say any more than that. You need to look it up for yourself. Ron Wyatt.
The name is familiar.
So, Jack, I thought you were going to be chatting.
Yeah, I'm typing a lot, so hold tight, Naruto.
Well, you can only do 200. You can only do 200 characters, dude.
Wyatt, archaeology.
Oh my god,
archaeology.
I just realized that. Oops.
Yeah, sections.
Yeah, you've got to divide it into small segments. You can't just type a novel.
I will look up Wyatt. It's Wyatt. Yes.
Yeah, you said Ron Wyatt.
Yeah, I heard you reading the description. That is the correct one.
Okay, cool. I will. I'll look into it. It wasn't Ethiopia though. It was another E. Countries that start with E. Go.
Yep.
No, what you're talking about is a story that is going around about the Ethiopians.
Okay.
That is a story going around about the Ethiopians, but I'm telling you, like, they kept saying, like, okay, so someone once paid a lot of money to go and investigate this, and they're like, look, I just need to see it. And they took him in there, and they're like, there it is, right there. And he's like, what? And they're like, yeah, don't you see it? It's right there. It's one of those things like, you know, oh, I have a shirt that Jesus left behind type of thing. You know, we have the special relic that makes us the most powerful.
Well, you know, that reminds me, I really think that Nimrod ended up with the clothing of Adam that went on the ark with Noah. I think that's what Ham had found when he went into the tent when his father was naked. I think he stole Adam's suit of clothes and passed them down to Nimrod. I have a lot of reasons for thinking this. I can explain it to you sometime when we have the time. I think we're boring the fuck out of everybody else, so I don't think they even want to hear it.
Not at all. And it's like
I'm just watching Storms move in.
Fish is considering the chat. He's not considering the people talking and hearing.
Who all's in chat?
I haven't been looking at the chat. I closed that page.
Oh, Chris is still here. Hey, Chris.
Oh, you mean the chat is in us talking here, or the chat is in the typed chat?
Well, there's that too.
Discount what I said then.
Discount what you said? Now I'm confused.
Yeah, I closed the type chat. If I'm corresponding with the type chat, that's just synchronicity because I closed it because I can't multitask. I can't pay attention to the chat and have a verbal chat at the same time. So I've got to cut one or the other off. If I really want to hear a show too, I never read the chat. Because if I really want to hear the show, if I start reading the chat, I lose track of what's being said.
Matt, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I'm not hearing. I mean, I'm seeing, but I'm not hearing.
Well, I heard him say,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's because I'm listening and I'm trying to get my amateur radio set up just so that I'm corresponding with I'm getting over to our national amateur radio we out here in Oklahoma where I'm at. Being an amateur radio operator, we actually have access to a repeater that's coordinated through the National Weather Service.
Oh, hey, man.
Oh, nice.
I'm also a trained storm spotter. Something Wes knows, but a lot of people don't.
I'm more in the radio thing.
Oh, I love amateur radio. Have you ever looked into amateur radio?
I did a little in my old neighborhood down in Florida. I used to have a little AM transmitter. It was only good for about 4 or 5 city blocks, but I used to play music in the neighborhood.
Oh, so you used to pirate?
Yeah, I just was
nice.
Locally. I didn't transmit far enough to attract any attention. And
well, amateur radio is a little different than what AM radio is. We have AM access that we can go on AM and talk. We've got different bands, and depending on what band area you're in, you can actually talk radio to radio all the way around the world. Just to give you a few places that I've talked to Scotland from my base station at the house, because I'm in my licensing, I've got the ability to do that.
So this is like ham? Is this ham?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on page with you now. I had a neighbor who was deeply into ham radio at one time in New York, and yeah, I don't know a lot about it, but I know he talked to people everywhere. It was
everywhere. Yep, you got it.
How the hell can the Earth be a ball when you got these radio waves traveling that far?
Well, the way actually that radio waves work.
What you mean?
When it comes to HF radio waves.
What you're bouncing off the
high frequency
atmosphere? Are you gonna? Yeah, you're gonna bounce them.
It bounces. You shoot a line up, and it hits up, and it bounces off the atmosphere and comes back down.
Or does it bounce off of the firmament, Matt?
Exactly.
Think of that.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Wesley. Amen.
It's all ground based. I guarantee you, Matt. It's the just like the old Loran system, which now they call GPS.
Yep.
There are no satellites, and you're not getting the one.
I'll tell you, I'm not worried about that right now. I'm more worried about the storm moving in.
Yeah, it just started raining in Detroit. I thought that was kind of funny. You mentioned a storm.
Major cloud to ground lightning right now.
Where are you located, Matt?
I'm in Oklahoma, but I'm at work, so I'm in my personal truck on a job site, and the only cover I have really is they've got the particular place has a nylon canopy covering.
What the fuck?
Which is fine. I mean, but rain's still going to come through it.
Yeah, that's not
at least it'll somewhat protect my truck from hail if we get hail.
Hey, vey.
Right. If it gets too bad, which I'm also in charge of keeping all of our guys safe, which I've already forewarned them that the storm's coming and that I hope they're ready. Because I've got them. Yeah.
Oh, so you've got a crew under you there?
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, Matt. Do you know anything about microwave?
I haven't really messed with it. I've heard a little bit about it. I've seen somebody use it.
So, do you know how microwave is line of sight?
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I've heard. Yeah. I don't know 100%. I don't mess. Yeah. I've never messed with it.
So, microwave is just now becoming commercial, right? Back in the day, it was only military. And I had a friend. He was a career military guy, and when he started looking into the flat earth theory and everything else like that, and it's the kind of thing once you start hearing the evidences for the flat earth theory, you kind of look back to different stuff you've messed with in the past, like me being a CAD drafter, drawing plans and everything. But anyways, he went and he was talking to this communications guy in the military, and he was asking about the microwave. And he asked them if they had relay stations between the microwave sending and receiving towers, and they said no, it's direct line of sight. And he was like, well, how does that work? Because we're talking these microwaves were shooting signals 100 miles. According to the spherical calculation, we're talking 7,000 feet between the two towers.
It's more really because they don't take perspective into account. So they're giving you the missing values of visual things without taking perspective into account. Once you take perspective into account, things are way further gone.
Yeah, so So regardless of that my point is that if you have two towers, direct line of sight over 100 miles, the Earth itself would block the signal. And when he asked the military communications guy about this, he's like, I never thought about that. He was like, I don't understand how it works, because he says, well, can it can it bend due to refraction or anything else like that? And they're like, no, it's direct line of sight. If you have it skewed just a little angle off, you can't get any signal at all.
Yeah, it can't refract. It's not a light signal.
Right. So
refract at all.
They were sending microwave signals over 100 miles to relay information, and it's fractions of a second, And he said, the guy was confirming to my friend who was just getting into flat Earth, I can't see it working unless it was completely flat.
Well, what about painting targets well over 50 miles away with a pencil beam?
Just over the water.
Yeah, that's direct, straight line of sight, and they can target with it well over 50 miles.
Yes, Christopher, it is 6,666.666 feet at 100 miles.
Yeah, it's crazy all the 666s. And when you take into account the tilt of the Earth, the reverse of that is 66.6, and we're supposed to be orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. It's just insane the amount of fucking 666s that get into this works.
And it's all just to prove a cosmology that was based on a philosophy that it is too horrible a thing to believe that we're the center of the universe. That was Copernicus that said that.
Well, and everywhere you hit the tens column, you're back to the sixes with the curve calculator.
Right.
When you triangulate the curvature of the Earth, you at the ones category and then the tens. Every time you come back to the tens, you're back in sixes, all sixes.
Good night, Naruto.
Yeah, we had
night, dude.
we had a lot of people in here earlier, and the chat was just going nuts. So I had to put it on slow. But now that we are down to 7 people, I think it's okay to go back to normal.
Yeah, that slow-mo was really rough for me to type all my stuff.
You mean a lot of people come in here until I'm here? Yeah, the Fishy's here. Everybody can go home now.
Starting to sound like Larry. Every time Larry goes into a hangout, they start losing view counts.
I could be. I don't know.
Well, it could have something to do with being almost 3 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think she's got it right.
You're right. Yeah, it is almost 3 a.m. What the hell am I doing
here? I think it's kind of cool.
Learning.
It's almost 2
from...
here. So, yeah.
Well, I only got home about 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Go ahead, Matt.
Nothing.
Oh, okay. I saw your little green dot.
Well, so Matt, what did you think about what they had said about the line of sight, plus the fact that radio signals would not be able to travel over the curve and blah blah blah.
I still say it still depends. So there's your answer to that right now, because radio signals can travel over a curve. I've seen it done.
Radar can't travel.
Whoa, hold on. I want to hear this. How did you see it done?
That's what I was going to ask.
Well, just give you an example. You got a mountain. You got one person on a handheld on the one side of the mountain, the other person on the other side of the mountain. In all reality, correct? Listen to the synopsis first, but you'll understand. In all reality of that, you got one person on each side. Neither one of them should be able to talk to each other.
Why?
Because
Why
the signal's
wouldn't
not
it?
going to make it. Because
Yeah,
the
but if the signal,
it's,
but if the
it's that hand
signal,
that you're under. But hang on. Amateur handhelds, any handheld, CBs, they're line of sight. The handhelds are. They're line of sight. So you've got a mountain in the way. You're at the bottom of one mountain. The other person's at the bottom of another mountain. Neither one of them should be able to talk to each other. It's not going to make it anywhere. Now, if they're at the top of the mountain, yes, you could talk to them because the signal's going to go up and hit them. But it's not going to go up and then come back down.
So I don't understand what you're saying. So you're saying the radio signal climbs the mountain and then climbs back down to the other radio?
No, what I'm saying is it can't be done. You can't talk to the other person on the other side without something to help in some way or shape or form.
Okay.
But I've seen it done too. I've seen it where people have done it, just, radio to radio.
So
but in most cases, whenever you have it that way, this is what throws me off a little bit. In most cases, you have it that way. That it in all reality, it shouldn't work. Not supposed to.
Unless the dynamics of radio waves is different than what it. I mean, if they just explain it wrong, then that could be another thing.
Well, radio waves will propagate out and bounce.
Yeah, radio waves are not line of sight. Radio waves are not line of sight. They travel.
That's why you can do ham for so far. But when you're talking,
what I'm talking about VHF, UHF is line of sight. It's line of sight.
I'm not that knowledgeable about radio.
Just the same thing with CB. CB is line of sight. If you want to go even down to that far.
I don't understand that because when I'm talking about line of sight, I mean you direct, like for microwave, right? You direct the beam directly to the receiver. Yeah. Yeah.
I know what Matt's trying to talk about because I had CBs growing up, and my dad had what's called a directional. Oh God! Well, oh geez, now I just lost.
They're called directional antennas.
Yeah, well, okay. So it basically looked like a giant H, and you could turn. Yeah, and you could turn this in a certain area, and it would go quite far, and that was what he means by line of sight, where as long as it's pointed to that other radio, it'll pick it up.
I understand what. I understand what line of sight is, but you're talking about a handheld CB radio. The antenna goes straight up out of the top of the receiver, right?
Well, you can get past a mountain with radio.
No, it actually doesn't. That particular type of antenna doesn't. That's right.
No. He was saying a regular handheld CB radio.
Oh, handheld, yeah.
Even with a handheld, you're not going to get past the mountain without help.
You may get past the mountain with radio waves.
Unless you just have the ionosphere just right that it allows what's called skip.
That's skip, yeah. See that can propagate, it can bounce. But if you have
in regular reality, just listen to what I'm saying. In regular reality, you're on the bottom and the other person's on the other side of the mountain on the bottom. You should not be able to talk to each other on that radio.
But it can bounce and propagate. But what I'm saying is, if you had a pencil beam laser sight, you're not going to get through a mountain, but you'll get well over 50 miles, 50 nautical miles even.
In a straight line.
Yeah, in a straight line. And you're not going to propagate through the mountain, but radio waves are different. They can skip and bounce.
So, Matt, this is what I was asking. Like, you said you've seen it go over curve, but you're talking about a radio signal that's going over a mountain, right? So that is a propagation of the signal going up and bouncing back down, correct?
No, because like I said, with a regular handheld, the signal is going to go in whatever direction you point the antenna.
But radio waves.
If you point the antenna straight up in the air,
doesn't
go
the signal
and it's going to come right back down to that radio. It's not going to go any further.
Doesn't the signal go from the antenna like this?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
outward?
Radio. It radiates out in all.
It's not line of sight. It
Ripples.
expands.
Yeah, it goes out. You've seen the Electra symbol with the bolts going out in all directions. It radiates. Radio. It radiates out all over.
It's gonna go out. It's gonna go out and like basically like you were saying, but still, it's gonna go up and it's not gonna be able to go over that mountain.
Well, it could,
Okay, guys, hold up for a minute. I just wanted to say good night, Shanna.
Yeah,
Shauna.
Shauna.
That chick that's in the
Shauna.
room.
Oh, good night.
She's
It
gonna go to Betty
ripples.
Bob.
It ripples like a pebble in a pond. And with that thought, I leave you. Good night.
Good night.
Hanging with you.
Thanks for
Yeah,
stopping.
so I see what you're saying. Like it's really hard to understand how that signal can get from one side of the bottom of the mountain to the other side bottom of the mountain. I agree with you there.
The
But
way that
I would
the
say-
way that it normally does, though, like with amateur radio, just as an example, because I can go off of amateur radio because I know it.
Right.
Amateur radio is an example. You know, we have repeaters at the top of that mountain.
Yep.
That then you
So you
talk
have a
into the
receiver
repeater,
and you have a
and then
repeater.
the repeater then repeats it back down onto the other side of the mountain.
Right.
But even without the repeater, if you have radio waves, right, it can bounce off of the atmosphere or anything going on in it.
But UHF and VHF and CB is not going to bounce off the atmosphere. It's not.
It won't deflect. What about off of a solid object? Like say there's a firmament. Say there's a solid firmament above. Could it bounce?
It's not going to bounce off of it.
Hmm.
The atmosphere absorbs that radio signal. It just absorbs it. It's
How
gone.
can you be certain?
I would say that's a possibility, like at lower signal strength. But I think if you get, I mean, they claim that they can bounce stuff off the sky all the time. Military claims that all the time.
But they're using HF. They're using high frequency, not
Right.
not
Okay. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, a higher power, higher frequency. Right. Okay.
I'm talking
So-
about UHF handhelds or just CB. A CB is still right there in the VHF UHF area.
So you're,
It's
but
CB actually VHF.
but again, microwave is line of sight like a laser. Like
Yeah.
it's got to be.
Yeah.
Direct beam. Yeah, direct beam.
No, I can agree with you that microwave is exactly like a laser. It is. I've seen it.
Well, and see, the thing is, they've been sending microwave signals, direct beam, over hundreds of miles. You know, and
You can easily do that.
and they
Go up on a mountain and shoot a beam, a microwave signal, and guess what? It's going to go hundreds and hundreds of miles.
no, we're talking at sea level. The last test done where they made the record for the microwave transmission, it was at sea level and well over 100 miles. I forget the exact distance.
Yeah, what you should do is check out Mark Sargent's channel and look for subject matter experts, because he's got people that paint targets at, very long distances right above the water that shouldn't be
50,
done
60 miles.
unless the earth was flat.
And you wouldn't be able to do that if it were a globe.
It's best to test things over water because we have terrain to the land, mountain.
But at the same hand, Matt brings up a good point too. I never really thought about it. Comments? Anybody?
Oh, you're talking about the radio signals? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I believe that's just because we don't fully have a grasp on how these things work. I mean, if you ask a scientist, what is electricity? Where does it come from? How did it come to be? Nobody has an answer for that. It's still a very confusing thing that we have these things that perpetuate signals and electricity and different frequencies and whatnot. We know how to manipulate them, but we don't understand them fully.
Well, I've always thought with radio waves, because the very principle of them is they go out in all directions in a spherical sense. They go out in all directions, so they can propagate all over the fucking place. They can be mystical, magical, and pop back up anywhere. So I just figure they're bouncing off of fucking everything.
Who knows?
Yeah. Huh. I'm gonna have to start thinking about that one though. That's one thing I never really.
So I did a generic thing. I went on Google while we were talking, and I was looking at, how do CB radios work, and
are we on Wikipedia now?
I just Googled it and looked at a couple different things. I looked at some images and some short videos with the mute. But the thing is it radiates out, and it does say that the frequencies can bounce.
Well, that's why it's called radio. It radiates out in all directions. Yeah, and it'll bounce off anything. It'll bounce off an atmosphere, cloud cover, ionosphere, whatever the fuck you want to think's up there. Could be bouncing off the fucking firmament.
All right, guys. Sorry, I got told to take it outside. 1 second. Sorry, you guys were asking me something.
Yeah, don't keep the family awake.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to keep removing myself.
Somebody comes in and they like, I support Donald Trump, and I'm like, yes, okay.
Okay, and
point being,
I support a fucking.
Are we Trump haters? I think we're mixed.
I don't.
I don't care about him.
I don't care.
Not for him, not against him.
President.
I wish I had his damn money though.
I don't care which puppet they have in office. So whatever.
It doesn't matter a bit who plays the role of president this season. It's a fucking TV show. No matter who plays the role of president, the same agendas all move forward. So I don't give a fuck what personality they put on the television.
And I'm not that smart of a guy, and I could be fucking president, and it wouldn't really matter. I wouldn't be able to change anything because you follow what they tell you.
You wouldn't.
Flutter Alaska said, "Who's Trump?"
Yeah, he'd have to be pure teleprompter. He wouldn't be able to memorize his lines.
You got that right. They'd have to put a freaking implant in my brain. All right, this is what we're gonna have them do, and then just text it in.
Jamal, I see that you're still under the impression that voting counts. You need to look into what's called the Electoral College, and then you need to find out how the Electoral Colleges choose their votes. It has nothing to do with people's votes.
I think the Electoral College is just a distraction from the fact that it's all a scripted television show. And yeah, do you think your vote counts? That's the silliest fucking faith-based religion I've ever heard of. I mean, I'm no one for faith-based religions, but when it comes to faith-based religions, that's the silliest.
Which one?
Oh,
politics?
Voting, yeah. Get right out to the polls. Get right out to the polls.
Okay, so Juan Carlos is pointing something out, and again, we can, this is for the globe believers. The longest land photography, and this guy was just trying to set a world record for land photography. He's not a flat earther. He got the picture of a mountain that was 275 miles away, and this is in my slideshow that I use to show people flat Earth. And removing the height of the mountain and the curvature of the Earth, the peak should be almost 4,000 feet below the curvature, just the peak. But you can see the whole mountain range that the mountain. And again, I don't care what kind of optics you have, you can't bend around the curvature of the Earth by 4,000 feet. This is line of sight. This is direct visual, physical examples of we can see too damn far because the Earth is flat.
Any opinion on that, Matt? Oh, Matt. Hello.
So this guy's talking about the missing feet of curvature, but he forgot to take out the difference of heights between the 2 points. But I've already done the math. I drew it out in AutoCAD. I even show you what can be seen and what cannot be to AutoCAD. And you should not see any of that mountain. And the bottom, the top, the very tippy top of the mountain should be another 4,000 feet lower.
See, the reality gets worse than what they're selling you. Because if you go to a curve calculator, they're going to just tell you an actual height, orthographic view, what would be missing. But in reality, we see an angular reduction in size due to perspective, which means that far, far more should be missing. Because it's
because it shrinks away from you. Yeah,
it's a visual calculation, so you have to take optics into the calculation, and angular perspective size reduction comes into play, making it way worse than the orthographic projections that they give you.
All right, I'm going to share screen.
Go for it.
I already did the expanding and all that jazz. Yep.
All right, cool.
All right. Matt, can you see my screen, sir?
Matt's gone.
Oh,
dude.
he might be working. Is he gone?
Because I think every hour on the hour he has to go and do his rounds.
Oh man, can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, maybe we should wait for him though. I can see your screen, but you were going to explain it to Matt, and I think he's punching his clock.
Well, let me show you. Let me show you what I did here with the CAD, dude. Right. So you have this. Like this is the picture. This is peak Gaspard. All right. This is the 3,959 mile radius globe. That's in blue. Right. This isn't it. This is 157 miles not visible left to right. Like from the disappearing point, there's another 157 miles before you even get to peak Gaspard.
Well, and another thing that people always forget is if things were disappearing because they're going over a curve, like say tall buildings or whatever, they'd be leaning well away from you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they wouldn't be standing straight anymore. They'd be tilting away.
So that's another thing that I show here, which again, you can't probably see it at the scale, but I actually drew the mountains peaks, as if the butting to the center of the ball.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they're actually angled back.
Yeah, they go out. They go out in a radius fashion. Yeah, in a full 360, as they must on a ball.
Right, which means it makes the mountain appear even shorter.
Yeah,
right? Because the peak is leaning away from you.
Yes, sir. That makes it shorter. Perspective makes it shorter. See, I hate these orthographic calculations that insist that something 100 miles away will still be just as tall and standing straight up. No, they won't. They'll be shrunken way down with perspective and leaning away from you, both making them further and further the fuck away.
And smaller.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not just distance, it's the angular size shrinking away.
Yeah.
And the atmospheric conditions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why we shouldn't see what we see, but we still see them.
Yeah, I was talking to a baller in a chat the other night, and he wasn't getting perspective. He's like, things are the same size no matter where they are. I'm like, well, yeah, orthographically, literally, they are the same size, but not optically. And I took the cam out front, right? I held up a Matchbox car and I said, this car is very close up and small. That car is very far away. They look the same size, right? They look the same size, but this car is very small and close, and that car is very large and far away. I don't know if that made sense to anyone, but it seemed a good illustration.
Well, yeah, you can blot out the sun with your thumbnail. So
It's about the size of a dime at arm's length. Yeah, about the size of a dime.
yeah, but you know, they want you to believe that's a million times the size of the Earth and 93 million miles away. But you know, stuff doesn't get smaller as it goes away.
Well, and then how come the moon is the same fucking size? It's the same dime at an arm's length.
Yeah. Did you all see Jeranism's thing about that? How like all you have to do is scale everything and the math still works.
Oh yeah, yeah. You could make
Video, dude.
you could make the sun 32 miles away and tiny, or 93 million miles away and fucking huge. And there's no way. It's all relative. There's no way to tell the difference because it's the same size in the sky.
Right, and it's due to the degrees of the sky, how many degrees of the sky it takes up. So that could be really huge and really far away, or really small and really close.
Well,
Has
see,
Matt come back yet? I can't see the screen, so.
I don't think that the size that we see the sun, I don't think it's fucking right at all because we're
Nope.
seeing it through the atmosphere. I don't think its position or its size are a physical reality. I think it's all like it's like looking at a pencil stuck in water. It looks like
I think we've talked about this, like maybe not the last show or the show before, but the sun is something that is for us. And I know it sounds crazy to people, but it's like that experiment that Jaron was talking about. Like if you had 100 people and they're all standing 100 feet apart from each other on the beach, they all see the light of the sun coming right to their feet.
Well,
they all see the sun. They all see the sun dead center in their vision.
Well,
they're not. Go ahead.
There's more because if I'm standing in the water at the beach, I not only see the sun rays come straight across the water, but I see them lighting the front of me. But
right, that's what you were saying. Yep.
Yeah, someone 50 feet away won't see me lit up. How can I be lit up from my perspective, but not lit up to them?
Right. Exactly. And I've experienced that, you know, where it, you know, the light's coming right to your feet, and you swear it's reflecting, you know, your face. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and well, I think everything's for us. Like you say, the sun is just for the
all the lights in the sky. All the lights in the sky.
Well, I think all of reality is for the individual on this journey. You know,
individual perspective.
Yeah, it's all created specifically for us. I mean, the reason for creation was to put intelligent life here. The creation is completely for us to experience, I believe.
Right.
And we all have an individual experience. Nobody's experiencing. I mean, like there's 3 of us in this hangout right now. We're all experiencing 3 different things.
That's true. Yep. That's true. I'm experiencing sitting on the front porch in a chair, letting my slideshow go through.
I'd assume.
Oh, wait. I gotta point this one out.
You're on the front porch. I'd assumed you'd be in the truck.
No, because I don't have an outlet to keep my laptop charged, right? So.
Oh, you need one of those ones that plug into the cigarette lighter in the truck. Do trucks still have cigarette lighters?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Come on, where is it? Load, damn you. Okay. Come on, load. Load. What are you thinking about? This is just pictures. Come on. Oh my gosh. Forget this. Let's go. Check this out. This is what he was talking about. He says, well, I see this layers thing, but you can, like, I actually put the website in here. Like, you can download the layers that were used to create the ball.
He even talked about the layers in an interview. He was like, yeah, we put this highlight in there for the sun, and we add some clouds, and we kind of wing it to make it look like we want it to. Because
and he says, and it looked a little fake, so we had to adjust it a little more beyond that. Like, it looked a little flat, is what he said.
Yeah, it looked a bit flat, so I added a few shades and highlights, kind of threw some clouds on there, whatever I felt like, because I've never been to space. So I'm just fucking guessing.
So here's the thing that I wanted to point out. Like, if you go to NASA and you look at his interview, like, it's typed up on NASA, the link is right there. Data visualizer designer Robert Simon, Mr. Blue Marble. My role is to make imagery from Earth science's data. I turn data into pictures. I rely on engineers and scientists to produce the data. Our team of writers and visualizers translate data and into a usable and understandable form of images to explain what we are, quote unquote, seeing. The last time anyone took an alleged, I put alleged, of course. The last time anyone took a photograph from above low orbit that showed an entire hemisphere was in 1972. Now, granted, this was before they said that they did it in 2015, but the whole thing is that he says, I make imagery from data, I turn data into pictures. Our team of writers and visualizers translate the data into usable, seeable, understandable form.
Well, data is bullshit. It can be anything. Anyone could
numbers, ones and zeros, man.
Yeah, anyone could program in data. Like Jeranism always points this out, that if you think you launched a rocket into space and you're working at NASA and you're sitting at the computer waiting for this blip to come through, when they send the blip through on time, you say, yeah, the space mission, it's going on like it should be. But really, there's some asshole in the next room pushing the fucking F1 key.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. But I used to have the Richard Simmons. It's Photoshop because it has to be. That's what I used to have in the slideshow. But then I was like, no, man, let's use his own words against him.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one, NASA's copy and paste clouds. Let's just call it what it is.
Mm-hmm. This is one of Horry's favorite ones. The copy and paste clouds. He goes flat smacks with it.
Russia's high-def space image. Do you believe you live on this neon cartoon ball?
Well, that was fake as fuck.
The invisible horizon rises with you. You never have to look down to find the dropping visible tangent horizon of the calculated ball, even at this 120,000 feet.
Mm.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is the best. They just ruined themselves.
Jamal is now banned out of here. That guy just pissing me off.
There you go. Yeah, they're pissing.
He's talking stupid stuff.
I gave him a chance to be nice, but no.
Some people don't know how to be nice. Some people just don't know how to be nice.
You know what did you see what his comment was when I asked him, why are you here?
No. Read it to me.
Oh, it was on my feed when I was going through YouTube. Well, then you're in the wrong chat, I told him. Earth is round. And I went, yeah, it's round like a pizza.
Yeah.
So I just booted him, and I also reported him. He's like, oh, be nice to me because I have high friends in the deep web. I'm like, who gives a fuck?
What an asshole. Be nice to me because I have friends in high places. What an appeal to authority. What the fuck? Oh, I love this picture. Yeah, you know, Jake did a great job of tearing this
The
up.
asshole. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he went nutty in the end, but I
Well,
appreciate.
yeah,
Yeah, he did.
He had a big problem because he wanted his channel to do something. You know, that's the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah,
He wasn't just trying to get people woke. He was
Yeah.
also trying to make his channel do something.
He went nuts in the end. He flipped out on me just because I asked him, "Don't you ever change your shirt?" Because he had that same homeless tweaker shelter shirt on every fucking show.
You were the one that made that comment?
Yeah,
That's funny.
I asked him, I said, "Don't you ever change your fucking shirt anymore, Jake?" And he fucking banned me. And
he mentioned it. He mentioned it in one of his videos about somebody calling him out about his shirt.
We fucking knew each other, and he banned me just for asking why he never changes his fucking shirt.
You know, the weird thing is, I really liked Jake in the beginning, and I was even on one of his podcasts. Well, it wasn't his podcast; it was Daniel, and I was at work at that time, and of course, shit, I did so many goofy things at work. Third shift, nobody gave a fuck. But anyhow, the minute he got racked up with frickin' Matt Boylan, that's where he went downhill.
Fucking hell. Well, you don't even get me started on Matt Boylan. I'm not going to do that here.
No, I'm just saying, that's when he went downhill.
Yeah, well, Boylan's a fucking fraud. I may as well just come out and say it. You're right.
Oh, we already know that.
Yeah, he's going to come after me, though. That's his style. He'll make a video about me. But fuck him.
And man, the guy cannot fucking play the guitar. Oh, jeez.
Never worked for NASA. His entire fucking thing was, I used to work for NASA. That's how he opened up his whole dialogue. And he never did. Fraud, right at the root. Sorry, I'm done with that now.
No, I agree with you. I'm done with him. I'm done with Jake the asshole, and I'm done with Eric DeBay. Which is sad because Eric DeBay was the one that I frickin', what brought me to my wake up.
Right.
Yeah, well, Eric, he goes off in a lot of nutty directions. He's all into that fucking meditation and jujitsu and whatnot.
Tai Chi.
And he mixes in all that anti-Semite shit, which, I agree that we've got a den of vipers in Israel. I mean, they're all Khazarians. They're not fucking Jews. They're Khazars. They're poser snakes.
They're Zionists, yes.
Yeah, they're poser snakes. But still, YouTube is it's a tricky format, and you don't go that ape shit on it, or they fuck with you.
Yeah, I love it.
Go ahead.
Let's see. I believe it's Juan Carlos. I believe that's his name. He's like, I never believed they're BS. I love it.
All right, I'm going to share my screen again, even though I accidentally kicked myself off a second ago. Let me go back here.
That's okay. You don't like yourself either, huh?
Better luck this time.
All right.
If you kick yourself off, it saves us the trouble.
All right, so I sent the reference blue balls to Mark Sargent, and he made this Flat Earth Channel Mark Sargent promo, right? And he took the blue balls, and all he did was show them in succession, and he's playing the clip from Matrix saying, "Isn't it a beautiful world that they believe in, this fake world?" But what I did is I grabbed all the blue marbles I could possibly download from NASA, and then I made them all the same size as far as pixelation and screen size. Okay.
Yes.
So they're all have the same resolution and the same size, and it makes it really easy to line them up. So
hey,
this
put
is
that in full screen, would you?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Present it.
Can you see it now?
No, it ain't full screen.
No, it's coming. It's coming. Just give it time.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, you guys got a delay. Sorry. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, it's only a few seconds, but when he played it like in succession like that, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's amazing, because like you can see how different they are, how horribly different they are. Okay, here we go.
It's a comedy.
No shit. Cartoon.
It's a motherfucking comedy show. Are you fucking kidding me?
You could turn the volume up if you want, or did he just play music?
No, but you can't hear it, can you?
No, it doesn't play through.
Well,
Oh,
I can turn it up and then put my screen closer to the speakers and see if you guys can hear it, okay? Hold on a second.
Horry, I can't hear that other guy. Hey, Horry, I can't hear that other guy.
Yeah, and we kept telling you can't hear him because we're watching on a different channel.
I was doing that on purpose.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on a
Oh, you
second.
were? We just thought you were really fucked up.
No, I was doing that on purpose. I did get really fucked up though, because like later, I went to ask this woman where she hails from, and I asked her, "What do you hang from?" That's what, yeah.
All right. Can you hear yourself?
No.
Not
Well,
here.
then it might not be loud enough, but
Don't worry about it.
try to listen. All right, try to listen carefully. Hold on a second. Here we go.
No, we can't hear it.
All right, I'm just gonna read it. Okay, I'm gonna repeat after it. He's doing the verbal quote from Matrix, and of course you always watch this video at any time on your own. But have you ever stared at it, looked at its beauty, this genius? Billions of people just living out their lives, oblivious. That's what he said.
You do a great Mark Sargent. I thought.
No shit. I was just gonna say that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
I wasn't doing Mark Sargent. I was.
You sounded just like him.
That was Agent Smith in the Matrix.
Yeah, in the Matrix, but you sounded like Mark Sargent.
Cool.
I had a picture of his shiny fucking head.
Now, Agent Smith talks more like Mr. Anderson. Reality is not exactly what you perceive. You
But
are
isn't that great the way you did that?
You are a cancer to this planet.
We stood and stared at it.
We are the cure.
This beauty, this genius. Billions of people just living out their lives. Oblivious.
Okay, that is Mark
crazy.
Sargent. That is Mark Sargent now.
No, that was Jack. That was Jack.
Fuck.
No, he's still trying to do Mr. Smith.
You
No,
could
I'm just
make
whispering.
Mark Sargent so well, we wouldn't even know the difference. You could do one of his.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
You could do one of his TFR shows and no one would notice the difference. You could fill in.
Talking to you from a space station far above South Carolina.
That is good. You got him.
Yeah, he's got him now. Oh my god.
Talking to the peanut gallery, who is also in a spaceship, starting war with all science, just shooting off his lasers, bouncing it off the firmaments.
Remember,
Welcome to
you heard
Strange
it
World.
first here. You heard it first here on Wesley Stace.
Yeah, that was awesome, dude. And I would know because I do a lot of impressions. So yeah,
Well,
you got that down.
now I gotta listen to it later because I can't hear my own voice.
Oh my god.
True.
You did it great. It was perfect.
Guys, I had such a great. I was going to do such a cool thing on Mark's show today if he was live.
Right.
You guys would have been rolling in your. Oh my God.
He's in Canada.
Yeah, I know. You guys would have been on the ground laughing your asses off. I mean, you guys know who Harvey Firestein is?
No, but I heard you do your impression before, and now I have to go look up who this guy is so I can hear him.
Well, you just gotta put down, go to YouTube and put down Harvey Firestein in.
I should stop sharing, right?
What the hell?
Crap.
Independence Day. Harvey Firestein in Independence Day. Just put that down.
All right. Yeah, the name doesn't ring any bell with me.
Once you see him, you'll go, oh, okay, I know that guy. He's a gay actor, very theatrical. Was very big.
Yeah, the guy who smokes lots of cigarettes, right?
No, that's just actually the way he fucking talks. He always has.
Yeah, see, I'm completely.
He was also on Mrs. Doubtfire.
I'm completely.
Yeah, he was.
I never.
Can you make me into a woman?
Oh, you made me so happy.
I never saw Independence Day. I never saw Mrs. Doubtfire. I don't have a TV. I don't watch films.
He was a big gay guy.
Yeah. Got a big beard. David!
Now I can hear it. Now I can actually hear it because now
What
I know
are
what
we
you're
going
talking
to
about.
do, David?
I'm glad I don't.
Oh my God, I gotta call my mother.
I'm glad
That's Harvey.
I know this. You're a big gay guy. I'm glad I know.
Yeah.
Hey, Ma!
I need to go pee. I'll be right back.
Let me talk to Dr. Katz. For $300 an hour, you can put me through this house in the Hamptons.
What are you running a car lot?
Whee!
Ooh, look at that. 360.
I'm on Earth.
It's 360 video.
I'm on a swiveling chair. And this is how our solar system works, supposedly.
Yes, do you feel like you're getting dizzy? Really spinning?
Wow.
Yeah, nobody ever asked the question, are we really spinning or is the atmosphere spinning?
No. It's all together, supposedly. But then you have then you have that flight problem, right?
Yeah.
I'm
just saying it's not, the Earth is not spinning, the atmosphere is.
Right.
We're stationary.
Right. Supposedly, because of relativity, it matters where you're at, right? So if you're on the Earth, the atmosphere is moving. If you're in the atmosphere, the Earth is moving, of course. That's how it works.
There you go.
I don't have a problem with special relativity. It's general relativity where it all falls to shit. But I have a problem with special relativity because it's all conjecture. None of
it's provable, testable, repeatable.
Yeah, none of it goes through the scientific method. There's no observed phenomena. There's no valid hypothesis. There's no independent toward dependent variable involved. But at least it makes sense. In special relativity, general relativity just went to fucking hell.
Hi, Matt.
Welcome back, Matt. Show him your presentation now that he's back.
All right.
All right, I have to ask Sean Carlos, are you a flat earther? I believe you are.
Juan
Because I've been reading your comments. I believe he is.
Juan Carlos.
Trains. Who's got trains?
Sounds like that was
Sounds like Matt
That's
is
strange
ready
in my
to go
background.
home. Matt is ready to go home.
I wish. It's only 2:30. Don't get off till 4.
Oh, okay.
Jack's got a presentation for you here, Matt, about what you were talking about.
Can you see my screen?
Nope, because I can't look at the phone right now. I'm doing something else.
Okay.
Let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, let me know. I'll just let the slideshow continue.
You can back it up at any time. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, Sean, I had to, I checked your site out. You got to get some content, man. You could take any one of my videos and mirror it on your channel or Mark Sargent's, whatever. Do something. Anyway, I just made you a moderator in the room, Sean. So just FYI.
For these, I'll start mirroring these shows. I don't have a lot of subscribers, but who knows? Maybe.
Come on, Carlos.
Well, that's what you should probably start doing. Fish. Go ahead and do that.
I'll go ahead and start mirroring these. Hell, maybe I'll pick up a subscriber or two. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, what the hell? And here's another trick, Fish. Always, whenever you go to a flat Earth live broadcast, when you're in the chat, subscribe to every flat earther that's in there, and they will subscribe back.
I do. Okay? I do that. Yeah. Most of my subscribers are flat earthers, and the funny thing is, I have no flat Earth content. I've just got some music on there, but all of my subscribers are flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm still working on my channel. And the funny thing is and I'm seeing this even with people who have had a channel for a while, it's really hard to be able to get your channel name up to where it's searchable.
Well, I wouldn't even say I've got a channel. I've got, some music videos, some songs on there, and that's about it. They've been there for years, and they've gone.
What's this guy?
Hey, Horry! I can't hear that other guy.
I can't hear him either because I got him on mute, but he's still working. He's still going at it.
Yeah.
Is he? Wow.
Normally,
is he doing a live broadcast, that bastard?
Yeah, he has been since he got off. He said he was going to do that.
Yeah, he's Flat Smackers doing it.
You know what? Hey, you know what, guys? Hang on. I'm going to go ahead and call him right now.
All right.
Normally, I'd be on with him, but you want live at the same time, and I can come on here. He's doing his own show there. I can come on here. So when I got home, I decided with you both live to come here.
I wonder if I added him to this phone. No, I did not.
Well, he posts the number. Look at his chat. He posts.
Oh, I got his number. I got the number.
Oh, if you, I mean, not the chat. If you look at the info, the about under his video, the phone number will be there.
Why don't you go look and you tell me?
Well, Jack,
it is 502264360.
Hey, dude. All right. You're being an ass. Slow down.
Let me know when you're ready.
No, go even faster, and then it'll be funnier.
504 264.
Yes.
3609. He just got trolled while calling people in. He's
not
called
talking
somebody.
to anybody, is he?
No, he just got off with somebody. Somebody was trolling him when he was trying to share truth.
Right. Quiet.
Let's troll it.
News talk.
Somebody's gonna come in.
You gotta turn that. Mute, man.
Got
Fucking
the
loud,
brain
dude.
to mute.
Oh, fuck's sake. There we go.
That bastard, he didn't answer.
What the hell? He puts the number up there and doesn't answer it. He saw it was you.
He probably did. Nah, I
Well, he's
doubt it.
talking about.
Star 67 in front of it and then call him.
He's talking about how annoying this guy was.
See, he shut it off. The Google subscriber that you called is not answering phones.
Yeah, we came right in behind a troll. Fucking timing. It's all about
Yeah. Anyhow, let's see here. Okay, Sean says I have hundreds of videos, Wes, but keep them private. My links come with me. Okay. Got it. And Danny is back. Subgenius Ben. Hey, Danny, you want to come on?
Oh, he's saying that you're calling. He's saying that you're calling.
Oh. You ring
He's
him
mentioning you.
Ring him back. Redial.
I'm hitting it.
Tell him we can't hear that other guy.
Phone up to the
Hear
microphone.
us.
Your call is not available.
Nope, says he's not available. Said he's not available. You should text him saying Wes is trying to call.
Some dude just called.
Tell him we're all here. Yeah, tell him we're all here. We want to talk to him.
Yeah, you got to tell him in the chat.
Okay, I need to stop sharing.
No, you don't. Oh, fine. Then do.
Oh my gosh, he's getting.
Hey, no problem, Danny.
Okay, call him again. Call him again.
All right.
I'm getting an echo.
No, he just repeated himself. You.
Call him again. Call him again.
We're not going to go there. Hey, welcome to the Horry Cheat Show. Who is this?
Hey, this is Wesley Stace, Flat Earth News Call. Yeah, you are. Oh, I'm telling you, you're a traitor. You are a traitor.
Here.
I'm leaving your show now, Wes. See you. Thanks for having me on. And you go do your own show. What the hell?
Jack.
And you know what? I have a limited time, and I needed. I already had the lights on to do this, and then you called. I gave you awesome, and then I had to go do my awesome.
I'm just busting your drunk balls. That's all.
Balls.
Busting my blue marble, right?
Yeah.
Busting your blue balls. That's right.
We're watching your show right now. So, you know.
Dude, that last guy had, you know what, I tried hard, and he had great answers. And you know what? That's the stuff I can't answer. That's the stuff I wonder about, star rotations, eclipses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the thing is, he hasn't done his own research into everything that he's talking about. So he's coming from a place of, well, I'm able to parrot mainstream science. And I'm coming from a place of, well, you need to watch this damn video I don't have enough time to go into right now.
Right.
You know? I'm trying to like move on and plant seeds, and he's not going to address anything I said. Harmon said, yeah, he's not going to go there with the bubbles in space and the vacuum of space. No, they don't go there. They don't go there for a reason. They don't go to why we can see stuff 100 miles away that's only 200 feet tall. They don't go there in Earth curvature. They don't go there. They don't go to fisheye lenses. They don't want to talk about that. They don't, all these things. They move the goalposts, and I'll let them move the goalposts, because when they do, I learn where I need to brush up my skills. So I'll let them go, and I'm honest. I'm open. I don't know everything. We don't know everything, Wes. Right?
No, absolutely not. We are still learning. We're children learning things all over again.
I'm doing my best. And I have no notes, you know what? Screw this. I'm not going to let this happen again. I'm going to go and look at I'm gonna go get a video from. I'm gonna go get a Bubble in Space compilation. I'm gonna go get the video from the Funny Thing Happened to the Moon, where Harmon said that you got to get the BBC version. Well, yeah, whatever version I originally had was a freaking an hour and 36 minutes long, and they showed more of what I was looking for, and I couldn't get him to see it. I was not able to find it. Like he said, they're hiding it. They're hiding it. Oh, well, gee, that kind of sucks in the middle of a live stream to figure that out, right? Well, yeah, okay, that's the thing. But I'm going to get all this video that I'm trying to show, everything I go to, everything. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have a folder, and I'm going to name it "Screw You, Earth is Flat," and I'm going to play all these videos because I don't know how much time I have really to do this in my life, but I'm going to put some time.
Horry, just Jack here.
Quite drunk. I love it. Hey, just a minute. Just Jack would like to talk to you for a minute.
Can you hear me, Horry? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So I would like for you to open that slideshow and just go through it one time for one flat smack and see where you get with it. Just take them through each slide.
Through it. Are you going to do this on a private stream, or do you want to do this right now? Because
no, let's do this, man.
I haven't looked at it too hard, but I got it saved in my folder.
It's so simple, man. I made it idiot proof.
Can you present?
Yeah, he made it idiot proof, but he didn't make it drunk ass on your floor.
Yeah, bro. You didn't make it Horry drunk proof, man.
Hi, Horry.
Oh, that was Fish saying hi.
I'm just saying, you know what? My skills lie in presenting very base level stuff. That's why I don't want to get too deep into anything. But if I have the reference material, I can go deeper. I just, I'm intuitive. Once I figure shit out and I get it, that Earth ain't round, and I get it, I don't have to go. For me, I don't have to go too deep. I just like to stay on the surface level and plant a lot of seeds and let people look into it. But these guys, they really probe me, and I implore that. We all need to look deeper into everything, even stuff that I'm just saying. Yeah. But, it's not my forte. I'm honest about it. I'm not Jaron. I'm not Bob from Glowbusters. I'm not David Weiss. I'm not ODD. I'm not et cetera, et cetera. I'm just Horry Sheep. I got skills that do this shit. But I do try to get deep as I can, but I don't know. My brain can't really remember that stuff. But I look at space bubbles and NASA backflips, and I'm like, hey, I ain't stupid. They're faking it.
Cool.
So if you don't agree with me, you got to be a freaking moron.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so cool. I have Jack went ahead and he screen shared, and he's on your channel. So we're seeing you live on my show, and they're listening to you. So you go right ahead. Keep talking.
Present Jack.
I've got the folder called Blue Balls, and I'm going to open it right now.
That was loud. Sorry. I'm on the stream. That scared the shit out of me.
I'm sorry. Someone doesn't know when to shut up. And I'm talking to you, Matt. I'm on the phone.
No, he's got to go into the slideshow, not the blue balls. Tell him, go into the slideshow.
What?
He said go with a slideshow, not the blue ball.
All right. So all right. Hold on. Let me pull it up. All right, Jack FE slides. Flat Earth slides. That's what you want?
Yes.
Flat Earth
slides.
Flat Earth slides. Is that it?
Yes.
Yes.
You need to present.
All right, I didn't get it. I need to what? All right.
No, he was telling me I have to present Jack, and he doesn't realize that I am, because I click on
he's presenting me, who's presenting you.
Yeah, exactly. So we're good.
All right, yeah. So I got the slides. I got all these slides right now. So one of the pictures right now is this one right here. So this is the Earth curvature calculator math, right? 8 inches per mile square, et cetera, right? And it gets exponentially more of a drop off as you go across the ball. Yeah, I get that, but I can't explain this to these freaking.
No. That one is just a reference. It should be numbered. Slide 1, slide 2, slide 3.
He said you should follow it the way it's numbered.
That was just a reference slide. That's not actually a slide.
Wait, what? It's a what?
Hold on. If you look, the curvature calculation is 0, 0. It's not really a slide. It's just for reference.
I'm on number 1 now.
There you go.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Longest land photo. Pick. What is it? Pick definistrel. What the hell does that mean? What?
Pick definistralis.
9,252 plus or minus pick gas. What does this mean, bro? I'm too drunk for this. All right, you gotta help me with this.
The number in the parentheses is the height of the mountain.
Okay. That. Right.
Just read the white letters in the black.
Right, this is why we got to do this off air, because it's such a delay. But the thing is, like, yeah, I get it. This is a lot of info, and I'm sure I can present this. But this is what gets people that are really, like, I don't know, they have much more of a science brain. But when you look at people like me, I'm looking at who's lying to us. I'm looking at, hey, I know about green screen. That's fake. I know about games. I know about CGI. That Saturn Cassini video is fake as hell. That's what I like to attack. And if you're not ready to accept that, generally, I want to just flip you the bird and keep going, because you can't run from any of the things that I try to attack you with. But when you run into people that want to talk about the eclipse, and they want to talk about the star rotation, we have good answers, but I don't specifically focus on that. So I don't even want to go there. I could say, yeah, let me show you this video. Let me put you here and let's move on. But then they're like, oh no, they don't have the answer. You don't have the answer. No, a lot of us have answers, but you have to do your own homework to decide if you want to bite on that and go for it or not. Because, hey, if you're a flat earther, if you bite on anything you research deep enough, you figure out it works better on a flat earth.
Okay, tell him to go to slide 7. That'll show his blue balls.
All right, I'm in the blue balls slides now. But
slide number 7.
Oh, you want the slide number 7, NASA balls. All right, this. Right. Okay, what about it? A lot of inconsistencies between the official NASA images of Earth from space, colors, cloud patterns, damn it, fixture beam. Some copy and pasted, continent locations and sizes. That's cool. Yeah, this is what I was showing earlier. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with these pictures of Earth. I showed this. This is one of my go-tos. This one right here, this picture of America, isn't anywhere near as big as this picture of America. It's ridiculous. And this picture of the moon, that's just laughable. That's our only, guys, this is our only picture of the back of the moon. You realize that?
Yeah, it's funny how little craters there are on that side.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's you know what? They better make sure that if they ever give us a real picture of the moon, that it matches up to that blurry ass shit.
No doubt, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I just wanted to pop in and kind of bust your drunken balls for a bit. It kind of.
Hey, man, look. What? How did that go, Wes? How did that go?
That went fine.
We love you, Horry.
Love you too, man. You know what? I'm doing my best, guys. This ain't my forte. I like to have fun. I like to show people the base level of all the NASA bubbles and the Photoshop clouds and all. I get on the base level. That's what's cool. And I have done the research past the base level. But once you do that research past the base level, what are you looking into? Hours of research, hours of video on whatever topic you decide to branch off into, whether it's eclipses, star rotations, you name it. There's quite a lot of avenues where you can scrutinize whether it's a heliocentric model or a flat Earth model. And in my research, it always led to a flat Earth model makes more sense.
Yep.
And I don't have time for people like Brenda who wanted to call in. I don't have time for people like the guy I spent a freaking hour and 20 minutes with. I really thought, if he believed just some of the things he believed in, that maybe he would get something as I presented it to him. But he didn't want to. He just was, because I thought it was a flat Earth, there was nothing that I could say that would make him go, that makes sense. Because ego.
Yep.
Or whatever, he wants to hold on to intellect. He wants to believe that he's smart because he can parrot everything that he's heard in school or that he learned. And he was very adamant about, I haven't done any research into flat Earth, but I know about all this. But he wasn't able to take a step further into anything like space bubbles or the Tesla tires or the cloned clouds. No. And that's understandable. That's understandable if you just did 5 minutes of flat Earth research. So go ahead, Mr. Baller. If you think that you know everything you know, and you think you're right, and you've only done 5 minutes of research, well, then you better, not attack us flat earthers so hard if we don't have answers to everything, like eclipses. Because you don't have answers that I could show you, an hour-long video from. If you just go watch it, then maybe you'll be on my side. Maybe you'll say, well, from an artist's perspective and from how light should shine on a spherical object, well, we should have a hot spot on the moon at the very least.
And gradients.
We have eclipses. Huh?
We should also have light gradient, where it goes from light to dark.
Yeah, we don't see that. The damn thing looks like it illuminates itself in every aspect, from an artist's perspective, from everything. I mean, that's just an anomaly. And then you get into the damn thing. The moon shines a 3-degree cooler light on you if you're standing in the moonlight. Come on. Like, where does it end? The stuff that's hidden from us, the stuff that's kind of twisted and distorted. Yeah, I don't have time to spoon feed these people, but I know enough things to tell you, hey, go check this out. You might find something interesting.
Yeah, I think you're doing a great job, Horry. You're doing a great job, man. Even drunk as you are.
Man, I get a little heated up because they just assume because I don't have an answer to whatever they ask that I just don't know my shit. But you know what? I don't claim to know everything.
But hey, that's exactly
about so many things.
Yeah, that's exactly like in the 3 years ago when Mark started doing his thing. That's one big thing he said. He said, "Don't lie to anybody." It's like if you don't know something, tell them straight out. You don't know. You're still learning about this.
Yeah. I don't claim to know everything, but I will tell you that there's a video out there about blah 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 blah. There's a video out there about blah blah blah. But now, Horry's candy ass is gonna take those videos and stick them in his freaking folder. So next time, I'm gonna be like, oh, that topic. Well, do you care to watch 2 minutes of this, or are you gonna run and move the goalpost again? And we'll see what happens.
Right.
Yeah.
You got it, man.
You know what? Hey, Wes.
Yeah.
Thank you for simulcasting this.
Yep.
This is what I do. I don't look the best every single broadcast, but sometimes you get these really open-minded people, and they're really intrigued, and they should be.
Oh, I have
these
to.
Other people that have conversations like I just had for the past 2 hours, and they just want to attack everything and scrutinize it.
Yep.
And go for the hardest subject, and that's cool too. That helps me grow. I'm not afraid to show myself growing in any capacity. I am openly saying that this is not my forte. I've focused on NASA, fakery, the green screen, the bubbles, the Earth curvature, long-distance laser experiments. I've focused on a lot of things that were not discussed in this live stream. So I looked in some baller's view like I didn't know what I was talking about. But if you just look into everything, I could have showed several videos that made them really, if they would have watched, 10 minutes of whatever thing they were talking about, they would have reneged on their statement, or they would have said, oh, well, gee, that makes a whole lot of sense, because that's what I already did. But I couldn't recall it in my brain and give them all that facts. That's just not what I do, Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I also wanted to add, I was going to ask you when you were on my show, what's up with the mark on your nose? No means no, okay?
Ball wiffle bat.
I was playing sword fight with my boy, and he was, he had a big ass orange wiffle bat, and I had one of these LED lightsabers that I got as a Wii remote control lightsaber. It was one of those things for the Wii. But anyway, it was a cool lightsaber sword. But anyway, we're sword fighting, and I had this sideways block, and I was like, yeah, I blocked your attack, haha. And then I let up and dropped my attack, but his little butt was still in full force crash down, and he crashes that wiffle bat on my bridge of my nose. And dude, and I had about a 6-pack in me, and I had to stop the game. I was like, oh my Jesus. I was like, oh God, that hurts so bad.
No, I like my excuse. No means no. You could have played that off real, Yeah, I wanted it, and she said no, and I said nah. Come on.
No, Wes, that's what happened. I was playing sword fight with my boy, and he gave me a freaking shiner with a wiffle bat.
That's funny.
And that thing swelled up, dude. It could turn purple in the first 2 minutes. And
you know what?
3 days, 4 days now.
Anytime I played with when I was growing up, anytime I played with my dad always walked into the house, and my mom said, well, what'd you hurt this time? I swear to God, it was either a stub toe or he ran into something and hit his head. And oh, my dad used to get beat up all the time when we were out playing in the yard.
Oh man.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you go. You can get back to your show, and I just had to bust your balls a little.
Hey, man, that's been fun. I don't even know how many viewers I have right now. I got 7 in YouTube and a few in the Twitch, but
yeah,
I had to dodge a couple of trolls. I had to put up with some.
Well,
ballers.
see,
man, boy, it's a stream, a 3-hour long stream of.
Right.
I'm probably. I hope nobody even takes the time to watch this.
Well, see, here's the thing. A few of your subscribers, they just left your room and they popped into here because we just shot up to 7 from 5. So.
There you go. All right, Wes. Well, I'm going to do one more just to see what the hell else I'm going to get after that crap.
All right, man.
And then I'm going to... Hopefully, I just get some open-minded ass people that I can make a highlight reel from. That's all I'm aiming for here.
Right. Oof. Well, good luck with that, man.
All right, Wes.
All right.
Take care. Thanks
You're
again,
the best, man. Later.
Love you, Horry.
Please. Love you, bro. Much love. Awesome. Okay, guys.
He didn't even hang up. He's like, okay, guys, I could have stayed on the line. Oh, now I got to readjust my mic and play with this and then that. And come on. No, you got to be locked in order to do what I want you to.
It wasn't an intentional scream during that.
No, I'm sorry, man.
It's a thing of thunder that just literally shook the shit out of me.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Sorry about that, Matt.
You're fine.
It's like, I had to get him on there.
Good Lord. I've been trying to capture that. Every time I try to capture that, so you guys can see it.
Dude, I seen it when you were moving back and forth, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on over there? And I could see the lightning.
Well, no, I keep seeing this freaking huge ass lightning bolt going straight to the ground, and I keep trying to capture it for you guys. Pretty funny. But I'm trying to be careful on data too.
Well, right now you're on your avatar pick. Ah, there we go.
I'm flipping back to it. Yeah, no, I hadn't got it back out. because it's starting to freaking rain again.
You know, I was thinking, looking at those blue ball slides, that
And they're sending a national alert out.
that one where the moon crosses the earth on the sunny side of the earth, that moon should be lit up like a motherfucker. You know how bright the moon can be. How can the moon be on the sunny side of the earth, but the back of it is gray?
Yeah.
It is bright.
It's the same thing when they're actually on the moon, right? They should be blinded by the reflection of the sun.
Well, as bright as the moon is from the earth, the closer you get, the brighter it's going to be, right?
Right.
Be like,
well, in reality, you would think.
Yeah, it'd be like landing on a fucking light bulb, and they looked like they were on sand and rocks.
Exactly. Man, I'm gonna have to go through my cigarette butts and get some tobacco out so I can make a cigarette.
I roll my own.
It's coming down there, huh?
That's the only way I do it is to roll my own.
I know. I roll mine too.
Out video, and it's trying to adjust with the wipers running. As you can see, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
It's freaking out.
No, I roll mine too, Fish. I just don't have any more tobacco. I got plenty of tubes.
What state are you in?
Oklahoma.
Mustang,
I'm in
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma City.
Oh, you're in Oklahoma City right now.
I don't use tubes. I use just plain old rolling paper.
I'm trying to see if I can capture this lightning bolt. If you see the very corner edge of that sign over there that I can barely see.
Whoa!
Yeah, we saw that.
Whoa, yeah.
Finally caught it.
Wow.
Yeah, we got it.
Crazy.
That was freaking cool. And you know what? Since we have a slight delay, it actually went in slow motion, Matt. You got to watch the replay.
It was
great.
It was great.
Okay, I'll watch the replay as long as you don't delete the replay. How about that?
Yeah, I know. I just got to stop listening to Just Jack.
No, yeah, okay. I'll leave it alone.
I can't blame you. I fucked that up on my own.
You deleted the right day. You just deleted the wrong one.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
I thought he did that because I got drunk and got or something.
No,
he just screwed up.
Yeah, that's just the typical stream of Wes's channel. You know, somebody getting drunk, somebody did something weird, something cool. You know, whatever. Stuff happens on Wes's channel. Man,
that's the way
bad
it
weather there. Wow.
I know.
Lightning crazy, man. Wow.
You got to remember, Fish, you've been on my show quite a lot, really freaking drunk.
Yeah,
So
earlier
it's
now
like,
all of a sudden I just dropped out of nowhere, and I know Wes said, Matt, what do you think about it? And I was like, gone.
I'm typically quite drunk. Yeah, that's the typical me. Unless I'm asleep.
But there's the little blue tarp, as you can see that I'm talking about that they have.
Yeah. God, you're standing underneath that damn thing? Look, it's filled with metal.
I'm sitting in my truck. My truck, right there. See? I got the wipers running, doofus. Yeah, I'm standing underneath it, and you're seeing my wipers. That's good. Wow.
No, I mean, it looked like you got out of your truck, dude.
No, I just aimed up. Yeah, it's furious. It's fun.
All right, so anyhow, guys,
it's great.
Yeah, I dropped off video, so I'm not burning so much data.
Okay, I haven't even looked in the chat. Has anybody read? Let's see. Oh, we got someone new popped in.
Hello.
That was nice.
Real Talkaholic. Welcome.
Oh, I know Real Talkaholic. Yeah, I watch your channel. She's great.
She's a flat earther.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, I'm gonna make her a mod.
I subscribe to
Later in my channel. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up on everybody here.
I didn't know anyone was watching.
Yeah, we had up to 7 people. I think the highest we had was 14. That was right before you came on, and then everything went downhill from there.
Yeah, that's because I came in. Yeah, everyone left.
No, you were in here when that was happening. I'm just fucking with you.
Horry's got an interesting thing going on in his channel. He's got himself on the news channel set, and then in the background of the news channel set, he's playing his video. So it's a couple second delay in the background. So you just see him like jumping behind the desk, and then in a smaller video jumping behind the desk, then a smaller video jumping behind the desk. It's pretty crazy.
Funny. I'm surprised he didn't throw me up. I'm surprised he didn't throw me up in his went to my channel and threw me up in that fucking window
screen. Yeah.
See, now that's what he should have, dude. That's what he should have done when I was on the phone, so that I would have been streaming him on mine. He would have been streaming me on his. God, I should have mentioned that. Yeah, call him back. Right.
But
call back. He's not doing anything right now.
It would have been great if he wasn't drunk, but he didn't think of any of that. He's having a good old drunk.
Yeah, he's just chatting. I'm not gonna bother. We'll have to plan that next time.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, don't say. Okay.
Okay. So what else are we gonna talk about, people?
He's drinking wine now. He ran out of beer.
Oh God.
Oh Jesus, Horry on the wine.
He said the last time he drank wine, he ended up in a fetal position crying on the floor.
Yeah, this is gonna end badly. Horry shouldn't be drinking wine. Somebody buy him beer.
Real Talkaholic says, big heart. I can't sleep, but hey, yay. I'm kind of just listening with my eyes closed. LOL, good show, everyone.
Tell her to come in. Come in, Real Talk.
And then she says I'm having wine as well. LOL.
Well, we're all getting drunk. At least I am. Come on in.
No, if you want to send her the link, go ahead.
I'd love to talk with you.
But I don't know if she, it sounds like she's ready for Betty Bye.
Nah, she likes to talk. Hence the name. Come on in.
Come on in. Oh man, he drank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Keystones, and now he's on the wine.
Damn. Oh, there's her email. All right, cool. I'll drop it into my invite thingy. And I'm going to add you to my list of flat earthers.
Yeah, we'll have some new blood up in here. Someone with something new to say.
Okay, just sent the invitation.
Come on
in. Y'all come up and see us sometime.
Oh, May West.
Oh, wow. This rain is insane.
See, now, Just Jack is probably going, who the hell is May West?
May West? Come up and see me sometime.
Come on, pretty boy. Yeah, come up and see me sometime.
Oh, he does know about May West.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that's exactly the way she used to talk.
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding.
Kinda
I know her. Yeah.
But you're too young for that. That's in my age group. Well, Wesley's age group.
Well, Not really.
You're quite a bit younger than me, right? About a decade.
No, not much. No, I'm 57.
Oh, okay. You're only a few years younger than me.
But yeah, the Mae West thing that goes back to the fucking 20s and 30s.
I think Jesse Lopez is talking to scientists. Why are you full spreading delusion?
Get out of my room if you don't like it. Simple and plain. I don't know why you globalists even bother. Just to bust our balls. Hey, I don't go over to your channel and fuck with you in the chat.
I think delusion is just believing what people tell you without investigating, huh? What do you think?
That would be delusion.
I got a problem. I got to jump off,
I
guys.
couldn't said it any better.
Oh, later, Matt. Take care. Oh, he's gone already.
Oh, is Matt leaving?
Yeah, he said he had to jump off a while. He had something to do.
That's okay. Yeah, Matt's a good shit.
Mm-hmm.
So how do I do this bye-bye people? Block. Yeah. I get to do it for the first time ever. Yay! I blocked somebody. Woohoo!
Well, he's gonna get more than just blocked because I'm getting him the hell out of here.
Well, probably come back with 7 stock accounts, but who gives a fuck?
And he is now banned from my room.
You know, I kind of like having them around because all their arguments are so stupid that
I know.
They speak better for us than we do because their arguments are so stupid that it makes people take a closer look at us.
Yeah, don't even bother Flat Earth, Alaska. He's gone. He's like, what is your problem, man?
Yeah, I don't know what. He was just talking some stupid stuff.
What's your fucking problem, man?
What's your problem, man? All right. Getting back in the swivel. What's up?
Man, I don't know how you can continue to do this day in and day out, dude. Staying up this late.
Who, me?
Yeah,
you.
You're always on it. You're always on it. I don't even know how you do
I'll
it.
have children waking me up in 4 hours. It's cool.
I go into chat rooms in the early morning and Jack's in there. I go into chat rooms in the late night and Jack's in there. Then I come on the show late at night and Jack's in there.
I love it.
What he's failing to realize is that he's up to see me in the morning. He's up to see me in the evening. He's up to see me in the late night. So he's got the same problem as me.
Oh yeah, it's insomnia.
Wow.
Insomnia. It's a bit.
I love it. Sean says in the Jean. Is it Jean or Sean?
It's Juan, dude.
I'm not sure.
Juan.
That's right. Juan. Sorry. I don't know why I kept calling him Sean. Anyhow, I keep thinking Jean-Claude Van Damme, you know.
Right.
Anyhow, he says, great shot, folks. Pow, pow, bang, bang. You're out of here, LOL.
Right. To the moon, Alice.
One of these days. One of these days.
I oughta. Oh, come on, Ruffy boy. Hey, come on. Way to go.
Oh, we're dating ourselves now, aren't we?
I don't know about that. I mean, I started watching The Honeymooners in the 80s, and it was only because of Nick at Night.
Right.
Came out.
Yeah, they reran it all. Yeah, I saw it back in the early days.
Well, as far as watching it when it was live, I wasn't even alive.
Well,
real fuck.
I wasn't alive when they first came out with them either, I don't believe, but I saw them earlier than that. When I'd stay home.
We'll talk a lot. Hello, how are you, hon?
Hey. What up, dogaholic guy?
Hey y'all, what y'all doing?
What's up, flat earther female?
Flat earther female. I haven't been called a female since Navy boot camp.
We got females on flat earth.
Yeah, I've been just up. I can't sleep. So I was having wine and I saw you guys on. So I was like, let me just listen in and hear what they talking about.
These are the late night crazies, man.
You look damn familiar. Are you from Minnesota?
No, I'm from Louisiana originally, and then I moved to Texas, and now I'm in California. I'm kind of a nomad.
I subscribed to
Nomad here.
I've been subscribed to you since you first showed up on YouTube, I believe.
Oh, thanks. I've had a lot of different things go on with me with YouTube, but I've been trying to power through.
All right, Flat Earth Alaska, I will resend it to you. I don't know why you didn't receive it. I sent it. I know I sent it. Because there's your name.
Come in here.
Yeah, I guess. I hope.
We're all up
Copy.
tonight.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, no doubt.
The late night chats are always interesting. Let's hope we don't accidentally delete them.
It's the late Flat
late
Earth
show.
Yeah.
The last show like this I was on got deleted the next morning while I was watching it.
Of course, that was on purpose, but
Yeah, what happened to whoever that lady was that I was chatting with? She was supposed to come back in the next time we chatted, but she did not.
Are you sure?
Oh, the one from Israel?
No. The one I was chatting with the other night when Fish was drinking like a fish.
The girl from Scotland.
Yeah, that girl.
Yeah, her. I don't
the one who said I to everything. So we knew, like, yeah, she wasn't. English was not her first language. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one who was from Israel. That's the one I said.
And instead of piss.
Oh, really?
Instead of piss, she said pish. Pish.
Oh, so okay. I forget her name now. Oh my gosh.
It was a real hard name to remember. Hang on, I've got it right here. I've got it in my.
She was right in the Hebrew version of a typical English name.
Yeah.
Okay, her name was Yidit Bays. Judith Bays.
Which is Judith, right? Judith.
Right.
Judith. Yep. Yeah, I haven't seen her. Like,
I really like that woman from Israel as well. I had a good conversation with her.
That's the woman we're talking about.
That was another night. The one from Scotland was just the last show. The woman from Israel, the old woman, was another night. I was talking to an old woman from Israel. Maybe you don't remember it.
No, the only one that was from Israel that you talked to was the one that Jack just mentioned.
Well, I thought we were just talking about the woman from Scotland from the last show. She was a younger woman.
No,
Well, now I'm just fucking confused.
I don't even remember a woman from Scotland.
Hey, listen, just to let you know, Fish, it's not just you. It all becomes a blur after a while. Trying to keep track of everybody.
I talk to
No doubt.
I go into so many chats and talk to so many people I can't fucking keep track now.
Which is why his hair's so long.
I grew it up.
I tried to go into a couple chats, including ones that Wes mentioned, and some of the chats you can't really get into. Like, they have their typical, people in attendance and trying to get in and
they have their own
conversation.
group. Yeah, they have
that's like going into Nathan Oakley chat. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right.
All regulars. They're all regulars. They shut you up immediately as a newcomer.
Well, it's just like Poncho Pete. I literally fought my way in there, and finally somebody I knew that I've had on my show a lot had stood up for me and said, no, yeah, let Wes come in. Now they always let me in.
Yeah, I went into Rose Sanchez, and I was not getting anywhere in there.
Oh my God, yeah, I did the same thing in the Brother Sanchez show because unfortunately I checked in on a night when they were all on about black history and black this and black that, and I wanted to talk about the flat earth.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of ridiculous why I'm with the flat earthers, but I'm going to talk about this. I mean, it's like, that's fine that's something that's, he's passionate about, but dude, you're a flat earther, man.
Well,
I've had similar situations. Go ahead.
I don't feel that you should keep the whole black consciousness thing alive because it just breeds racism.
Yeah, it's segregation.
We're here now together. Let's not separate ourselves. Let's not come up with subdivisions to us against them, because that's divide and conquer. That comes down from above. We're all just here, right?
Right. I was lucky enough to not get really stuck into the Black conscious movement. Like when I first saw the Black conscious movement, I saw a lot of people talking about it, and at first, like, I thought it was good, but then I kind of spent a long time away from it because I was in the military, so I went on deployment and things. But when I got back, I didn't really get back into it, but I kind of understand it from an aspect of people who have always been taught that they are less than. So when you're coming from that community and then coming into the flat earth community, sometimes you could look back on the community and say, hey, you guys, you actually have missed some knowledge. And I think that's what Bro Sanchez is actually trying to do, is just like reach back into the community he came from. Like, I don't know if it's coming from a bad place or not, but luckily I didn't get into all of that hoopla. So I'm not really affected. So I know what you guys mean. So sometimes I want a flat earth conversation as well. But I kind of get the aspect of reaching back into the community where people are just sitting around, and talking stuff that does breed racism. And he's trying to infiltrate that, which is not so bad, sometimes. But I get what you guys are saying as well.
I love.
Yeah, there was a guy that was in here earlier, and he announced that he was a young 18-year-old black man, and that was the one.
Trump supporter.
Yeah, the Trump supporter, and he was just going off on being black, and I mean in a bad way. And he's like, it was something about that he didn't like white or black people, and he loves white people. And I'm like, I text back to him saying, well, that's funny because I love all people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I left it at that.
Separation. You don't promote.
Yeah, I don't either. I grew up with it.
It's like bipartisan politics. Republican, left, right, what the fuck ever, black, white. We're all here together.
But would you say that we should just ignore it? Like, we should just stop talking about it altogether? Because, like, I try to talk about this on my channel. Like, I realize that white people, Mexican people, Chinese people, hell, I actually just picked up the Jewish Journal a few days ago, and I realized Jewish people are also being handed a matrix by our overarching controllers. So Absolutely. Is it like something that we shouldn't talk about at all, or is it something that we should I don't know how to handle the situation. It needs to be handled though, because we have a lot of people in all of the communities that are undereducated that don't understand that we are all the same. So how do we navigate that.
I think we should get over it. I think we should get over it and just be here together. You know, personally, forget about all the perceived differences, because I mean, it breaks down so much. You get black and white, Jewish and Gentile, Republican, Democrat, left wing, right wing. What the
red
fuck?
beard, brown beard?
Yeah, we're all just people here. We're all just fucking people. We're all dealing with the same mess. We should get over our differences and deal with this mess.
I agree. And, you know, when I look at it, it's like, you know, a lot of us that have come to the flat earth have also found out that there's lies in a lot of other places. Okay. Looking at history, looking at religion, looking at all sorts of things where we all, I mean, a majority, I shouldn't say we all, because I can't globalize, haha, the way people think. But when we look at the situation, we see that these evil men believe that we are beings other than just these flesh vehicles, let's put it that way, that, you know, they're trying to control our inner selves. And that's what I think we should all be looking at, is our inner selves, not the skin color, not the, you know, employment status, not the monetary status, not the, you know, political status, not the sports status. You know, all these things are just distractions of finding out who we are and where we are, right? Because that's what we're finding out. First, right now, we're trying to find out where we are, because we're not obviously on a spinning ball flying through the vacuum of space. But who we are is these beings that are walking around in these flesh vehicles, and we're meant to find ourselves, just like I think we were meant to find the stationary plane that we're living in. We're meant to find ourselves in that other space that we're supposed to be in. And if we keep going back to, okay, well, these people were oppressed or those people were misconstrued, but the fact of the matter is like, you know, I have a hard time right now because of the whole, you know, the whole Trump Hillary thing, where basically they say I have white male privilege. Well, if I have white male privilege, I ain't seen it yet, because I've been working real hard to get a job lately. And, you know, where's my white male privilege? The whole thing is that, you know, and I'm not trying to make myself in a better light or anything else like that, but I find myself, like I get in these large group situations where it's majority white, okay, like a white situation, white men, white women, whatever. And there would be just a few African Americans, whatever. And I feel compelled to join with them, or, you know, hey, you know, you know, do you got a room up here yet? Because I went to conferences for scriptural study purposes. But anyway, I connect with them easier because in a sea of white people, so to speak, you know, they are being outcasted, and it's not even intentional. It's just, it's built in subconsciously. You know, there's us and them. And when I get to talking to these people, I find out that, you know, these people, whether white, black, old, young, the inside thing, the thing, you know, the same mindedness, the same spirit, that brings us all together. Like the last conference I went to, we had a young black guy, we had older black guy, we had a young white guy, we had older white guy, we had an old lady that walked down at 3 o'clock in the morning saying, "Oh, I knew you guys were down here because I could just feel the presence," you know. And we all got together to where we could not see, and we discussed it after the fact, but we could not see each other's physical bodies. We could actually only see our inner selves, and we were able to communicate without even words. We just understood each other, you know. And we can't get there if we're constantly saying, okay, well, we've been oppressed because of this, or, you know, we're being ostracized because of that. And it's like, look, let's get to the truth of the matter. Let's not, you know, let's not try to constantly pick at more and more lies. You know, we have to look at what's the truth.
Well, the sad bit is that this shit doesn't go without saying. That's a really sad bit that people can't figure out. without it having to be said. That we're all in the same fucking boat together. And
Right.
the different political parties above us are not there for our benefit. They're dividing and conquering. It's sad that we even have to point this out. And welcome back, Matt.
Crazy rain.
I'm showing Jack the rain. I had to turn it back on.
I wish we could get some rain here in Southern California.
It's not in the plan.
It's not in the geoengineering schedule until next week or so, I guess. Yeah.
And we're getting a massive echo from you, Matt.
What?
Echo.
We're getting echo.
I don't know why. I'm on my Bluetooth. So you guys are not even.
Oh no, now you're fine. Now you're good. You're good. You're good.
It resolved itself. No, I still.
That's all right. I lost complete cell service, and all of a sudden got a message that somebody tried to call on the work line, and they left me a voicemail. I was like, "Shit!"
Yeah, so
I couldn't call my voicemail. It wouldn't let me.
what I'm seeing is like, you know, we talk about the divisions that are built into the school system and the political system and the sports system. And I hear these different groups talking about how they're separating us. And in the meantime, the people who are talking about the ways that the evil men separate us are, you know, the Christian group talking about it, or the black group talking about it, or the, what's it called? Infinite plane believers over here, or the, you know, Pac-Man believers over here. And they're all talking about the deceptions that are separating us. And it's like, are you paying attention to ourselves?
Yeah.
You know,
So
I like Wes's, you know, format, because he don't care who you are, whatever you believe. You want to share your belief, share your belief. You want to squash it, you know, we'll squash it, you know. But it's kind of like, you know, I was watching the Horry Sheet Show, and somebody called into the Horry Sheet Show, and he didn't like that he was showing Fepe with his head cut off floating through space. And
oh yeah, I saw that. That was
and the guy called him, and he's like, why is Fepe bleeding? And he's like, well, you know, the guy did me wrong. You know, I had his back, he didn't have mine, and
Screwed him
the
up.
guy, and the guy went on a complete tangent, and he says, well, you know, I'm with him because, you know, all the people who believe in Christianity, they're just evil men deceiving us in the flat earth community. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what angle you're coming at. If people are coming to flat earth, this is a beginning truth. If that's what gets them there, great. You know, it's just like, you know, atheists now believe in a creator. I don't care how you figure that out. That's not what we're talking about here. But they know that they're not on a spinning ball. They know this place was made because of flat earth. Where you go from there, yeah, if you want to take the Christian route, yeah, take the revelation otherwise. If they want to take the Buddhist route, take the Buddhist route until they have a revelation otherwise, right? Well, but we need to stop fighting about who's got it right, but because we don't know.
The only
True.
At the end is that it was made for us conscious beings here. If it's a flat, enclosed system, it was set up and created and made for us conscious beings here.
Or even if it's a flat, infinite setup.
Well, yeah.
Have you guys seen the I don't know if it's called the Noobs system or something like that, NOOBZ or something like that. It's like basically a mixture of flat earth and the globe, but it's like a flat plate with these, like, if kind of like a cell has electrons, but the planets go around the globe, or go around the, have you seen, you know what I'm talking about? I see you laughing. I don't know.
No.
I've never heard of it.
I haven't. I'm looking at Noobs, and it's like, you know, it's a commercial for a video gaming movie.
Okay, I think I might have the name wrong. God dang, I just saw it and I wanted to mirror the video, but I was like a little busy. But
let me give you the perspective on. Okay, go ahead.
I have it on my Sacred Geometry and More playlist. It's like a short 6-minute video, and it's somebody who recreated basically a flat Earth model, but instead of using like just the flat Earth with the dome over it, they made 3 steps. So the first circle, the second circle, and the third
Cosmic
circle.
egg.
Yes, the cosmic egg. But then they said like the sun and the moon that we see are our sun and moon, and then Saturn would be like the sun for the next
Yeah,
step,
I've heard
like
about
a
that.
step down. And then they would have their own moon, and then it included all the planets. Now they said it wasn't perfect, of course, because it's just a model, of course. But I think that it has like I think it's like the cell theory, or like the I can't even remember what it's called. I want to click off of here and just look for it, but last time I lost you guys.
I'm in your channel right now.
Okay, do you see the Sacred Geometry and More playlist?
Yeah.
I just added it. I just added it to my video if they didn't delete it, because sometimes that happens with the good videos. But
Go
it
ahead
should be
and
like,
go ahead and share your screen.
I'm still searching for it. I'm still searching.
6-minute video. It might be way at the end because I really just added it. But it is such a good model, I think, because I know we like the AE model, but it doesn't include the fact that, okay, if you're thinking that we're in Asgard and we have the middle circle, then they would be 2 more circles around us. And it includes that, and it includes it like with an electromagnetic field, and then it causes the seasons by the breathing of the cell or whatever. So it's a
So this is where I have problem with that is, and this is something that we were talking about with the Irish speaking lady, or Scottish. I'm sorry if I got that wrong.
Scottish.
But okay, so the Scottish lady. So the problem is that we are trying to compare things to this spinning balls thing. Okay, so in the scientific community, when they don't understand things, they explain everything in the macro and the micro in spinning balls. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like what an atom looks like, what a molecule looks like, what even the quarks is rubber bands that hold the rubber balls together. It's all, it's all made up stuff where we can't see these spherical entities in reality. It's all theoretical. Like I'm not discounting what they're saying, that could possibly be true. But when anybody says that there's a globe-shaped anything, it kind of like we can't prove a globe, period, in any of reality.
It's not a globe. Don't get me wrong. It's called NORB theory, NORB theory of the Earth and universe. I didn't put the 6-minute video. Actually, I put the 35-minute one, which explains more. But it's a flat earther. He's a flat earther. But he tried to basically figure out how the planets work, like how all the planets work around us, not just our sun and moon. Like, although his theory doesn't include the tree, which I'm very attached to the tree in the center.
Yep.
So that's just my thing, though. But his theory is more like a cell. It's more like I don't know. It's hard to explain without you seeing it, but it is a beautiful theory.
I'm looking at it now.
It is a beautiful theory. I think
it's pretty. It is pretty. It's very.
But if you listen to the logic. See, the thing is, I think he's close. Not all the way. He said it's not perfect, but the logic is great. Like it's a great rendition of what could be happening. And I think that it brings in the electromagnetic part of the Earth and things like that in a great way. So like I tend to listen to a lot of different things, which is why I don't make videos like every day, because I'm juggling a lot of different theories and trying to figure out what I'm going to put my finger on. But between the AE model and his model, I feel like there's something there. Like if you guys check it out, there's something there.
There's someone that has 10 flat commandments. Norb's World. Is that it? Norb's World.
Well, on my playlist, it just says Norb theory of the Earth and universe.
No, I can't go along with the whole theory of planets and all that because
well, not planets. They're light bodies as well. They're light. They're lights, but they're more like electrons.
Yeah.
In his theory, but he understand that he said it's not perfect, but it's a good. I think it's a good way
start.
to well, first of all, the AE model isn't perfect itself because we're not including the rest of the rings a lot of times with the AE model. And he also includes the circulation of the sun and the moon, and then the rest of the light bodies around it, not just the sun and the moon. So I thought that was like really good to go, like for us to expand on, because we often just look at the sun and the moon, and he's looking at all of the rest of the light bodies and how they work with the sun and the moon that we see, and just the idea of them being closer and far away and these types of things. So I just think that after just in all, it's a really good model that includes the rest of the world, not just our little circle that we haven't been able to leave, but the rest of the circles too, as well as the electromagnetic part of our system. The only thing I think is missing from his is the giant tree. And, obviously that kind of like a natural, like, I feel like that's kind of gone when you look at it, but the addition of the extra rings is what I'm super excited about, because we can expand on that. We started with the AE. If we go to that, it's like we can go a little further if we just kind of, I don't know, I like looking at other people's theories because I feel like it brings us closer.
I was going to say that I'm just wondering if Globebusters had caught that, because they're like letting everybody know that if you got a better map, let us know.
Oh yeah.
Well, he didn't have that many views when I caught it.
I don't check that out much, what's in the sky, because I figure if we're trying to measure the ground, it's like if you want to measure the table, if you want to measure the surface of the table, you don't look at the light fixtures in the room. You don't look up in the sky or at the ceiling. You look at the table. So I'm not that much into what's in the sky yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's a flat earther, so he started with AE like we did, but I think he just expanded on a few different theories.
Can you name the Norbs?
Yeah, it's Norb. Yeah, Norb theory. I meant to mirror it.
Find it on your channel. Oh, you didn't mirror it?
No, it's on my it's in my playlist.
That's what she was saying. She wishes she did.
Okay.
Cause I think it's something, it's something. Cause man, the logic behind it just gave me so many chills. Like, you know how it is. You know how it was when you first fell upon flat Earth. Like when you finally got there, like there was a relief. Like, oh, thank God it's not the way it seemed like it was. Like, so when I got to his theory, I was like, wow, I never seen this. And those chills when you learn something new. So it seemed very like, like not just our AE map, but an expansion on our AE map. That's what I felt.
Well, the creator's amazing on multiple levels. Once you realize you're in a creation, as it unfolds, the deeper you look into it, it's amazing on multiple levels.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I've been looking into the plants lately, the mushrooms and stuff. I'm really interested in that.
What kind of
like psilocybin and the things like that, but obviously, all the rest of the mushrooms as well. But just like knowing about the hallucinogens is crazy, because people will have the same, like similar accounts, even though it's two different people on the same mushroom, or two different DMT accounts. They'll be like, hey, you see that purple snake over there? Yeah, I see that purple snake. Like they'll literally be having a trip, but they're both seeing the same thing. And that to me points to realities that are happening simultaneously with our reality.
so many times with LSD or psilocybin. I've had that so many times where you both have the same
shared experience. Yeah.
Yeah, the same hallucination
If
together.
that. Well, I mean, look, again, everybody knows where I'm going to come from, right? So when I look at this, I was sharing my hold on, I'm gonna pull this up real quick. You guys can see this, right? You can see my screen.
And me, yeah, I see your screen. I can see me on it.
Yeah, I can see it.
So, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm already having a problem right now.
Hold on, wait. When he talks about that, now, hold on. When he talks about the first three, right? He talks about I believe it's like 3 different things that life is comprised of. And he's saying that there's like the vibration. So when we look at the light spectrum, right, we have those low vibrations that are considered sound. And then we have the visible light spectrum in the middle. And then we have the ultra lights in the top, right? So he's saying basically those vibrations split apart and made the physical realm in the middle, which gives us the rest of the things that are circling above and below. So so I don't want you to get caught up in like just the model, but the logic behind it is so immaculate that you can't just look at the model because it's just a model. He shows one of the guys that was on, I think, Bro Sanchez's channel, where he started with his model to create this model. So when he talks about that, I think there's something there, because if you look at color theory, when you look at the sun is yellow and the sky is blue, yellow and blue mixed together, reflection is going to be green, which is the color of the earth. So when you're talking about the way that these vibrations come about in the physical reality, there's also above it a ultraviolet ray, as well as below it these low vibrations that we consider hell or Sheol or whatever. So there's some, even though, you know, I'm saying the thing is not perfect, but man, the logic is good, man. Like, I'm sorry, but it just is.
Yeah, and look, I'm gonna I'm gonna come at it from a different perspective, right? So this realm that we're in, right? That's our realm. So we need to figure out this place is what I'm trying to say. For the time being, you know, I believe in multiple realms. Okay, I do. And I believe they encompass all of the same area. Okay. But again, I'm coming from it from a perspective of, you know, I had different theories that I've thrown out, and the reason that I've thrown them out is because I say, okay, well, what's the source of my theory, right? And whenever I hear anything that has to do with other spheres moving about, and now see, to me, I can look at this and see that there's a possibility in my perspective of electromagnetism, right? So like when he's showing it from the side view in in 3 dimensions, right? I guess you could say, like, he's showing spheres doing this wobbling and spinning and stuff. But if I look at it just like this, like from this top view, or from our perspective from the bottom view, I just see it as, you know, the lights that they are set in their course from the beginning of time, and that these are for us, not for the other places. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is those lights that we see.
That Asgard is the only place. Like the middle circle is the only place.
Y'all are too damn metaphysical for me.
I don't know. I don't know what
metaphysics. I'm not gonna lie. I love metaphysics, but what I'm asking you is, you're looking at this model and you're thinking that the middle circle is the only one that should exist.
From our perspective, in our realm.
Yes, from our perspective, yes, of course. Right. But I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying.
As far as the layers of the other realms being above and realms being below.
Mm-hmm.
Because of my scrutiny of what I was taught in theology when I was in the church and stuff, and looking at what the book actually says as opposed to what they teach, there is no lower realm. There is no upper realm. There is just this realm, and there's many spaces within it.
Where did you learn that at? Where did you learn that at?
Where did I learn what? What I just said?
You said the theology. You said theology, but I wasn't sure, like, if you learned it in school or at church.
No. Like, okay, so the theology is that there's a hell below and a heaven above.
Okay.
Okay, so that comes out of churchianity, whatever you want to call it. The Christian perspective, I guess you could say, but I've also looked at it from other religion, which is, I've looked at it from the Judaism standpoint, and I've looked at the modern, and I'm going to emphasize the modern Muslim philosophies and stuff.
Right.
That they believe in this above realm and this below realm. Okay.
Right.
But coming from a literal scriptural perspective, there's no way that you can come up with this theory of this upper realm and lower realm. It's something that. Go
ahead. Sorry about that. Okay, so coming from a religious perspective, you might have issues with this.
Okay,
like
you're coming from a religious perspective? Okay.
Well, if you're coming from that, like a theology, like if you're just using that as your as your reference point, you might have an issue with the orb theory. That's what it is. It's an orb, basically saying that the earth is an orb. And yeah, I can see that. I can see that being an issue with that. I don't know.
See, I believe in the firmament, right?
Right.
Because it says rakia, which is a beaten out formed shape.
Well, it does. Okay, so that's why for this video, or for the video that I share with you guys, you have to hear what he's saying, because he is.
I'm gonna watch it later. I'm gonna watch it later because I don't close my eyes to anything. It's just I have to do it to the scrutiny of other belief systems. Because
I understand that. I understand. Yeah. I totally get. I come from Christian.
It's a belief system on top of belief system on top of belief system.
Right. I was in a Kojic. I was in a Kojic church. Right. I was in a Church of God in Christ church. So yeah, I come from religion as well. I get it. We all have our filters. But the thing that I appreciate so much with his theory, first of all, I want to say that he does talk about the firmament, and he talks about how we can't leave the realm. We can't leave the middle realm. And so he'll talk about that. So you'll get to see that part. But beyond that, I have to be so appreciative of him because he included color theory, frequencies, and how frequencies and vibrations work. And it's like, and the whole functionality of the system, like the fact that we experience the other planets, quote unquote planets, the other light orbs as farther away than as farther away than our sun and moon. But also we acknowledge that at some point, some of us acknowledge that at some point, Saturn was the sun. It was closer to our realm. But then that means it's still a sun, but it may be being a sun for a different realm. And that's what I appreciate from his perspective, because he doesn't put it out there as a perfect model at all. He just says, this is what I've come up with based on the flat earth model, the AE map. He got the AE map, and then he got the model from the guy that went on to Bro Sanchez's panel, I believe. And he presented a really great model that he made himself. But then he took it a step further from that. As you can see, he had the AE map in the center. Right. But the way that it's just a theory, but it's the way that he mixed all of the theories that you may have come in contact with. I think it's worthy of just
I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely listen to the live. I listened to it a few times. Like I said, he's missing the tree that I love so much. So I have my own things about it. I'm not totally on to that, but really good theory.
So guys. Do you believe in the magnetic tree, the giant magnetic tree in the center of our plane?
I absolutely do, but
Okay,
the
yep.
reasons why
I'm good with that.
the reasons why are because of the metal we have in the ground and things like that. It definitely holds a magnetic property. So
Right.
yes, that's definitely one of my. It's actually one of my favorite things. Actually, I started reading the book of Isaiah. Is anybody Christians on the panel?
I am okay. Hold on. Let me
Am I
give her the
Christian?
disclaimer. I'll give it to her. Fish knows scripture well, but he at this moment does not subscribe to it. Is that
Okay,
fair,
good.
Fish?
I didn't want to offend.
And
Because
I just don't know how we always get so theological. I mean, it's like all unicorn farts and pixie dust.
It is.
Testable, provable, repeatable.
But there's significance because there's significance only because it's a little bit of recorded history inside of the Bible. That's the only thing. Like, I'm not a Christian anymore, but I do realize that there is some truth as in like recorded history inside the Bible. And I'm only going to use it for this little piece. Trust me, I'm not going completely Jesus freak on you.
So I am a scriptural literalist.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just cut in. Let me cut in really quick. Just keep in mind that Just Jack has done 6 hours of this stuff.
Yeah,
on
true.
So don't worry about it. You go for it.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert at all. Okay. Just to put that out there. And I'm not meaning to offend. Okay. But there's just some funny things that I found in Isaiah. Like as I was reading Isaiah, I was laughing out loud. But I think I have a theory about that. And that's basically that when normal Christians read the Bible, they're hearing a different voice in their head other than their own when they read the Bible. They hear a mightier voice than their own. So they take it so seriously. But the book of Isaiah is I feel like the He-Man Woman Haters Club could have been founded off of the book of Isaiah because it speaks of those trees that were basically I guess dwelling places for the goddesses that used to be, like the feminine societies or the people who, I don't want to say the feminine societies, the people who honored feminine principles. They had trees that were set up as altars to these goddesses and things like that. And in the book of Isaiah, they talk about taking those trees down, even one of the trees called the Mighty One. And it gives it away in those little asterisk marks in the Bible. When you look at the little asterisk mark and then you look down at the bottom, they'll tell you that mostly they're talking down upon the women, the Hebrew women in Isaiah, as well as bringing down those sacred trees. So I'm telling you, I know that it's weird when you have read it already and you have a certain knowledge about it. But when I started reading it in my own voice and not the voice that I thought was telling me these things, I got the real message from it. First of all, it was a little funny because, the Lord, quote unquote, the Lord, I realized that the Lord and God are two different characters in the Bible.
Translation, it was God's name originally.
Don't get me started on that.
They said that, however, the lords are what they call like they're like less than a king, but they're not like, you know what I mean? Like they're when they're talking about like royal families, when you call someone a lord, it's not necessarily a god. It's kind of like a regular person, but they hold a position.
That's
hold on a second. It's a translation problem, okay? Everywhere where it says the Lord, it was a replacement of a specific name, except for when it's lowercase. When it's lowercase, it happens to do with there were many lords, right? And that's the one you're talking about, like a one step down from a kingship. It's an ownership of great land, and then you have the other mighty ones, the other Elohim that it can refer to judges, men who judge situations. It can refer to deities, false deities, or the true deity. And it can.
Well, when you say the Mighty One, because they referred to the Mighty One in the book, but they were talking about a tree. They were not.
Right.
They were talking about the
I'm
tree
looking
of
for that.
Azria.
I'm looking for that right now. You said it's in Isaiah. And
Well, in Isaiah, they took down the tree of Azria. They took down the
Asherah,
tree of
Asherah pole.
sorry,
Yeah.
my bad. But you know, like they took down a lot of the trees that would have been basically to the goddesses, and then even in Isaiah, they mock the other people for being quote unquote led by women, and they talk about Jerusalem becoming a prostitute. She has this and she has that. There's so many bad references to the words she and her.
They refer
You know,
to her as a whore, not a prostitute. Actually, up.
oh well,
Yeah,
in my
there's a
book
difference.
they said prostitute. In my book they said prostitute. I have the New King James version. I don't know what book. So,
That's even worse than
well,
King James.
well, no, I think it's just King James. I think it's just King James. It's well, I think that's what it's called, King James version.
No, New King James is different than the King James.
Yeah,
I'll check, but either way, a whore and a prostitute are the same, right? Or what?
No, not in the translation.
It's
Okay, well, either way, okay, that's not the point. That's not the point. Okay, I don't want to get lost. I don't want to get lost.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the mighty tree. That's what I'm looking for.
The point is that they refer to women, the female principal, as a paid sex slave or some type of thing, you know?
Yeah.
So if you read it in your own voice, you can kind of see these things. But anyhow, they talk about the trees in there, and that's the main part that I want to talk about. Is like,
yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, they talk about the tree. Actually, I could probably give you direct scripture because I have my Bible here.
Yeah.
But I could give you direct scripture on where they were talking about the trees. But I feel like that's why it's important, because it is a part of recorded history. Although I feel like there are some twisted things in it, or it can be taken in a twisted way.
Including in translation.
The trees were important right from the beginning. I mean, you start right out in Genesis 1.
Tree of life, tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah.
Tree of knowledge.
Well, but not just that. There are so many. Okay, so in Isaiah 1:29, it says, "You will be ashamed of your idol worship in groves of sacred oaks." So he's talking about the sacred oak trees here. He's talking about bringing down the gardens, which were dedicated to the goddesses. And there's so many contradictions in Isaiah that I can't even deal. Because I'm gonna have an argument with my sister about it later. That's why I'm reading it. So, and then I can even go further. Let's see. There's some more talking about
the cedars of Lebanon in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 13.
But yes, the cedars of Lebanon, those, I was trying to find the mighty one, because I heard you say the mighty one, but if you look at the asterisk, it's talking about the tree.
There's
it's
no
not
asterisk.
talking about.
I don't know.
You don't see it? There's like a tree talking. They're talking about a tree in that case, but I'll have to look for that specific
Yeah, if there's an asterisk in your particular text, if there's an asterisk, it doesn't.
Okay, here it is. It is Isaiah 10 and 34. He will cut down the forest trees with an axe. Lebanon will fall to the mighty one. For 34.
Wow. No, that is not what that says at all.
Yeah.
I don't know what version you're reading.
It says, as even the mighty trees of Lebanon fall. So he's talking about the mighty trees of Lebanon.
No, that's not what this says.
He's talking about, he's talking about it'll fall to the mighty one, but they still refer to the trees as being mighty. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I like. When do you see the asterisk there or no?
No, because what happens is when people write up their own translations, they'll put an asterisk to say, okay, this is the way that I'm seeing it, and they'll give you a description down at the bottom. They're called commentaries. They're not actual translation. They're like, the way that I see it is this.
What does it say at 34? Is it not that he will cut down the forest and trees with an axe? What does 34 say for you?
He shall cut down the thickets of the forest with iron, and Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one.
It's
Okay,
talking
so the
about
mighty one is not the tree. The mighty one is not the tree. I realize
The
that.
mighty one takes
But
down the tree.
It's talking
right, but the
about
trees
war.
are still called mighty. That's what I'm saying. They're
That's
still
not
talking
here.
about cutting down the trees. Well, maybe not in your text.
It's a
It's not in
metaphor.
your text, but they're still talking about cutting down the trees. That's the point. Like they're still
They're
talking about cutting down the trees.
Okay, so have you read Jeremiah chapter 10?
I haven't. I'm not a Bible thumper at all.
Okay, no,
Like at all.
no,
But when I
no. In Jeremiah chapter 10, he says, "Do not do as the pagans do, for they go down into the forest and they cut down a tree with their hands and they stationary it. They put it up in their house and ordain it with gold and silver. And that you should not fear this deity because it does not have, it can't affect you because it's just a tree."
But it's not just a tree. Trees have souls. That's the thing about
Oh, see, I
the
can't get
Bible.
there. I can't get
Well,
there.
no. Well, that's something that I have come to realize in my journey on learning the plants and things like that.
So do you hold on.
I realize. Go ahead.
Are you anti lumber? Do you think that we should not build houses out of trees?
Well, hang on. I want to ask something too. Are you Wiccan? You're sounding kind of Wiccan.
Well, I do practice some pagan traditions, but
okay, there it is.
It's not really. Yeah, it is. It is.
No,
Honestly,
I see where
it
you're coming
is.
from
But
now.
you
Yeah.
have you have this Bible, which is a masculine, male type of.
It's by translation that way. I'm telling you, that's not how it's written.
I don't really know it to be anything other. All the angels are gods. The God is God is a male, and I mean all the angels are male. God is a male. Jesus is a male. They're especially in Isaiah. They're really hard on the women in Isaiah, and that's the thing. Like that we get. I mean, I get it. I love men. Okay, I'm straight. I love men, and I realize men have their own. I'm just saying. I realize men have their own thing, and I respect that. But women also had their own religion and their own practices as well. But because everybody comes from a woman, that's just, we would naturally teach that to our children. It seems as in Isaiah that they're just despising that type of religion. Now, I don't know about Jeremiah because that's weird for Jeremiah just because, Christians practice freaking Christmas. So they bring home the trees and things like that. So that's very contradictory for what I see. Right.
Now you know where I'm at. See, I am a scriptural literalist. So like all the preconceived ideas that you have of what Christians believe about the Bible, Christianity, in my perspective, okay, I'm not here to offend Christians. In my perspective, Christianity does not line up with scripture at all.
I've got to back check. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Bible person, but I've read the Bible, and I've got to back check that if you're going to be a Christian at all, you have to observe the Torah. It's the only way to do it.
The Torah?
Yeah, the entire New Testament even is fucking valid as it may or may not be. Even said that nothing ever done away with the law. You've got to observe the law. You've got to have the law written in your heart. So
even if you are a Christian and you decide that you want to live according to scripture, then you go to the Jews because you think the Jews are living according to the Torah, but they're living by a completely other set of rules called the Talmud.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
And,
They're taking
they
the
are
Bible.
very chauvinistic. Very.
Wait, I don't know. I get into the Jewish Journal every now and again. I pick it up and I read it. And I think that I like their interpretation sometimes. Sometimes I don't know everything, but
Jews now. You don't get any Torah Jews anymore. They're all Talmud. It's like when
they go from the Bible too.
No,
they don't. When I meet a Jew, I ask them, "Are you Torah or Talmud?" And when I meet a Muslim, I ask them, "Are you Meccan or Medinan?" Because there's big differences in these things.
Right.
I'm
that
really
is the difference. And listen, I understand what you're saying about. I understand. Look, I believe that everything has the spirit in it. Okay, I'm not going to say they each have their own individual spirit, but I'm going to say that everything has the spirit in it because all things came from the spirit, right? The life source of all things. Okay, and you know, some Christians would stone me for talking like this, okay, because it's too new agey for them, but it's what the scripture says, okay. And as far as sexes go, I was with a new flat earther last night, and I showed him very clearly that in the first few chapters of scripture, it says that the first ones that were created, even though they're called male and female, they were not born as male and female. There was no distinguishable difference between the two. They were, in fact, you can look it up for yourself. I think it's Genesis chapter 5. It says he called them the Adam. It's not Adam as a name. It's the Adam.
I believe that Genesis has to do with the shaping and molding of a person's brain. I'm not really brain and body. Like, I don't take it as literal two human beings called Adam, called Eve. I take it as the building of a human being where they speak about the left and right brain being quote unquote masculine and feminine. And then the Jacob's ladder and, you know, that being your spinal cord and the fluid that leads up to your brain. That's how I take Genesis. I don't take it as it being literally a woman and a man. So
well, you can take it on so many levels. It's a metaphor that can be applied on so many levels, you know, that's
but if you're reading it literally, you can't get there. That's only if you get into you have to put a metaphor into it. Yeah.
You don't have to read it literally, because if you don't read it literally, it applies metaphorically to so many fucking situations.
It does. It does.
Sure. And so this is my point. My point is like this is exactly the problem that I had with the other channel. Is like they're talking about, okay, I don't push what I believe the creator to be. Okay, I don't push a singularity. I don't push a multitude. I don't push technologically advanced or what do you want to call it? Metaphysical or spiritual or whatever. I know we're metaphysical beings because I know I have a body and I have a spirit, right? Everything else is speculation. I can't go to the tree and ask it to represent its spirit. I can't do that. I know what I am. Yes. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but have you ever had a tree tell you about its spirit? Could you prove that it was from the tree?
You're not going to understand it from me if I tell you my experience, because it is my experience. Right. But yes, I have spoke to trees. That sounds crazy because we live in a world where that's not normal. But
the tree has life. The tree has life and growth. If the tree has life and growth, it's got life, right? What is the definition of spirit? I mean, spirit is the living energy, right? And it has life. So fucking hell.
It's like I said.
They have a way of communicating. They do. It's just like women were traditionally, men, it wasn't for the men. Like, I don't want to say it wasn't for the men, like traditionally to have this type of practice, because it was a creative right brain type of thing where it can't be explained with words. Like, I can't explain to you how a tree communicates. It would be hard. So I'm not going to try to do that, but it was kind of understood, within the feminine principles, which I think both are necessary,
how much psilocybin did that take?
Well, I've never done psilocybin. I've just been studying. I've been studying. I want to have an experience. I haven't had experiments with any type of psychedelics. I've only been listening to Terrence McKenna and a few other speakers talk about psychedelic experiences. But truly,
listen, if you do that, make sure you're in the right mindset before you even start, though. That is a very important thing.
I respect the plant. I respect them.
I have had a lot of psychedelic experiences, and if you're in a bad mood, it's not the right time, because it's going to enhance whatever's going on.
Everything,
it's going to enhance it. So do it in a good mood.
Yeah.
All right, let me put my 2 cents in, because I know what she's talking about. For the simple fact that I was studying a lot of veganism, and they were showing this guy had this Spectrum camera or whatever, and he took a leaf of a lettuce, and I mean a fresh one, freshly picked, and put it underneath this Spectrum camera or whatever, and it was like a UV light or something. But I mean, you could see the veins in this leaf pulsating, and it's like, if plants can do that, what's to say that they don't have a spirit?
Well,
we do the same thing,
They have to, because they're living. Anything living.
Yeah, they have a life source. Yes.
A vegetarian will call you a killer for eating, right? But kill too. You can't eat.
Exactly. That's where I was getting.
You can't eat rocks and dirt. You can't eat inert matter. You have to take life. If you want life, you have to ingest it. You sacrifice life.
Yes, but of course, at the same time, and a lot of vegans will totally agree with me on this, which is, if you were to eat something that is living, okay, you're not killing the plant to eat it. You're eating it as it's live, which gives life. But yet then when they put the piece of steak on that under that same Spectrum light and camera, it's just dead. And it's like, you eat dead, what's going to happen?
Right.
Okay. Again, this is more of the stuff that I've been talking about. I'm weaning myself towards that direction, because Genesis chapter 1, talking about who we are, who we were made to be. We were made to ingest only vegetation, only.
Right.
And I'll go even further than that. That which bears seeds. So therefore, apples that do not bear seeds, that are GMO, that's not real food.
Well,
right. Well,
could I? No, hold on. I want to chime in here. They ate meat all through the Bible. Jesus ate fish.
They sure do.
Jesus multiplied the fish for everyone. And in this vegan trip, everything has life that you can eat. You have to take life and ingest it in order to have life, whether it's plant or animal. And I'm not falling for any of this crapola, because all through the Bible they were eating meat.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the Bible doesn't say you can't eat meat, okay? Because later on he says, okay, since you're going to eat meat, this is the meat you should eat, right? What I'm saying is, when we were created in the garden, right, before we became these flesh-dying bodies, okay, these things, okay, before we became this, we were vegetarian. We were vegan, okay? Before we came in these bodies that die.
All right. Could I chime in?
Yeah, chime in.
So there's a lot to be said. So first of all, with the meat, there's nothing wrong, quote unquote, I guess, with eating meat. And there's reason to believe that. The only problem with our meat today is that we get secondhand antibiotics from them. They don't feed the cows very well, so we don't get the nutrition, the secondhand nutrition that we should get.
Do you think our vegetables are any better with all?
No. Okay, so that's what I'm going to say. That's what I wanted to get to, because I've learned, because a lot of people who say we were just vegan, I'm like, okay, well, how do you explain like spiders eating, any other insect, or how some mosquitoes are
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'll go into the insectoids. It's very easier for me to like explain that, because with the mosquitoes, like for example, the female mosquitoes will only feed on blood when they're pregnant. And then the male mosquitoes are almost always vegetarian throughout their whole life. So they actually only suck on plant sap, So, and I had to learn that on my journey, basically learning that some things are vegetarian, some animals are naturally vegetarian, and some of them are not, which kind of made me also realize that with with human beings, some of us are going to be vegetarian and vegan, and some of us are not. Like, but the problem with our meat is just the fact that they treat it really bad nowadays or whatever. So, and like you said, throughout the Bible, they did eat meat and things like that. So I wouldn't fall for that quite either. But with the plants, though, I saw a study where the people were trying to see if plants have any type of like a reaction to stuff or things like that. Like, so basically one guy tried to like burn a plant. They hooked up a meter to it and they decided they were going to burn it. And then the meter started to go crazy because they were thinking to themselves, like, I'm going to burn the plant, you know? So the plant started to quote unquote get scared. That's what they said. And then whenever they were just like grateful about the plant. So when you go and you're about to eat plants, and this is why they say you shouldn't eat food while you watch TV or do other activities, because you're supposed to be enjoying and being grateful for the food, because the plants actually communicate on a level that is kind of closer to our thought process. So the electromagnetics that leave our head that have to do with our thought process. So they can kind of hear our thoughts. So if we're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to devour this food, and it's all basically carnivorous and just kind of like you know, what do they say, like savage, then we can kind of put that into the plants that we're eating. And then if we're grateful and we show gratitude for the things that we're eating, that can also change that vibration as well. So plants will get quote unquote scared depending on like how you're treating them as well, even the food plants that you eat. So yes, they're living, they have reactions, but I think it's more based on the communication you're having in your head, because that is the electromagnetic thing that they can actually read. They can't, like, it's not really much with the sound vibration, but with the thoughts.
Well, we should
go ahead.
We should take everything that we take in this life with thankfulness, because like I say, you have to consume life in order to have life. It's a balance. If you want life, you eat that is living, and you take on that lifespan. And yeah, you should be thankful to everything that you sacrifice unto yourself.
The circle of life.
Yeah, you sacrifice life unto yourself in order to have life. You should be thankful.
Well, guys, we need to wrap this up because this has been going on long enough, and it's like almost 5 o'clock in the morning. I have got to get some sleep.
Yeah, it's 5:30 for me. So yeah.
But I appreciate you guys for stopping in. What about that, Matt? What?
I said, you don't know what sleep is. I'm at home.
Yeah, well, you know, if you wanted to talk, you
should home. All right.
Yeah, after driving through flooded waters, and I mean flooded waters, I about stalled the truck out twice.
Man. Anyhow,
hey, listen, I've had a great conversation with you. I know we have different perspectives on things, but that's what I love about Flat Earth. We don't have to shut each other out. We can hear each other's perspectives and stuff. As far as plant life having life, totally believe that. And again, I prove it with scripture alone. And the whole thing is that, you know, I don't think my perspective, and, you know, some agree, some don't. My perspective is we need to pay attention to the creator and not the creation. That's my perspective.
I am opposite, but I totally love our conversation. I love your perspective.
Well,
it was a good talk.
The creation. How can we focus on the creator when all we have is the creation to give us clues? All we can do is analyze the creation to try to.
I believe the creator is in the collective consciousness of the creation. So.
Well, we can't have one without the other. We're all on the same page. We got this.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. There's common ground here.
I never did ask, if you don't mind, would you tell us your name, or do you want to keep that amenity there? Yeah. That's your name?
Yeah, well, I call myself Real Talkaholic, but on my page, you know, if you get on any of my videos, I always say my name is Giselle. And you know, so yeah, you guys can call me Giselle or Real Talkaholic. It doesn't matter.
I
All
love real talkaholic. It suits you.
I do talk a lot. My bad, you guys.
I could steal your name
No,
though,
that's
so you know.
You're just more real to me now. That's all.
Real Giselle.
You talk
Yeah.
intelligently, so you can talk a lot. I don't like people that talk stupid, but you talk intelligently.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
I
you
loved
do.
having
Very
conversation with
much.
you guys. It was a good live stream. Usually I'm very it's nerve-wracking to me to get on in live streams. So this was good.
Yeah, some of them are really crazy, and I'm like, why isn't the person who is running this taking control and trying to get because I tell everybody to just kind of like, you got to get a pause. Jack's still learning. He's doing better, to be able to let
What do you mean I'm
another
still
person.
learning exactly? What is it
Oh.
that
Jack
Yeah,
tries to let
exactly
other
what
I'm sorry, what was that, Fish? I didn't understand what you were saying because I was listening to Wes. What?
you try to let other people talk.
Well, I thank you all for being here. It was a great time. And hey, you guys definitely are invited anytime.
Well,
All right, Wes, thanks a lot.
All right, and everybody in the chat, thank you for stopping by. Matt, I'll catch you on the flip side, dude.
Yeah, catch me in the background when you clear it.
All right, later, dater.
Bye.